one that's right here. So I'm going to go to Clint and see if we can get an answer. Clint, are you there?
Good morning at Radio Hall of Famer.
Good morning it, Clint. All right. What is the Himalayan version of Bigfoot called?
Yeti.
Yeti. That's correct. Yes. Yesi. Or abominable snowman. We would have accepted that too. And since you got it right, we, sir, are going to give you $50 in 10 times cash scratch-off tickets from New Jersey Lottery. You can play today because anything can happen in Jersey.
By the way, I can highly recommend a movie from years ago called The Abominable Snowman of the Himalayas.
Oh, really?
With Peter Cushing.
Okay.
It has a very cool sci-fi edge to it if you've never seen it.
Excellent. All right, we're going to start with some movie news. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has vowed to stop using firearms on his movie sets in the wake of the shooting death of Rust cinematographer Helena Hutchins. So I think he means real firearms.
Yeah.
The action star and $7 Productions co-founder told Variety on Wednesday, "I can't speak for anyone else, but I can tell you without an absence of clarity here that any movie that we have moving forward with $7 Productions, any movie, any television show, or anything we do or produce, we won't use real guns at all."
He's committed to using super soakers, which might impact some of the reality of, say, like a World War II drama.
Right.
But still, it's safer.
He continued saying, "We're going to switch over to rubber guns, and we're going to take care of it in post-production. We're not going to worry about the dollars. We won't worry about what it costs."
So these are guns that shoot condoms?
No. Johnson added that in the wake of the tragedy, the most prudent thing and smartest thing to do is just pause for a second and really re-examine how you are going to move forward. So to answer Kathy's question the other day about why would they even use real guns at all if there's potential danger, I guess some of it might come down to money because CGI is going to cost a lot more to do in post-production than to use one on the set, you know?
And I have to think, unless I'm incorrect, I think a tremendous amount of the John Wick stuff is CGI muzzle flash and all that. It's got to be. I mean, because they have guns in super close proximity. You know, John Wick is always going for the close-up headshot.
Right.
There's no way they're firing off actual blanks.
But maybe in some scenes they do use them. You know, who knows? So this is happening again. Entertainment Tonight reports that people close to Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox say that he's about to pop the question.
Oh
yeah.
How romantic.
According to the source, Kelly has been talking to friends.
Love you.
Making plans for the proposal. In a recent interview, Fox said that she was open to love.
I love.
But didn't anticipate
I love you.
Finding her soulmate when
Your name is an animal.
When she met Kelly. Yeah. Megan Fox. The couple started dating after working together on the film Midnight in the Switchgrass.
And has that even been released yet?
I don't know.
And hasn't he publicly condemned the movie?
And they've been very open in interviews about how strong the bond is between them. Yes, he has beat up on the movie quite a bit.
Shouldn't do that.
You are correct, yes. By the way, I was watching I've been watching a lot of TV while I've been down here. I've been sick the whole time.
Now that you've been immobile.
So I watched a little bit of Transformers the other day, and that was when Megan Fox was in her prime as far as hadn't tinkered with her face at all.
I think she's
done a little bit.
The change has been dramatic.
Yeah, it's too bad. Tommy Lee, speaking of Machine Gun Kelly, he played Tommy Lee in The Dirt, which he was great in.
He did a great job, yeah.
Tommy Lee and John Travolta are apparently baking buddies.
Oh, are they?
Yes. The Motley Crue star shared a TikTok on Wednesday showing texts from the Pulp Fiction actor asking for his peanut butter chocolate chip cookie recipe.
Rock and roll, man.
Yeah. The video, shared by Lee, also featured a clip of Travolta, who referred to himself as Johnny Crocker, saying that he would have thought that two superstars would spend their Wednesday nights making brownies and cookies with fresh lemonade.
Man, I'd make brownies with John Travolta.
Totally.
I would, yeah. No doubt.
Tommy Lee and John Travolta, he said, can't beat them. So.
I don't know if I'd make snickerdoodles, though. I think that's over the line. Do you agree, Case?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's pushing it.
It is. Anything with cinnamon.
Yeah,
it's just
that's another level. I don't feel comfortable.
Look at this one text, Preston, between the two of them. It's up on the screen here. And so one of them, I can't tell which one is which, says thank you, and then the other one responds with "You're Welsies."
You're Welsies?
Yeah, instead of "You're welcome."
Oh my God.
Welsies.
It's probably Tommy Lee, and he can't spell.
Or is it Welkies?
I think it's just them being cute.
Your Welkies?
It should be your Welkies.
Your Welkies.
You're a little
But it's
snugglebug.
spelled W-E-L-C-I-E-S-E-S. Wait, your little snugglebug?
Snugglebug.
I've got a friend that uses stupid words like that, and her word is I'm like, oh, I'm at camp out all week. She's like, oh, funsies.
Funsies.
I'm like, funsies?
You
And
know-
I didn't want to tell her at first that I hated the word, and then her daughter, who's a teenager, was like, Mom, stop saying that. It's so embarrassing.
Does she say samesies as well?
Probably.
Okay.
Twinsies.
It's her.
Twinsies.
You know what you do? Hit her with a board and say two by foursies.
No, well, listen. Now it's like a
Yeah.
thing, Steve, and we say it all the time.
Does she have a
and I love
son,
her.
too?
No, she's got 2 girls.
Oh, man, because if she had, like, boys in her ring, be like, these are my menzies.
Tina and Nancy Sinatra once sent Ray Liotta a fake horse's head for turning down the opportunity to play their father. It was an interview on Jay Leno's Garage. The Goodfellas actor revealed that he once passed on the opportunity to play Frank Sinatra in a miniseries and instead chose to star as the singer in HBO's The Rat Pack.
Interesting story about the Godfather in 1910.
I'm sorry?
What he said. He received the Godfather-style warning while he was filming the project in 1998. Liotta told Leno, obviously it wasn't a real one, but it was a horse's head, and you know, a horse's head means you're toast. It turned out that his daughters sent it and said, oh, you could have done this one, but you couldn't do that one, and that we wanted you to do.
He did a good job as Sinatra. You remember that movie, right?
I enjoyed Rat.
Yeah, the cast was really good, too.
Yeah, Don Cheadle played
Sammy Davis.
Sammy Davis Jr.
Yeah.
And Joe Mantegna, I believe, played
Dean Martin.
Martin. So yeah, they had a nice cast. It was good.
I will, from time to time, this is so random, but I wonder if Ray Liotta smokes because he did the Shantix commercials.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Two
Shantix
things.
does work.
Does he smoke, and does he wear eyeliner?
Right.
Because it looks like he does.
Right. Do we ever have him in the studio?
No.
No, okay.
Steve and I ran into him at NBC 10 in the hallway,
That's
or
what it
actually
was.
in the stairway.
Right.
We were walking down, he was walking up, and he goes, "Hey guys!" And
You're like, oh my God.
Yeah. Oh my God,
Oh
you're really
my God, Mr. Liotta, we're huge fans.
Gotta
Would
smoke?
you sign my samurai sword?
So yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, listen, if you go out and you endorse a product like that, and you end up going back to your habit, that's not a good sign.
Well, so that's the thing. It really does work. But what the problem is when you're off of it, right? Like
Right.
2-3 months later, you're not on it anymore, you know, and then you're just sort of left to your own devices.
You go totally
You
Liotta.
get- yeah. Yeah.
All right, so this is cool. Guy Fieri, friend of our show,
Yes.
has agreed to officiate Kristen Stewart's wedding. Isn't that wild?
Yeah. Had she joked about having him do that, I think? Was that the case? Or was she serious about it?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
So the Food Network star accepted the offer via a pre-recorded video shared with the Today Show. The Twilight actress was shocked by his response, but worried that he didn't mean it. He cleared up the confusion by tweeting, "Oh, that offer is legit." So Stewart is currently engaged to Dylan Meyer. We just mentioned that the other day, and I don't know what the deal is and why she had wanted him to perform the duties.
You know, Fieri hangs out with Sylvester Stallone,
Yeah.
Al Pacino.
Yeah.
Like, they're all his buds.
Yeah. And he's a nice guy.
He is a nice guy.
Like, you know, he gets a lot of flack, I think, for
I know.
hair and all
I
that,
know.
but, like, he's a nice guy. I think Marissa is the only member of our show that's actually ever officiated a wedding, right? Like,
No,
think so.
Steve
Steve
officiated
did.
a gay wedding on the air, on
I
our
did.
show, Y100.
That's right. Yes.
and it was legit.
Yeah.
And held-
Yes, I
Okay.
did that. I'm a minister of the Universal Life Church of Modesto, California.
my friend Rick from high school, Maura Tierney, officiated his wedding.
So that's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, so
But
he's-
he's out in the Hollywood scene, right?
Yeah, he's a hairstylist.
Nice. All right, so speaking of officiating weddings, it looks like Cardi B will officiate Cal Penn's wedding. The rapper quickly responded to the Harold and Kumar star's tweet detailing a dream in which she served as his wedding officiant, letting him know that she is ordained. Penn said, "We're down if you're down." And Cardi wrote back, "I'm down. I'll get my suit." So that apparently is going to
What
happen.
do you think the first song they dance to is going to be, Preston?
I do not know. A Cardi B song, I
Yeah.
guess. So I don't know Cardi B. Did she do...
WAP.
WAP.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. All right, how about this? Rumor has it that Chris Evans has been named People's Sexiest Man Alive.
Wow.
That's the word. Multiple sources tell Page 6 that the star, Captain America star, landed this year's cover.
How come they've never even considered Clint Howard?
Scheduled to be unveiled next week. The outlet reports that he was in the running last year, but lost out after he accidentally uploaded a nude photo of himself to Instagram in September of 2020.
Kathy, you're Chris Evans. Thumbs up as sexiest man alive or no? Captain America.
Oh, Captain America. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I'm down. I think that's perfect. I think he's a good-looking fella.
Yeah.
Sure
No
is.
question. Has Chris Hemsworth been sexiest man? Because he could be up there, too.
Well, he should be, right?
Yeah.
And all the Chris's.
All right, so any of the Avengers been...
Not that I know of.
Was
No.
Robert Downey Jr.?
No, definitely not. All right. Well, we'll see what ends up happening, but that is the word. Let's see. What else I have here for you? You guys, anybody watch Sons of Anarchy?
I did. I watched all right, so everything but like the final 3 episodes of that first of the series.
So, okay. You tapped
And
out.
Everything just the final 3 episodes?
I just got so
I hate to see
annoyed
the
with it.
ending.
Like, listen, it was a great series, but just after a while, it's like, there's a major shootout on a highway in Northern California with a motorcycle gang, and nobody's getting arrested for this. Like, it was just, for me, it was just completely
It
ridiculous.
just wasn't real enough for me.
But I,
well,
for a while I enjoyed
You
it.
have a hog.
I do. Well, William Lucking, who played Piney on Sons of Anarchy, passed away. He was 80 years old.
You know this guy. He's been a character actor for years.
I didn't look him up.
Yeah.
Do you remember anything in particular?
No, but you see his face pop up all over the place.
According to an obituary written by his wife of 25 years, the actor died last month at his home in Las Vegas, so did not know that.
The show was very popular.
Yeah, what's his name?
His name was, the character was Piney.
Okay, and his name is William Lucking?
Lucking, yeah, L-U-C.
He lived in the Pine Barrens, Preston.
Yeah. Let's see here. Mel Gibson has joined the fantasy adventure film Boys of Summer, according to Deadline. The story follows a local boy who, after his best friend is mysteriously taken, begins to suspect that a supernatural entity may be hunting the children of Martha's Vineyard. After seeking the help of an aging detective, Mel, it was played by Mel.
I'm aging detective Mel.
They soon discovered that they are on the path of a witch who has recently retired to their island.
Martha's Vineyard?
Yeah. Production is set to begin this December, by the way. You know what I never saw was Fat Man.
Oh, this
I need
year.
to see it.
This year, you've got to see Fat Man, where he plays a gun-toting Santa Claus.
Yeah, it looks great.
It's awesome.
I got to see that. Apple is turning the lens on the life of Magic Johnson. The streamer has landed a 4-part docuseries exploring the life of the NBA star and Hall of Famer. Johnson will participate in the series from director Rick Famuyiwa. The series will follow Johnson's early life in Lansing, Michigan, to become an LA Lakers superstar and 5-time NBA champion.
So I did a Google search for movies named Johnson, and they weren't basketball movies that came up, Preston.
I could understand
Did
that.
you see Big Johnson?
Big Johnson was, yeah.
I didn't know what that was
that was uncut.
Yeah.
It will also explore his HIV status and how that news help him become more of an activist as well as an entrepreneur.
One of the best jokes Greg Giraldo ever uttered was at the Flava Flav roast when he said Flava Flav looks like what Magic Johnson should look like now.
Right. The news comes ahead of the November 7th, 30th anniversary of when Johnson went public with his HIV status. I remember how impactful that was.
It was unbelievable. I mean, I was actually at work when he did it. It was at DRE in New York, and everyone just stopped.
You're like, what?
And it just blew us away. The fact that he's doing as well as he is, and so many are with the drug cocktail that they offer now to just to basically make it undetectable is astonishing.
Have you guys seen the HIV drug ads that have been running?
Yeah.
And I've forgotten the name of the product, but apparently it's one that does very, very well.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Is it the one that you can take to not get it?
No, there's another one.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's people with HIV take this. So the series will feature never-before-seen footage and interviews with Johnson, as well as personalities from the worlds of business and politics, those in his inner circle, and showcase what Apple dubs as an unprecedented look at the NBA legend. So that actually should be pretty damn good. He's lived a very interesting life.
I want to see an entirely different series, a 3 or 4 hour series on his talk show, Preston.
Oh, man, it was horrible. Just absolutely horrible.
Oh, Craig.
Yeah. All right, and then one last story. Daniel Day Kim has been cast as the villainous Fire Lord Ozai in Netflix's upcoming live adaptation of Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Huh.
Yeah, Fire Lord Ozai, who was voiced by Mark Hamill, is one of the central villains from the original series.
You guys were fans of that, right? Weren't you and your
It was
your
great,
boys?
man. Yeah, we watched The Last Airbender. It was a very well done show.
I thought the Shyamalan Nights movie was pretty good.
It had really good elements,
Yeah.
but it the story didn't keep it together. To add to another movie, you know.
I mean, the fact that, and the story seems similar in that they lived in a town where they wanted to dance and could not.
You saw a different movie.
Oh,
That's Footloose.
Was that
Footloose.
Footloose?
Yeah, that's Footloose.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyhow, he is the father of Prince Zuko and Princess Azula, who leads the ruthless Fire Nation.
Prince Danny Zuko.
Avatar: The Last Airbender aired on Nickelodeon from 2005 to 2008. The show followed the adventures of Aang and Danny and Sandy. But Aang was a young boy who must
How does it end?
fulfill his
He drops
destiny
out of beauty school.
Okay.
as the Avatar and bring peace to the world filled with those who can manipulate the 4 elements of fire, water, air, and earth.
And cardboard.
And win the dance contest at the gym.
Yeah.
All right. So today is Friday. That means there are movies opening. So, all right, movies opening this weekend. Number 1 is The Eternals, an adventure fantasy film starring Angelina Jolie, Salma Hayek, Kit Harington, just to name a few. It's a cast that's star-studded. Marvel Studios' Eternals features an exciting new team of superheroes in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, ancient aliens who have been living on Earth in secret for thousands of years. Following the events of Avengers Endgame, an unexpected tragedy forces them out of the shadows to reunite against mankind's most ancient enemy, the Deviants. It is 2 hours, 37 minutes long. It's rated PG-13. Wide release in theaters. Rotten Tomatoes only gives it a 51% so far. Our friend Craig Legans, who is with the Comic Book Gurus, gave us a full rundown of his review of it, and he gives it a solid B. He says, with the other Marvel films being as great as they are, one that comes in under seems like a bit of a letdown, unfortunately, but he says it's still a great movie.
There you go.
We'll have to get out and see it for ourselves. Also opening this weekend is the movie Finch. Sci-fi drama stars Tom Hanks, Caleb Landry Jones, and Skeet Ulrich. In Finch, a man, a robot, and a dog form an unlikely family in a powerful and moving adventure of one man's quest to ensure that his beloved canine companion will be cared for after he's gone. It's 2 hours long, rated PG-13, and streaming on Apple Plus. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 69%.
So I want to see this movie.
Yeah, me too.
But I am worried that either the robot or the dog dies.
Exactly.
Dude, listen, I mean, the robot, the dog, or Tom Hanks.
Or Tom
you
Hanks.
Can't.
Anyone?
They
I'm
all
gonna
have to
freak
live.
out.
Yes.
I'm gonna freak out.
All right. We'll wait and find out what you guys think about that.
All right.
And then also opening is Spencer. It's a biography, drama, and it stars Kristen Stewart, Timothy Spall, and Jack Farthing. The marriage of Princess Diana and Prince Charles has long since grown cold. The rumors of affairs and a divorce-bound peace is ordained for the Christmas festivities at the Queen's Sandringham estate. There's eating and drinking, shooting and hunting. Diana knows the game, but this year things will be profoundly different.
Yeah, so they've picked one weekend basically to focus in on. I think that's a good idea.
1 hour and 51 minutes long, rated R, a limited theater release, and it gets an 84% of Rotten Tomatoes. That's a solid score.
Yeah.
All right, let's do the clips. All right, while spending the Christmas holiday with the royal family, Princess Diana decides to leave Prince Charles and Spencer. And in this clip, we have Kristen Stewart talking about playing the role of Princess Diana. Here we go.
She is not difficult to absorb, and I wish that there was a sort of key to this magic trick. My only answer is that I took her into my physicality. I'm such a huge, enormous admirer of her, and it's hard to not be impacted by that energy. I just also luckily had a good 4 or 5 months to work with a beautiful coach.
I don't give a f***.
All right, so Spencer is in theaters today. All right, next clip. Here we go. A robot built to protect his dying builder's beloved dog learns about love, friendship, and the meaning of human life in Finch. And in this clip, Tom Hanks talks about what it's like to have an acting partner that is not a human. Hit it, Jason.
Well, you end up losing yourself in a complete fantasy. It doesn't always work, but on those magic times where it's a singular experience, nothing goes outside. You see it all. You imagine it all. You're feeling it all. I will tell you that, Seamus the dog had 2 great handlers, Mark and Ray, but on occasion, he was just sitting in my lap.
Come on. There you go.
Finch is available. You got to squeeze that one out.
Absolutely,
You got to
man.
bear
It was
down on it.
tough.
Finch is available on Apple TV Plus. And there you go. That's my entertainment report. I'm done for the
Yes,
week. No more.
amazing. A man who's fighting illness, reading and culling stories and breaking entertainment stories from his global sources.
Spitting stuff up in the process.
Blowing phlegm all over the screen.
Dear God, but it's getting
carrying
better.
on.
It's getting better. Hey, before we move on, we would like to welcome a couple of people here this morning that have made this whole thing possible, and that's a lot of what we're going to do today is making sure that we give the due thanks to those who have helped out with the Camp Out for Hunger, because it cannot work without a huge team of people.
Yes.
And we would like to welcome from the Philadelphia Carpenters Union this morning. I got to make sure I get everybody's names correct. We have Layla Beebe and Michael Campbell who are here today. And they're both council representatives, correct, Layla?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you guys for being here this morning, and thank you for doing everything you do. How long ago did you guys get started work on this event?
Well, we've been donating labor, setting up the event down here for a few years now.
Oh, I meant just this year. I know you've been doing it for years, but you guys got started like a week and a half ago or something
Yes.
like that?
Yes.
Okay, nice.
It's a massive undertaking, and the fact that you guys take that amount of time. Now, obviously, breakdown always takes a lot less time, because, right, yeah.
Yes, the breakdown goes a lot faster.
So for the setup to the breakdown, so the breakdown will begin today, and by this evening, it'll pretty much be gone, right?
Yes, we'll be done today.
It's amazing.
It's crazy. So every single year when they're breaking down on Friday,
Yeah.
I'm always reminded of, and this is random, but I'm always reminded of Brewster's Millions. At the very end, after he has spent all of his money, have you guys seen this? After he spent all of his money and he finally gets, and it's over and over, and then they just start breaking everything down around him.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happens here. Like,
It's surgical.
we do our final send-off. We thank everybody, and then we go to commercial, and then next thing you know, the lights, the rigs, like all that stuff just comes down, and that's because of you guys, and you're donating your time and your labor. So we appreciate that. I can't thank you enough.
Hey, how big is the Philadelphia Carpenters Union? Any idea how many people are in the union?
Yes, for the city of Philadelphia, we have 4,200 members.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow. Well,
Excellent.
the fact that you guys have been doing this with us and working with Rodney and everybody to expedite, to make this happen, there's a lot of stuff that people have no idea. And when you come down here, you get a sense of the military-like operation it is. But sometimes, like next year, as we start to set up, do yourself a favor and come over in the days before this and see these guys out here doing what they do, because I mean, every person we've told, and Preston, you'll echo this, you got to see what it looks like when they set it up. Until they finally do, you can't believe what happens.
Press, remember Brian Dawkins when he came down here?
Oh, he blew away.
He was really
Blown
impressed.
away.
Yeah,
So,
that was cool.
And the other thing is, so you talk about the setup, you talk about the breakdown, but then also you guys are also on call. So if there's any issues that arise during the week, that you guys are on call and get down here. And there was something on Wednesday, right? You guys came down here and ended up out here for a few hours on Wednesday, just taking.
Buttoning up some loose ends.
Yeah.
And you had to train Kathy to say microphone. There was.
Unfortunately, I didn't go through that.
Yeah, our ESC, Bill Sproul, was like very proud of our 40,000 membership and the ability of us to mobilize, to do charity work, as well as construction. We can meet needs of anything, anytime, and it's huge.
This would not exist without you guys. So we want to thank you very much. So, because basically your donation to us and the effort is so incredibly appreciated.
Yeah, the donation is the work that they put in, which equates to, I don't know how much money. Any idea?
$100 million.
$100 million. Over $100 million.
$1 billion.
It's all close to $1 million.
$1 billion easily.
I mean, it's the number is somewhere in the neighborhood of like $35,000.
Wow,
worth of labor. Yep.
Thank you so much.
Any message you want to get out before we wrap about the Carpenters Union while you have the microphones?
Just to find out more information about us and what we do and what areas we cover, you can visit eascarpenters.org.
Excellent.
All right. Awesome.
Thank you, guys. Couldn't do it without you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Our Carpenters Union, Layla and Michael here
Make sure you
representing.
get a picture with Sasquatch on the way out.
Yeah, please. We'll get you to meet Sasquatch.
Is he in a union or is he?
I think he's independent.
101.
I think he's independent. Yeah. We have the band Froggy performing this morning. Bert Kreischer is going to be on the show. Taylor Momsen of the Pretty Reckless will be joining us. Yes.
And then I'm going to be crossing a finish line this morning.
When are we doing that?
That's I don't know. I got to figure out. Yeah, very very short.
Yeah, so that's with the endless. That's with the endless pool.
Yeah.
If you do not know what's going on, and we have a $15,000 donation. If Casey can get us across the 82nd mile to swim from here to Cape May, it's the wells to the shells. So
Are you going to do the thing where you have Kathy on your back or no?
Did you bring your suit, Kath?
No, I just wear this.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. All right, with that, let's take a break. We'll come back in a second. More of the Camp Out for Hunger when we return.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Recently shared a new song called Happy Days.
Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, the track follows Blame It On My Youth and Generational Divide is the third offering from the trio's new LP, which is tentatively titled Bajmir. Somebody wrote, they texted this, and it says their album is Rim Job Backwards. I thought that was the name of Rim Job Backwards was the name of the album. No, Bajmir is Rim Job spelled backwards.
Oh, what? There we go. Thank you. We would not have known that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Bajmir. Or you can name an album Rim Job Backwards.
Would it sound that way if you took...
I doubt it.
Reversed it? I don't think it would.
Here, let's all say
try
it.
it?
We could.
Yes.
So just say clearly, say rim job.
Can you record it and play backwards or no?
Yes, I can.
Okay, say when.
Go ahead. When?
Rim job.
All right.
Okay, so Casey will record that.
All right.
And we'll see what that sounds like. All right. Okay, say when.
Go ahead. When?
Rim job.
All right, you ready?
Yep. Bajmir.
Yeah.
Bajmir.
Yeah.
Bajmir. There's a little in there, but Bajmir. Now let me say that forward.
And see if it...
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, ready?
Yep.
Bajmir.
Okay.
Okay, let's try that. See if it comes back as
Try that. Go here and...
Rim job.
We're scientists.
Rim job.
Do it again. You can even do it better.
Rim job. Rim job.
We are ready to transmit.
Bajmir. Rim job.
The aliens are about to transmit a message. Rim job.
Play it again, Casey. Rim job.
Wow. You really got that in there.
I love our
And now the envoy from Neptune is about to speak.
Rim job.
Rim job.
Rim job.
Rim job.
It's
like you've just met in the jungle. Rim job.
Rim job.
You.
That's my favorite one.
Rim job.
It's a
Rim
greeting.
job.
Rim job. You like rim job.
Rim.
Rim job.
Rim.
Why did that...
I don't know why it's stopping.
Me? Neither.
Rim job.
Rouge job. You tongue to cream butthole.
At the end, I go, rim job.
Yeah, of course. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's definitely
Rim job.
That's the natural gagging.
Rim job. Job. Someone wants to point out that we've won awards.
Yes.
Yes, we have.
I know.
True.
That doesn't mean they can't rescind them.
Yeah.
What?
Do you get the spicy chicken at the Chick-fil-A, or do you just get the regular chicken?
I have gotten the spicy before.
I think I'm just a spicy chicken guy. Like there.
Oh dear God, I'm just a spicy chicken guy.
Are you coming out right now?
I'm coming out.
I mean, Pride Month ended
Mom,
yesterday.
can we
Did it end
talk?
yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah,
June.
June.
All right, anyway,
Okay,
I was
well,
just joking.
I'm a spicy chicken guy. Oh, no.
But I just wanted to let this be known that Wendy's has,
Well, I'll always love you.
has the spicy chicken nuggets are back. So
That was, yes, I
yeah.
did see that announcement they made. So you wanted to get the word out?
I just want to get the word out. Want to
All
let
right.
people know it's usually like $6 for $1.
Yeah.
I heard.
This morning on the Preston and Steve Show, Casey Boy reveals something concerning fast food and an extended offer. We go now to Jim Englishevsky outside of the Pentagon. Jim, did Casey in fact confirm there was an extended offer? That's correct, Tom. Thank you, Jim.
That's all you had to say. Yes, it's correct. It's confirmed.
I think I'm just a spicy chicken guy. Like,
Just a spicy chicken guy. Spicy chicken guy. Oh no! Dear God, I'm just a spicy chicken guy.
I just want to get the word out. Want to let people know.
Okay, so I want to talk about the movies that are opening this weekend. Where'd Casey go?
Do you think he had to make a boom boom?
I'm not really sure. There's a lot of things that are off about him today, so...
Is it even Casey?
It might not be Casey. Did we check?
Maybe it's
No,
the hair.
we usually take a urine specimen every morning.
So we usually have a little song that we play. Marissa, I don't know if you can find that or not. It's the 20th Century Fox with the recorder.
Yeah.
Maybe it's under... I don't know what it's even labeled under.
I'll admit this. I'm a little scared.
We have kazoos.
You could do that, Kath.
You're a master of it, Kathy. Play it. Play it for us.
I got mine, Kath.
All right, I have my egg.
You know how it goes?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll give you the...
Okay, ready?
Wait, hum it for me. Yeah. Okay.
Ray, 2, 3, 4.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You were way better than me.
Thank you. I went for it.
That was sensational.
A little lightheaded.
You know what I realized?
You have a recorder.
I have a recorder right here.
You want to do it again?
You okay?
I'm better.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't feel good, guys.
Right over here is Jason Kelce. How you doing so far? You enjoying the off season?
Yeah, it's good. You know, we just started up again about 2 weeks ago. This week was the first week on the field with the coaches. So, you know, we're kind of back at it.
Kind of seems like there's really not any sort of real off season these days. The nature of the beast is that you just keep at it.
Yeah, especially when you're playing playoff games and stuff like that. It shortens down. You know, we're probably 7 months out of the year working, but you know that's. Pretty intensive work for 7 months. But
Jason, is it a case of, and is it sort of better that way because you gotta do more getting up to speed?
Yeah.
If you take too much time off, and if you kind of sort of keep at it, you're always just to take off, fighting weight, basically?
Yeah, I think most guys lift year-round pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll take a few weeks off here or there, go on vacation, whatnot, but most guys are always staying in shape. This time of the year is especially important for all the new free agents that we got in, all the guys that are trying to learn the terminology, the new playbooks.
Well, your brother's like one of the best tight ends in the league.
Yeah.
He does a great commercial, by the way.
He's tackling an eagle in that commercial, or have we talked about this yet?
He's dancing in the commercials, the commercial that I'm talking about, where he's sort of fantasizing and he's doing like an end zone dance, and then you realize that he's like standing in the middle of a store or whatever.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, because you guys are both at the top of your games and the top of your positions, who's the actual better athlete?
Oh, Travis is not even close.
Oh, really?
Not even close. You got to call him as you see him. Yeah. Honestly, he's living it out in fantasy, and you're doing it.
Yeah. No, he's a special athlete, and he always has been. Even no matter what it was, basketball, baseball. He's just had a knack for sports. I think that I've always been big, fast, and strong, but the type of athlete he is, how fluid he is, the way he moves, his ability to change direction and things like that, and spatial awareness. He's a tremendous athlete.
Jason, you and Nick share something in common. You guys have both climbed Mount Kilimanjaro.
You climbed Mount Kilimanjaro?
I did. Yeah, I did it for charity as well. The organization you guys did it with was Chris Long and Bo Allen. And the Water Boys is a fantastic organization. And, when I did it, I thought I never want to do it again. Because
same here.
Yeah, it is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. But now it's been several years and I want to do it again. And part of the reason why I want to do it again is because of the work you guys have done for such a great organization. And I love philanthropic climbs at all. And to do it and make it that challenging is really impressive. Tell me your impressions of the climb itself.
Same as you.
Yeah.
The moment I started going up that last night, about halfway through, I was like, what in the hell am I doing?
Yeah.
You're in the pitch black. You're going. What route did you go up?
We did Umboy.
Umboy?
Yeah.
We did Rongai, which is the only one from like the north side.
Yes.
It's the shortest, but I think...
Is it steeper?
I think it's at the top. It's a little bit steeper.
Because everyone says like Nick was saying that basically as climbs go, it's a gradual, but there was one route that at the end, it's probably what you did, that it becomes a lot steeper.
The summit is the hardest part of the climb.
Exactly.
And you're already tapped out because you've done a climb for several days in a row, and then it becomes the steepest part at the highest elevation.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I don't know if it's any steeper, I shouldn't say that, but you do have to, once you get to the top, you don't go right to the peak, so you have to like walk around to the other side of the peak, which is a little bit more of like another 2 hours once you're already at the top, which is kind of like, well, why in the heck am I?
Are you walking?
I should already be here.
Is that so you summit like at daybreak?
So you get up at midnight the night before. That's what we did on this route. You have a headlamp on. It's the blackest of black you've ever seen. I mean, there's not a light
on a mountain.
Yeah, and you just start making your ascent. And at this point, it's a little bit too steep for, like, guys like me to go straight up. I mean, the porters and guys who do this, I mean, it's nothing to them. They're walking up and down like it's just another day of work.
Bastards.
But, for us, we go like kind of like sideways in these skipbacks, and it took us 7.5 hours to get to Gilman's Point, which was the top of the Rongai route, and then we had to walk another 2.5 hours to the peak. So I got to the peak around 10 a.m.
Who else climbed with you guys?
So it was me, Chris, Bo, and Haloti Nada were the 4 guys that have played with the Eagles.
And Haloti?
They said Haloti and Bo were the 2 heaviest guys that they've ever seen climb the mountain.
And he announced his retirement from at the peak, at the summit.
After the climb, the mountain is now 16,000 feet.
As we're sitting here talking to you, the texts are coming in, and I wanted to find out what you hear most. Do you hear hungry dogs? What is it? Hungry dogs run faster?
Yeah.
Okay. Or if I don't eat breakfast, I'm pissed off.
Yep.
Or from that speech, there were several highlights. Do people just yell those out to you sometimes?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one do you hear most?
I was actually surprised. Nobody this morning asked if I ate breakfast. And
You've heard enough,
yeah,
man.
Oh, thank you. I probably hear hungry dogs. I probably hear hungry dogs run faster than and that's not just from. I mean, that's still a mantra of Jeff Stoutland. I mean, he was just grilling some of the younger guys with it today, and or not today, but yesterday, about, we got some rookies coming in here. We got some new free agent signings. You want to talk about, hungry dogs, and he's trying to motivate people with it. I mean, it's something that, was such a big part, I think, with the team and the city, and it kind of all correlated together that I probably hear that one the most.
That's Jason Kelce. Yeah! I did notice something else.
More from the noticer. He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed.
Across an empty field.
Yes, Gabby Romano.
Back to cheering for traffic.
She's a trooper. She's a hero to these people. They love her. Listen, I'm very jealous of you guys because last night it was. I've been sick all week. We don't need to bang that out. Dr. Mike's coming out in a little bit, so we'll talk about that in a moment. I couldn't make it to the one thing I really, 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 really wanted to be a part of this week, which was the food trucks and fireworks event from last night. I just couldn't do it, and if I would have been here, it would have been bad because I would have been making people sick anyhow because I would have been in the thick of it all.
Everyone missed you, Preston. It was a great time. The tent here was filled with people.
Yeah.
The amusement park rides were hopping. The actual food truck area over there next to Xfinity Live, in where we used to hold the Camp Out for Hunger, the trucks were lining the perimeter. There were all sorts of. We had our friends from the Bates Motel with the mobile escape room and the safe axe throwing. Yeah, and there were the general vibe, and I know you guys are all going to echo this, people were just having a great time.
That's what I want to hear.
It was a perfect night, and a large group of people who kept thanking us. But the truth of the matter is, Marissa just really knocked this one out of the park with the food truck selection and the orchestration. Everyone, I know, Casey, everybody sort of, chipped in, but Marissa was the real spearhead on this.
And the way it was set up,
It
too,
was
it
great.
just left it open for people, there were lines at all of the food trucks, but it left it open for people to kind of hang in the middle. It was really nice.
Yeah, and each one of the food trucks was hopping. Everyone loved all of the food.
Do you know that the majority of them ran out of food?
Yes,
really?
They prepped for it. They knew it was going to be a big event, and by the end, they were selling out.
Yeah, and in the layout, Steve, it was in like a U shape.
Yes.
And Marissa was given a schematic of how they wanted it lined up, and she asked me, she's like, I don't think this is going to work.
Yeah.
And she's like, and she felt bad, right? And I'm like, listen, this is your baby, so just speak your mind. And so that layout last night was her layout, and to tell you the truth, that's the only way it would have worked.
And I will say this right now, that needs to be an annual thing.
No doubt.
That needs to be. It was so good. Also, so we can get you out for it, Preston.
Yep.
But then the fireworks display at 8 o'clock.
Okay,
Holy
now,
hell.
Unreal.
I got to see that because I stayed at a hotel in the Navy Yard. I've just been trying to stay as far away as possible. And so at 8 o'clock, on the button, the fireworks went off, and I could see them perfectly from my window.
And there was an
excellent.
intro. There was a Preston and Steve show intro to kick it all off. The audio that paired with the fireworks was synchronized so well that I
didn't know that.
Those guys they're
awesome.
serious pros.
Celebration Fireworks, by the way.
Yes, we'd had
and they
them on the
donated
show.
that.
Yeah.
They donated that. That cost a decent amount of money to put on something like that.
And it was produced really, really well. So it looked great, and the fireworks themselves were awesome, but the audio that went along with it matched up with the fireworks perfectly.
And to put it in perspective, the people here, the seasoned pros who've seen every fireworks display at Citizens Bank Park and everything, and the link, as I'm walking out to the car, my wife came down to watch the whole thing. She was blown away. I said, what'd you guys think? And they said, it's better than we can do down here.
Yeah.
They were blown away.
Here's the deal. At one point, there was a giant fireball.
Well, I was
right?
just going to say, can we talk about the fireball?
Yes.
Casey, I've never seen that
I've
before.
never seen it before. As a matter of fact,
like a massive cloud of fire lifted up.
Fire like that you would see in a movie explosion, where the fireball was surrounded by a cloud of smoke.
Yeah.
And when I saw it for the first time, I was like, oh,
all right,
something went wrong.
Question, because you guys keep talking about this fireball thing, and I need it described a little bit more so I understand. So this wasn't a high aerial thing that went way up in the air. Describe it.
All right,
Where does it start?
So it starts on the ground. Think of it like an incendiary explosion that comes up with a rolling almost a mushroom cloud of fire.
All right.
So it came up, and we all thought the same thing. Oh, no, they had an explosion over there.
Yeah.
We didn't realize it was intentional, because then think of the fire, and the best way to do it, Preston, is in The Wizard of Oz, when those big flames would
Those
set
plumes,
up.
yeah.
That's what they were doing.
Okay.
And they kept doing it, and it was, and everyone, but the thing that blew me away was we were a good distance away watching. We felt the heat from these things.
Totally.
So were you guys 100 yards away, probably?
I was over by Xfinity Live, and I could feel it over there.
Where were they launching them from? I don't know.
Right in the parking lot in between here and the Wells Fargo
So
Center.
easily 100 yards.
Yeah,
maybe 150 yards. Okay.
To me, it looked like a Michael Bay movie.
Yeah.
Like, all of a sudden, you're watching a recreation from Pearl Harbor.
Wow.
And I think the first time it went off, everybody thought the same thing. Like, oops, that was a mistake.
Right.
And they did like 3 in a row. They did it at the end, and we were like, oh my God, this is the coolest thing ever.
Kathy, they created very cool, enormous smoke rings.
I saw the smoke rings from across from the Navy Yard.
Yeah.
And they would be illuminated by the explosions, and you could see these big rings in the sky.
It was wild.
They had a couple of things that I had never seen before. I mean, that was the biggest one, but they had fireworks that sort of gave off this glitter look. I've never seen that before. And then, like Chuck mentioned last night, I was trying to find his text, but there were fireworks that looked like little sperm flies.
Yes, he said that.
Whistling sperm.
Whistling sperm.
Yeah, so it was like whistling Jupiters, you remember they used to call them?
Yeah.
So large versions of those, and they did look like whistling sperm.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
I love
amazing.
I love it. So that went off at 8 o'clock, and we'll have video representation of that, I would imagine, later on with our crew from Neumann. Yes, Case?
Yeah, so if you look to your left here, Preston, on the monitor, NBC 10 had a chopper that filmed either
Get
all
out.
of it or a lot of it. So I'm trying to get the raw footage of that.
Marissa, we need her mic. We need a guest mic up, please.
I think NBC10 was just out doing coverage of news and saw it starting. So whoever is in Skyforce 10 just started filming and put it on Twitter or Instagram, and so it's on our Instagram.
Do you
stories.
think they knew in advance when they got in the helicopter that there was going to be a fireworks display?
Probably not.
Flying around in a helicopter in South Philly?
There was footage from all the way over and fairly deep into Jersey where people were getting it on their phones, and that's how good a display it was, Marissa. Kudos to you for all the work you did on that. That's what made it a big hit.
Thank you. And Celebration Fireworks, they had just planned on doing a normal show. They donated it, and then they all got together and said, "Now we got to do something special for these."
Well, they sure as hell did.
Press, I do have a video. So our friend Mike from Stake 'Em Up, he was, I guess he's got a higher apartment down in South Philly somewhere. So if you press play on that, you will see the fireball.
Oh, the fireballs?
Okay. So he actually caught footage of the fireballs.
Wow. Okay.
Right?
Oh, yeah. That's awesome.
And
You're right.
They were going on cue with that Panic at the Disco song. I'm on fire.
Oh, that's awesome.
They were lighting up during that part.
By the way, I want to give some lip service to the food trucks, obviously. 2 Street Sammy's, they stepped in last second because we had one had to bail.
Spot Burger had some
unfortunately.
And Preston, I had a brie grilled cheese sandwich from there. Awesome.
Algorithm, the vegan shop. Steve loves them.
Absolutely.
Did you guys save room for dessert with Big Top Surfing Sunday?
Dude, I tried to, but there was it was chilly last night, and the line was ridiculous. But I talked to Frank and Frank, who own the food truck, and they were thrilled to be out there. But I was waiting, and they were like, "Oh no, come around the back." And I was like, "I'm not going to do that.
Can't cut the line.
I'm not going to cut the line. I'm not going to cut it." But so I was surprised that the line was so long for ice cream.
By the way,
yeah.
Just remember all those lines, Preston. A percentage of everything they were collecting went to the Camp Out.
Absolutely. La Chinganita, they had tacos. I'm
that's
sure
what
that
I
was
got.
popular. That's what you got, yeah.
So, and as a matter of fact, they were cooking up, and so they weren't ready to go right at 5. So I got over there, and I was first in line for them, and I ended up getting a steak taco and the chorizo. They were both great, but the chorizo was amazing.
Nice. Munchie Machine, that was the Scooby-Doo themed one.
Yeah, it was great.
Scooby-licious snacks. Moshava, the Israeli street food.
They sold out.
Very cool.
Then you had the Philly Pretzel Factory, who's been here all week, by the way, with
Love
their
those guys.
Selfie camera.
And they provided dinner for the volunteers here tonight.
Oh, that's awesome.
Last night too.
Tapa Choy, the Filipino restaurant
That as
truck.
well. That was my late night snack.
That was your second breakfast.
So, I had my 5 o'clock dinner, and then I had my 8 o'clock dinner, and so I ate the Tapa
Second
Choy
breakfast.
as I was watching the fireworks.
And I talked to a couple of Filipino listeners who were very excited to have comfort food that they grew up eating.
That's great.
Coming out from a food truck.
Wilson's Secret Sauce, of course, they've been here throughout the week giving us some food, too, and they're the best. And the Whizzle Truck, cheesesteaks represented as
Another
well.
huge hit. Yeah, and Preston, there was Xfinity was out there. We had
Michelob Ultra was there. So
oh man, that was flying.
John Dorenzi from Penn Distributors, he was there, and he was the one who got the whole ball rolling with having beer carts out there
all over the place,
and so he was super duper thrilled to be a part of that. And they came by earlier this week and donated to the to Philabundance.
And a huge thanks to Celebration Fireworks, obviously, to put on that display. Marissa, they got in touch with us a couple of years ago.
Yeah, this has been almost 3 years in the works.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you can hire them for a display if you want to.
I would recommend that.
Do a search. You know their website is celebrationfireworks.com?
CelebrationFireworks.com. They're linked on all of our social medias and the food trucks as well. A lot of them
Yeah.
for weddings and private events. So if there was one that you liked or one that intrigued you, you can hire it. Steve, I did want to tell you, Whizzle Truck, who I thought I was not going to try, he insisted that I try his vegetarian cheese.
What'd you think?
It is cauliflower and cheese. It was so damn
Wow. All right.
Wilson's makes the impossible.
Yeah.
His is cauliflower.
Nice.
It's really good.
I met so many cool people last night, but in particular, I want to shout out these 2 kids that I met. I met this young girl named Sydney. She's 12 years old, and talking to her for less than 10 seconds, I was like, and I was there with her parents, so it wasn't weird. I was like, you are like the coolest 12-year-old I've ever met, and she was so funny.
Yeah.
And then so I'm talking to her, and she's like, wow, and she had such a great personality. She's like, I get it from my brothers, blah blah blah. And then I met this other kid named Jensen, who he goes, hey, will you do me a favor? Will you tell Preston and Steve that I said hi? And this kid's 9 years old. And so I whipped out my phone. I'm like, you're going to tell him yourself. And so I got done videoing him. And then that girl, Sydney, was right there. And I pulled a Ted Lasso. I go, hey, Sydney, I want you to meet Jensen. Jensen, you meet Sydney. I go, you guys just met two really
cool person.
You guys just met a cool person. So I was so, and Marissa, you did an amazing job setting that all up, and I was so geeked up afterwards that I had to call you and tell you like how proud I was of you for putting that all together. And then I ended up talking to my wife, and I sat in front of the hotel for 10 minutes going on and on about...
I'm leaving you for Marissa.
I'm leaving no, just going on and on about how much fun I had at that event. Like I was so jacked up from that event. It was just so much fun. And you should be really, really proud of what you did last night.
Thank you. Thank you for the idea, Casey. And I have to thank Eric Simon. Eric Simon was behind the scenes helping me with permits. I learned so much about the health department and all sorts of things that had to go into this. The folks at Xfinity Live as well, too, helped us out. This was fun. And everybody I talked to was like, you guys are doing this again next year, right?
I hope so. We have to do it, if not for the sole reason of having Preston out there. Another foodie and another fan of fireworks, and we have to make it happen.
Well, maybe like next year we can pick the songs for the fireworks. Like maybe with more than 2 weeks' notice, we can make this even awesome.
The wheels are turning in her head.
It was great,
man.
It was great.
We had some other friends of the show stop by last night too. Mike and Alex from Fox Good Day were here, and then there, like Tina Marie, the calendar girl, Amber Lee, and Johnny Howard stopped by. So it was really cool to see people that we haven't seen in a long time.
Christy Harrison.
Jesus Christ.
Did you see her?
Yeah.
For former intern Christy, she was here as well. She popped over and said hi. Sorry.
Christy Harrison.
He got really excited about Christy Harrison.
He did. Casey grabbed the mic and was like, oh, my God. All right.
Like Preston, you remember Christy, right?
Oh, God. Like, you know, like, she's like my sister.
It's like our OG intern staff.
Yeah.
Mike Krupa. Mike Krupa's here.
He's got a beard now.
I know.
All right. Well, hats off to her. A round of applause, Marissa, guys. She put that on.
Let's do it again.
Limo Mike was there.
Anybody else want to add anything?
I think we're good.
All right.
We've got a charity to conduct.
I do have something to add, actually. Marymead Farms stopped by last night, Preston, and they brought Preston and Steve a Preston and Steve themed Hall of Fame ice cream.
Wow.
It is, what? It's currently in the freezer, in the trailer, in the RV. I meant to tell you guys this last night. It just I was just reminded of it right now. At Preston, they had you in mind when they made it because there's a bourbon flavor attached to it. So I haven't tried it yet. Wanted you guys to be able to sample it first, but thank you to Marymead for stopping by and bringing some design for Preston and Steve ice cream.
So, well, you know, now I can give mine to you. Is there actual alcohol in it?
No. It's just bourbon flavor. But Steve, there's a whole bunch of individual packs.
Nice.
You can take one home. Preston can take
Someone's
one home.
getting hammered over the weekend, right?
I love ice cream for breakfast. I'll have some here in just a little bit.
That's very
awesome.
cool.
Yeah, in the freezer in the RV.
Very nice. Okay, so I think we have a friend, Marissa, that we're going to welcome. A friend that we are. What are we doing? I thought we were going to bring out our friend first, or what do you want to?
We have other friends.
Never mind. Dr. Mike is who I'm talking about. He's here. Yeah, right. Isn't he here? I thought you guys told me he was here.
He is.
All right, never mind.
I think we have our friends from Xfinity.
We do, but I told Marissa the progression was we would talk about the fireworks, then we would talk to Dr. Mike, and then we would have Xfinity on.
Gotcha.
But there's a lot going on, so it's kind of hard to
Friday.
wrangle it all and get it all together. But we can do whatever you guys want to do. He's here. All right. This man has had his finger in all of our butts at one time or another.
And then he became our doctor.
Right, except without caddies. That's just the guy thing.
Yeah.
Please welcome from Fox 29 and Penn Medicine, our doctor, Dr. Mike Sirigliano, to the show. There's his music. All right, Dr. Mike, put your headphones on.
Yes, sir.
And then address the microphone. I know you were just telling Casey how great he looks, right?
Oh my God! And you're who's your? It's my patient and your relative.
Oh, Bob.
Yeah. I never kiss and tell.
I'll tell you.
He always has to ask if he can talk about our medical histories. You have carte blanche to talk about anything about me and all the rest.
Well.
How you doing?
What else is there to say?
Yeah.
How are you?
My throat feels a little bit better today. So it's not as sore. I'm still sick. I still feel lousy, but I'm getting better. That's the first sign of improvement.
Thank God.
Oh,
thank you for taking care of him because he cut out early. I forget what day it was, but he came over to. You got him in to take a look at him and set him up with some stuff.
Tuesday, yeah.
you guys don't realize how hard, like, taking care of you is like taking care of the Statue of Liberty. Because if the goddamn arm falls off, it's not my fault.
Right. Yes.
Like, what the heck were you thinking?
It's
over
high
there?
profile, yeah.
But so good. I'm glad you're better. Casey,
better.
you look phenomenal. Nick, no mountains today.
Not today.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Kathy, I love you. All right. And Steve, you're looking great.
Thank you.
You look good. You very good. Where's Marissa?
Kathy too. Yes, she's there. We go.
So how are you doing, man? Everything in your... I went. Listen, when I went by to see Dr. Mike the other night, it was on Tuesday. I was like, you know what, dude? If I have COVID, could you imagine?
Oh boy,
what we would have to do?
Yes.
I don't know what we would have done.
Yeah, it would absolutely.
We would have had to put you down.
So I'd been feeling a little bit under the weather, and it was getting worse. And so I contacted Dr. Mike. And he said, get over here right now. And I went to his office. It's like 6:30. I show up. He's got two other patients. There's nobody in the reception area. He's the only guy there. Yeah. Everybody had already gone home, and he's still taking care of 3 people in his office. That's how hard this guy works. I mean, like, he works nonstop all the time, and he doesn't complain about it at all.
You love it, right?
I do.
Yes.
And there's 2 things that I've learned in my years on the planet. One, you got to meet the right person.
Right.
All right. That's number 1. And number 2, pick something that you love to do. You don't do it for any other reason than you have a passion for it, like you guys have a passion for what you do. If you do that, then you will be a happy person.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
That's what it's all about.
Well,
but,
we love having you down here too because you know everyone gets excited. We had somebody who was, I guess, another state. They saw you pop up on the local Fox affiliate to do a medical report. It might have been Florida or whatever, but you have fans all around the country who love you for what you do and love you for your kindness. And we want to ask you to call upon the people who love Dr. Mike to donate to the Camp Out for Hunger. All right?
Listen, in this time of tumult, where there's anger and unhappiness. And by the way, I hear you guys. You're saying I love you a lot, and I want to. I don't think it was me, but I had something to do with it. You tell her I love you. Told Josh Shapiro I love you. I love you.
I told Casey I loved him the other day.
Yeah. Now, look, so I'm going to start this, all right? Because I tried to amp it up a little bit this year. So here, I'm going to give you a check. You know, it's all about giving forward.
Yes.
And making the world a better place. I've said that before many times.
Yes.
If the world is a better place because you were in it, then you did what you needed to do. It was that's all there.
That's the whole mission.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Here you go. Here.
All right, thank you, Dr. Mike. Handing me a check. I appreciate that. Dr. Mike, giving us $750. We appreciate that, sir. You give whatever you can, and you help where you can.
Well, that's what it's all about. All right, because we don't know how long we're here.
Yeah.
All right, you have to make the most of every single day.
And you said something, and many times you say you've never seen anyone who's checked out who said, "Geez, I wish I had more physical possessions. I wish I had more of this or more of that." That it's about really how you affect the world and how you make the world a better place.
On the deathbed, no one cares about the Maserati.
Yeah.
That's been my observation.
Right.
Not that there's anything wrong with Maserati.
No, not at all.
No.
Well, we love this guy. He's the best. He takes care of all of us. He's getting me better. So thank you for coming down here. Yes.
You call me?
Yes.
All right. Because I want to. We have work to do.
We do. Here's the deal. So and now he wants to go up my butt again, as always.
Well, I just rocked almost back-to-back colonoscopies, and it was awesome.
I got
never
one coming
drank
up.
so much goddamn Gatorade in my life.
Yeah, but you have to admit, propofol.
Propofol, it rocks.
Yes.
Well, what he said, his actual quote was, he goes, "Okay, after this week," he literally goes, "Your ass is mine." That's what he said to me.
Yeah.
So he wants to get a colonoscopy and an upper endoscopy and every other kind of oscopies there are.
Well,
so.
also you stand as a good reminder that, with obviously we think one thing, we default to something now, but there's still flu and regular colds and all things that are going around that you're taking care of as well, Dr. Mike, right? So, people get sick. Do your due diligence.
And I thought I was being pretty careful, too, and I still got sick. It's not COVID, but it could have been COVID easily that I just picked up while traveling, while going to Chicago. That's where I came back with that, with this, whatever this is, and it's probably viral, so...
I have to say, when I put the swab up his nasal passages, he didn't gag, you didn't throw up, you didn't cough on me. You're pretty talented.
Well,
thanks,
porn.
dude.
His
Porn
career,
started.
He started in porn.
No gag reflex.
He was a fluffer. Yeah.
We love you, Mike. Thanks for being here. Dr. Mike Sirigliano, Fox 29. And Penn Medicine. I wanted to get
the best.
Dr. Mike on. He brought his bag with him. Actually, he wants to check me out. So if you hang out for a couple minutes, I'll come and see you here in a little bit. All right, now we can move on to another donation that we have. And this one, we love the relationship with the gang that is arriving. They are a huge part of Philadelphia and the skyline.
Yes.
And employing people as well. And a huge part of this event that we do, because we wouldn't have our internet service and we wouldn't have a whole lot of things that we need technically to make the Camp Out for Hunger happen.
And they were on premises last night. They had a nice display out by the food trucks. It was awesome.
That's excellent. So we would like to welcome to our microphones. We have, now let's see here, how many people do I have here? 2? Yes, I want to make sure that I get it correct. We have Dennis, Matthew, and Jennifer Bellotta, who are from Xfinity this morning, Comcast. So I have Dennis and Jennifer, and there's a third person here this morning. Who else do we have?
Yes, I couldn't resist bringing Anthony Biggs up. He's our regional vice president of Tech Ops, and Tech Ops just came through big this year. They always come through, but this year especially. So I just had to bring Anthony up.
Nice to meet you, Anthony.
So he could say hello.
Yeah, nice to see all you guys. Very cool that you're here. And thanks for setting that setup in the parking lot last night. People were really digging it.
Awesome.
Yeah. Were any of you guys here, or were there other people? Okay, because we had big fireworks and food and everything. So next year you're invited if you want to come out.
Why, thank you.
Nice. What are some of the things you want to share with us about Xfinity today?
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having us. And before we get started, I have to congratulate you, Radio Hall of Fame.
Thank you.
That's just amazing.
Yeah.
I know everyone's congratulating you, but so well deserved. Couldn't happen to a better team. So
thank you.
Thanks for having us. We're proud to be here again. This is our 8th year that we have supported Camp Out, not only as a partner and a sponsor, but also, bringing donations and being part of the collection drive. So we've really loved the partnership. As you know, there's so many connections. So you're here at Xfinity Live. Comcast Business provides all of the connectivity so that you can do your Zoom concerts and all of that great stuff.
Yeah, it's been great.
We also are partners of the show throughout the year, marketing and advertising partners. So we love the partnership with you guys. And last year, we had to pivot to completely virtual. Just like everybody, we had to do things differently. It was a big change for us, though, because we always had the technicians on our side collecting canned food, but COVID protocols, we had technicians doing things very differently. So they were leaving straight from home, never coming to the office. If they had to pick up equipment, they were doing drive-through, and it was no contact. So we couldn't do it last year. We shifted to virtual, collecting money. Went really well. We came in second in the business category
You did great. Yeah, you did phenomenally well, yes.
Yeah. But this year it was even better because we could get back to collecting canned goods and also collecting virtually. So best of both worlds. And I have my new boss with me here today. So I thought I would give him the honor of announcing our donation.
All right, so this is Dennis we're going to speak to?
Dennis.
All right, Dennis, get nice and close to that mic. Nice to meet you, by the way.
Hey, thanks so much. I'm
Absolutely.
excited to be here, to be a part of the country's largest food drive.
Yeah, man.
You guys rock. I'm the new leader of the Freedom Region, which services the greater Philadelphia, New Jersey, and Delaware area. I'm from Northeast Philly. I was up in New England for a couple of years, but I am super excited to be back.
Good for you.
So this is awesome. I need to shout out our Unidos Employee Resource Group. Okay, this group led this effort for the last 3 years and really got all the teams involved. Our tech teams came out strong. You all are doing amazing work, and we're just so excited to be a part of this.
Awesome.
And I'm honored to announce our totals for this year.
All right.
Our Freedom Region employees involved, Comcast headquarters folks, the folks at NBC 10. So I got 3 parts to share.
All right.
3 parts.
Let her rip.
We collected 23,000 pounds of food from all of our teammates.
Wow.
We're donating cash, okay?
Right.
We've got 40,000 coming from the Comcast Foundation. All together, total of 80,000 in cash.
Wow.
So that converts to 322,000 pounds, a grand total of 346,000.
Wow.
346,000 pounds.
That's sensational. You know, we thought it was amazing last year with all the restrictions, but man, you went way
flyover. That's phenomenal.
Thank you so much. Great work. You all are doing great work.
Likewise, we love the partnership.
You guys are doing all the work. That's
Yeah.
amazing. Biggs, how you doing over there, man?
I'm doing great.
Nice. I just wanted to make sure you said something. You've been sitting by the mic while all this excitement's been going on. How about that number? It's unbelievable what Comcast has done.
It really is. I've been here in this area now with Comcast for 10 years, and the numbers just grow every year.
Yeah.
And that tech team standing over there, they keep delivering year
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey,
Wow.
is Ken Sedbury here?
Ken.
Ken?
Nice.
Where's Ken? Ken's our friend. We go
Ken
way
with the
back with
mask
him.
on, yeah.
I would like to publicly apologize to Ken Sedbury because
How many times you call him?
Nope, not me.
Nope.
My father.
Oh, there you go.
Ken, I gave my dad Ken's number, and Ken has been so kind and so helpful because year after year, there are issues in the McElwain household, and Ken steps up without complaint, and so thank you, Ken, and
I don't have your
sorry.
phone number. I have to call 1-800-COMCAST.
Well,
you poor soul.
Nick's dad says the image wasn't good. He was looking at the microwave. So,
No, but I do want to say, so I've been a Comcast customer for my entire life, for 46 years, but I've been a paying Comcast customer my adult life since I, bought a house and everything. And I have to say that your customer service gets better and better every single year.
Nice.
And I attribute that to, your mission out there to, because every single time I call 1-800-COMCAST or I get online and I have like any sort of tech issues or whatever, like it gets answered and the issues get taken care of like immediately. And I know that you guys set out to make sure that the customer is happy and has a good experience every single time they reach out. So thank you for that. And I do really truly mean that. I'm not just saying that because you're
To
here
blow
right now.
smoke.
I'm not blowing
the truth.
smoke.
It's
Yeah.
the truth.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We've been on a mission for a while now to improve the customer experience. We've come a long way. We still have some room to go, but we've come so far. Network reliability so that it's working right to begin with. But then if you do have to call, we're going to be ready to help you out.
And Jennifer, as I always offer, any beta testing on new equipment, I'm always available.
I was going to say we have to have you back to the Comcast Center, but maybe we just should go to Steve's.
There you go.
No, we want to come back because that was so awesome. It's weird during the whole thing. I was looking at some of the stats on, when a lot of people had to work remotely, and obviously you have the big building, and you can only have so many people in an elevator at a certain point during the height of the pandemic, and how long it would take to fill everyone into the building. By the time everyone got in, everyone would be going home because it was just impossible. But the facility over there is tremendous, and we'd love to do something at some point in that amphitheater that you have. It's amazing.
For sure. We're just starting to open back up. There are people back in the building. We should be able to have events back there soon.
Excellent.
So we'll talk.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Let's hear it for Dennis and Jennifer and Biggs here. Comcast.
Great partnership.
Xfinity. Huge donation.
And Marissa wants me to shout out Adam over here. He's standing behind the scenes. He's, I think, Press, he's taking care of the confetti cannon and everything. Marissa wanted me to give a special shout out.
Is he with Xfinity?
Yes. Yeah.
Excellent.
Comcast Business. So he's here on site. Like I said, we're providing the connectivity complimentary, and we're also providing him to be here for you.
Yeah, so Kevin and Adam have been here for the past 2 weeks helping us out. Rodney wanted to thank them. And yes, he stepped in and helped out in a lot of places.
Well, that's great.
He's
I
done a
finally know who he is.
Fabulous job. I know
Awesome.
he's been just all around helping, so I just want to give him a big shout out.
Excellent. Thank you, guys. We got to take a break. We're coming back with more of the Camp Out for Hunger. Make sure that you stay with us. We'll return in just a second.
I did notice something else.
More from the noticer. He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
across an empty field. Down the dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The two that I use are
your fingers.
No,
and your toes.
not those digital.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the two that I use from time to time. Now,
Okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking or music to listen to real quick or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the show, the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh. No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the 4 digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. They have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But, yeah, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, just give me.
Do not like that. However, though, Google Assistant will most often default to Wikipedia.
There are obviously silly, ridiculous things that you don't need it for, but you use it for anyway.
I still do, yeah.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Well, honestly, for when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm setting up something for the media, you know, I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music, playing
I think that's
the radio.
What I would use it for.
Playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it. I'll get a quick news update.
Yep.
So I'm interfacing it with that. And if you look at if you find out on your app on your phone, it'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve. I know somebody, Nick, who can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. His house is closed.
You know what? Honestly, you don't even need an echo. Just have Gary hands.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right.
Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Lauer.
Yeah,
Lauer. That's what it would be.
Yeah. Hey, Lauer.
Because Gary would be too common.
Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes? Switch to Killers. Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt?
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, Lauer. Working.
Play Summer Breeze by Seals and Croft.
Summer Breeze.
I met a guy.
Bill parties hard.
I met a guy.
Let's do some heroin
at our gig the other night who is Bill's neighbor, and he told me you should hear Bill at church because Bill is a lector.
He's a lector, yes.
And so he speaks at church. Could you imagine being at church and you hear the other people that are kind of speaking like this, and Bill steps up to the microphone.
And then Jesus.
I didn't know this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Said Peter, you'll be the third leg of the stool.
Yes. The word of the Lord.
The Romans are the low-hanging fruit in this scenario. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
David actually slung some fruit instead of a rock.
Who had the roast beef?
But,
I give this resurrection an A+.
But listen, in my short amount of time that I was going to a Catholic church, my wife is Catholic, and the priest initially spoke at such a level, and you guys know my hearing.
Oh, yeah.
I sat there. I'm like, what am I even doing here?
What is he saying?
What is the point of me being
Honestly,
here? I don't hear anything.
You would want a Bill Weston. You'd want someone who projects.
Yeah. It was just I'm like, the whole time I'm thinking this is a waste of time.
Listen to me, Preston.
We've got a priest at our parish that performs each Sunday.
Oh, it's about him then, huh?
He's very nice. He shakes everybody's hand afterwards, and he's a nice. But it's.
I'm going to improve
you want
on
a
the
show,
word of God.
and you want to be able to hear. You can come to my church, Preston.
Right.
Okay.
Does he do close-up magic as well?
No, but he's interactive.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
kids get to come up on.
Watch me kick the cap off this block. Now, as Jesus kicked the Canaanites.
Steve, he kicks the bottle. He kicks the cap off of the wine.
Snuffs out the candles.
That could work too.
Yes.
That could work too. I mean, who wouldn't find that entertaining?
Kicking a few Eucharists into the mouth. Watch this.
When I was on
Hold that Eucharist talk about just so. You can travel down a street named after you. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think a statue would be more awesome.
You like a statue? I think on top of a horse with a raised sword?
Yeah, with rearing
That's
up.
Preston Elliott.
Yeah, rearing up both of its front hooves in the air.
Yes.
I'd love to have that.
Wait a second.
He fought in the Civil War?
What does that mean? There's a difference.
It doesn't mean anything.
it doesn't mean nothing.
There was a long-standing myth, at least this is what I've read, that it would depend on if there was one leg raised or two, whether they died in battle or, but...
Oh, I heard completely other.
Apparently that's
I heard gay, not gay.
They're gay or not gay.
Gay general.
Gay general. Oh, she's on one foot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman was gay because both the horses' front hooves are up. I don't think that's accurate. No, trust me.
No, it's true.
Yeah, I read a book.
Yeah.
What does it mean when all four hooves are on the ground?
Polyamorous.
Yeah, exactly. They could anything.
Anything goes.
They're just looking for love. All right, so they're gonna fix that.
Bi-curious. If they're standing alongside the horse.
Thank you, Kathy. You know what's interesting is sometimes when just by knowing that something still exists, even though you don't really use something any longer, can be comforting. And then when you find out when that thing is going away, even though you haven't used it for a long time, it's very sad.
What?
Mad Magazine is going to stop publishing issues this fall.
Yeah.
And we were subscribing a few years ago, like 3-4 years ago. My kids, like one of them picked up, saw a Mad Magazine, got it, liked it, and I'm like, oh, done deal. We're signing up for this. I love Mad Magazine. Mm-hmm. And we haven't been subscribers for a couple of years. But when I heard this, I was so bummed out. I loved Mad as a kid. It was just my favorite thing to get in the mail.
Likewise, Mad Magazine was the best. I also got Cracked Magazine.
Yeah, I did too.
Then I progressed into the National Lampoon.
Mm-hmm.
So that was, and that helped instruct my comedic chops along the way. So many comedians, so many people, just people in general who love humor, loved Mad Magazine because it was a subversive comic book for kids. Adults read it too, but it was obviously...
Yeah, because it would flirt with adult material.
It would, all the time.
Not blue material, but it would...
Political movie parody, stuff like that. But it was very cool. And it had a litany of great artists and features. Spy versus Spy. You had...
Don Martin,
Mort Trucker, Al Jaffe. The fold out, the fold in, as they called it in the back, you would have a picture, you could fold it to become another picture. Alfred E. Newman, of course, a legendary character. They had the TV series. But man, when that would come in the mail,
do you still subscribe to any magazines? You get magazines at
last
home?
magazine I used to get at home was because we signed up for one of our family members was selling subscriptions, so we're getting Entertainment Weekly, and then that sort of went away. But in my heyday, I subscribed. I used to get Famous Monsters of Filmland, Starlog, Fangoria, National Lampoon. I was getting lots of magazines at home fairly frequently.
I used to get Entertainment Weekly for work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I used to get that. But I still subscribe to a couple. I'm Golf Digest and Golf Magazine.
There you go.
I still want the hard copy magazine in there. I have a hard time reading magazines, a full magazine online. You know what I mean?
On the crapper.
Now articles, I can see, picking up here and there through aggregator sites and stuff like that. But if I want to dive into a full magazine, what they have to offer, I still need the hard copy. So, did you ever subscribe to dirty magazines? Because I did. The only one I ever had.
Playboy.
I had a prescription. God knows I needed it.
Son, you need something for your boner. Take 2 Hustlers and at night cut it in half. Cut Beaver magazine in half.
I had a subscription to Playboy, but that's the only one that I could ever You know, that one I could get away with.
You could,
but
though.
You're not embarrassed about it,
I couldn't
right?
subscribe. Penthouse, maybe. But then when you get into your Hustlers and We and, you know, whatever the other magazines
Cherry?
Cherry.
Wouldn't it blow your mind that
Biggins.
people would get home delivery? Like, because I remember, you know,
yeah.
There were subscription cards in these things for the other magazines. Like, who's getting Sweaty Vagina magazine at home? You know, and here's your bills, and that looks like a good issue. Now, obviously, they would seal them specifically for the mailing, but still, you could tell what it was.
I never had subscriptions. The only one that I had were there's other two I mentioned earlier. But like, I was totally into scary movies when I was younger. So Fangoria was the other one.
There was Fangoria, there was Starlog, there was Famous Monsters of Filmland, there was, like I said, the Monster Times was another one of them. Another one, am I missing them?
You're missing one. There was Fangoria, not Fantasia. It was
Biggins?
Yeah.
Jugs. Jugs, and they're
Areolas.
people that are reminding us the names of
Butthole.
Some of the other. I subscribe to Butthole magazine.
What's this one about?
It's a picture of a guy with a pipe. I'm a butthole reader. For this Christmas, give Dad what he wants.
Yeah.
Butthole.
Steve, what are you reading?
I'm reading Butthole, Preston. Telling me how I can set up my stereo. Apparently, you have to run the cords through your butthole.
Oh, yes.
Oh, what are you reading there?
Oh, I was just reading Butthole magazine, telling me how to get a more effective home theater. Apparently, it works better if you put the cord through your butthole.
Oh my God.
Oh, this is the 10 tastiest cheeses for the holidays. Many of them are better if you put them in your butthole. Some guy with an ascot on.
Everything.
Lord Buddington.
An ascot.
Your butthole. An abscot. Oh my God. Okay. You know what? I think now that I'm reminiscing, you know, fondly about Butthole magazine. No, I'm pretty certain it had to have been Mad Magazine. Had to have been my very first subscription to anything.
I'm going to say likewise.
Yeah.
I loved it so much. And there's just, do you remember when you would see something in it? And it's not like you could do today, obviously. You would look at this, you know, you'd lend the magazine.
I never read it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't, you know, unfortunately, the only thing that I know that what you're talking about is Alfred E. Neumann and that little thing in the back.
But Preston, so Case, not only would you have the picture in a lot of these cases, but what you would love is in the background there'd be like flies with little fly lines around them.
Yeah.
Or there'd be these little things that they would do to just augment the picture that made it great.
Yeah, agreed. And
the artists were great.
There were almost little Easter eggs throughout as well, and outside of the frames
all
and
over
things
the
like
place.
that. Yeah. So you really had to. You could spend a lot of time reading the magazine. It wasn't just you pick it up and tear right through it. I mean, I would hang on to them and go back and see things that I would miss the first time around.
I remember laughing out loud, you know, as a kid, and one of the first times really laughing that profoundly, and that carried over to.
Yes.
I was helping punctuating with some of your reactions, Preston, which I believe should be ringtones if they're not already.
Some of my reactions, I love those. They were genuine when I said them. It's true. By the way, I want to mention this hour is sponsored by Comcast Business. Every day in business is a big day. Comcast Business will keep you ready for what is next. So we thank them for their sponsorship and their support for this event. You know what? Let's do the Bizarre File. You guys ready for that? You guys ready? Here we go. All right.
Bizarre.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. You can download the DraftKings app and use the code ROCK to get in on the action. We'll start with this, man. Two people who police say tried to steal a furnace from a vacant Winnipeg house at the weekend had to be rescued because they accidentally caused a gas leak and they passed out while they were trying to steal the furnace.
That's so sad.
Officers responded to a report.
I don't feel so good.
Break and entering at a house on Saturday. Residents had reported an odor of natural gas, which could be smelled outside.
Hi, guys.
The officers who responded noticed the strong smell coming from the house and spotted 2 unresponsive people inside. Police went in and rescued both adults who had been overcome by the noxious gas fumes.
Did we steal it yet?
Once outside, the pair, a man and a woman, both in their 40s, regained consciousness. They were assessed and they were treated by paramedic services. Both were detained and later released without charges. Police say they believe that the 2 had broken in to the empty house. They were trying to steal the furnace. The gas feed became dislodged and caused the leak, and they passed out.
That's just so depressing.
A man was arrested in Pensacola after being accused of intentionally crashing his boat into another one. Yeah, Kenneth Gordon is charged with reckless operation of a vessel. Both boats were registered to Alabama residents. The people on board the boat that was hit said that they were passing by when the wake from their boat caused Gordon's boat to rock.
That's a big no-no.
The people on Gordon's boat became agitated. Gordon's boat then caught up a short time later and then collided on purpose with the boat.
I think we need to kill you.
Causing 2 passengers on Gordon's boat to be ejected into the water. A witness said Gordon picked up the 2 people who were ejected from his boat and then left the area. She said she believed that the operator of the first boat, Gordon, was intoxicated. Gordon's boat then left the scene. Witnesses also reported seeing Gordon yelling at the, and they say that Gordon intentionally crashed his boat into the other one.
Gordon was upset.
Gordon is not happy. Gordon had 4 broken ribs and a collapsed lung, by the way.
Gordon was hurt.
Other passengers on Gordon's boat reported back.
That's Gordon for you.
And bruising. Back pain and bruising. Passengers on the other boat reported back pain and knee injuries.
Sounds like Gordon's a dick.
Well, Gordon was booked into the county jail, and it will cost Gordon $6,000 to repair the boat damage.
Oh, Gordon.
Don't be a Gordon. A man was dubbed a real-life John Wick after allegedly killing the members of a gang one by one in a bloody assassination.
This story's badass.
The unidentified vigilante became a local hero in the township of Memolodi in the town of Shwane in South Africa over the summer when he's believed to have carried out his first attack. He has been targeting members of a gang called Boko Haram, which is not believed to be affiliated with
They, of course, recorded Whiter Shade of Pale.
As them, yep.
I knew that was going to come out.
It's probably Boko Haram, but I went with Boko Haram, which is not a terrorist organization. So the man nicknamed John Wick started his killing spree against the Boko Haram gang in August.
Well, you know, they killed his water buffalo, Preston. He was taking revenge.
Suspected attack was on October 26th after an absence over 2 weeks since he last struck on October 10th. In that time, the vigilante killer is believed to have been responsible for at least 7 deaths, and gang members are now living in fear.
Well, when you get killed by one of these guys, you get extra killed.
During his latest attack, the mystery vigilante reportedly assassinated the leading member of the gang, Philip Given Munguni, who was 35 years old.
The Magoonster.
Since this happened, local media said that John Wick started trending on Twitter after a suspected gangster was allegedly killed by the same vigilante. So he's taken him out.
Yeah, and they love him for it.
Yeah. A county district judge accepted a plea agreement and pronounced sentence for a man who took an electric knife to his father's throat.
Jesus.
The day after Christmas in 2019. Judge David Grubich sentenced Anthony...
Was that in honor of Boxing Day?
Anthony Kevin Wall to 40 years in the Montana State Prison. Wall's father nearly died from his wounds and now has health issues and impaired speech resulting from the attack.
Wow.
The state, the defense, and the victim's family were all in favor, and the state were all in favor of the sentencing. Wall's brother Dan said that Wall was trying to get sober, and the assault was completely out of character for him. Dan also testified that a trial would be extremely difficult on the family, especially the victim. He said he and his dad did not want Wall to go to prison for life. Instead, they wanted him to get the help he needs. After his arrest, Wall's mental fitness came into question. He spent 90 days in the state hospital, but then he was found to be fit to proceed. He made a statement at the court that he had hoped for a lesser charge. He said, "I wasn't trying to kill my dad."
Really?
He said, "I was just trying to leave a mark and let him know I was serious." So he took an electric knife to his throat.
Man, that sounds brutal.
He said, "But it looks like I'm going to prison, so I am ready for that." Yeah, dude, those things will cut through anything.
Yes.
He is.
I saw there was somebody showing how sharp they are, Preston, by cutting through a tree limb.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, and then one last story. A Pennsylvania woman is facing criminal charges after attacking another woman with a cold chicken. at a Walmart Supercenter.
A cold chicken.
That's what it says here. Quote, unquote.
Like a frozen chicken?
Cold chicken. Now, they just said it was cold. They didn't say
Where
it
are
was
your
frozen.
cold chickens? I don't necessarily need it frozen. I just need it a little chilly.
Police say Tahoni Fickies threw the poultry at 52-year-old Kimberly Pittman.
Mr.
and
Thickies, we have just frozen chickens.
struck her in the back of the head. Pennsylvania State Police say it's unclear what prompted the chicken attack.
Where are your tepid chickens?
Fickies has been charged with harassment and physical contact as well. And that is it. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. So we're going to move on. And, thank you for that one
Preston
person
Elliott,
clapping down.
who, by the way, is...
Thank you, Sasquatch.
Dancing on death's door, and he is still ponying up a world-caliber performance this morning.
Dr. Mike checked my lungs back.
All good?
Yeah, he went up my butt to do it, but
Yes,
he
yeah.
he said that
With
they
his
sound,
elbow.
They sound clear, so
Yeah.
it's all good. We are happy to welcome our next guest to the studio, and they are here on behalf of Seoka Subaru. We have a lot of Subaru
Yes, we do.
representation on Fridays. It's been a tradition here, but we'd like to welcome the. It says both of them are general managers,
Is that
so I guess you have a
possible?
couple.
You know
of
the
general
old saying, you
managers.
can't have enough general managers.
You know the old saying.
In general.
Yeah.
Please welcome James Jimenez and Eric Narodovich to the show this morning.
Hey, good morning.
Morning,
Gadzooks.
Thanks for being here. Eric, thank you for that robust Gadzooks. We appreciate it. All right, so did I get Seoka Subaru pronounced correctly?
Absolutely correct.
Okay, because that's C-I-C-O-C-C-A.
CIOCCA. Yep.
And
Mickey Mouse.
What are the mispronunciations you get from time to time?
God, everything. Chioka to Chiaka.
I was going to go with
Chewbacca.
With
Chewbacca. Absolutely.
I was going to go with Chicocha.
I haven't heard that one yet until today, so I like that one the most.
There we go.
I'm trying.
Yeah, but I know somebody with that last name, and she pronounces Choka.
She's wrong.
Does she own a Subaru dealership?
Flat out wrong.
She's wrong.
Where is Seoka Subaru located?
So the Seoka Subaru location is actually off Grace Ferry, off I-76, across the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia.
Oh, nice.
It sits 5-story. It's going to sit 5 stories tall after it's all completed, about 175,000 square feet.
That's huge.
Yeah,
That is a huge, and that's one dealership.
That's one dealership.
That's the biggest one I've ever heard of around here.
Largest in the country.
No
Is that
kidding.
right?
Absolutely.
And it's in the city of Philadelphia. Like that's
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right in the heart of it.
Matt Ritter must be totally aroused over this.
We see him a lot. He comes over every day.
Yep, nice.
It's a good diplomatic answer, by the way.
We see it every day.
Do you guys rent Subarus ever? And if so, can I have one?
What do you want? Which one?
No. I rented a Subaru this summer from a Subaru dealership out in Washington State, and more and more dealerships are doing that. And I don't know if it's a national program, so that's why I was asking.
It is. It's one of the things that Subaru promotes on top of their loaner program. So one of the biggest advantages of when you buy a Subaru, and especially from Seoka Subaru Philadelphia, you're going to get a loaner every time you come in for service. That's one of their main points, that they want to make sure that their customers are comfortable. You know, if that car, God forbid, is broken down just for a couple minutes, make sure you have a nice, reliable ride.
That's good. It also gives you a chance to kind of sample something you might be interested in getting. So a lot of people don't have that ability to do that.
Yeah, you
But
might be in a cross-track, upgrade into an Ascent. You know,
There you
something
go.
like that. Keep the same payment. You never know.
Yeah.
And in an Ascent, I believe there are 21 cup holders. Is that accurate?
Might be like 100.
Literally 100 cup holders.
Are there 21 cup holders?
That's actually true, yeah. The Ascent is badass. It's a great car. I mean, I own an Outback. Casey owns an Outback.
We have 2 cross tracks in my household.
They're so terrific. Subaru top to bottom, you know, all the products are great. But yeah, I think that's right, that there's 21
cup holders.
We're going to try it out.
Yeah.
And you also have a rotisserie spit in the back.
They got this has everything.
Is that a chicken in the back?
Wow. Nice. Will you gentlemen have a donation this morning, I believe?
We do indeed. Yeah, we actually were able to come up with 20,000 pounds.
Hey! Holy.
That's 1 pound for every cup holder.
But that's just the beginning.
Wow.
So we're nice enough to be able to partner with Subaru, as you guys know, with Share the Love event. Now, we're going to open up in that week of Thanksgiving, Black Friday. We're going to have quite a few cars, and every single new Subaru, if you choose Camp Out for Hunger as your local charity, we will donate $250 to Camp Out for Hunger.
That's awesome. That is great. I love that idea. Choose to Love is a great program.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
So you guys are hoping to open up around Thanksgiving, the week
right
of?
there, the week of.
Week of? Okay.
Yeah.
And then you guys are going to have a whole bunch of cars in stock then?
About 1 million. We're gonna
Listen, if you have a full stock, that's a huge thing right now because across the industry, it's difficult to find vehicles that you're looking for right now.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Absolutely. I mean, we have 25 stores, in this yoga dealerships. We've been in business for 40 years. And yeah, it's absolutely a challenging time. Inventory's low. But luckily, we got a lot of loyal customers. We have a lot of deposits at a lot of our dealerships. And that's something that we're going to start doing for the Philadelphia store, even though we're going to be opening that week of the 23rd. We're going to start taking reservations very soon. So you can visit our website.
I want to check out the facility.
Yeah,
come on down. We'll give you a personal tour. Absolutely.
I want to see that sucker.
That's really cool. Thank you guys so much. Listen, and as a thank you to you, we're going to allow you free carnival rides for the rest of the day on our rides here from Skelly Amusement. So
too kind.
Right away.
Is there a height requirement?
I think you'll clear.
I think you'll be all right. Eric. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you guys.
James,
Appreciate it. Absolutely.
James Jimenez and Eric Narodovich here, who are from Seoka Subaru in Philadelphia. Yes, Casey?
I'm going to go put my swim trunks on, Preston.
We're going to cross the finish line?
We're going to cross the finish line.
All right.
The very beginning of the next break.
The whole thing,
Endless pools, and they'll make a $15,000 donation. Clearly, if Casey can make it across the finish line, I think he's got it in him.
Yeah.
So this event's been going on all week long. And this year, normally we have bands that help us out every day to entertain the audience. It's been different this year. Next year, that will return. We have one live band. They're going to be here when we return. The band is called Froggy.
Yeah.
So we're excited about that. We'll take a break, and we'll come back with more Camp Out for Hunger on MMR. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Nick, you saw the documentary about
with Will Forte.
Yeah, and they
phenomenal.
I remember they did a piece on it was an old style brochure for the largest ocean liner ever built. I think it was called the Tyrannic, and the artist illustrations were done in that sort of Art Deco style. Where, I mean, they drew the ship on such an enormous scale that you were just howling with laughter.
Yeah.
You can't describe it, you have to see it. But to have that reaction from a magazine that you're sitting there, to read something and laugh that loudly is just, you don't get that.
Mad Magazine had published 550 issues prior to its reboot, by the way, which was in 2018, I believe. DC purchased Mad Magazine in 2017, but they're going to hang it up. At its height, it had 2.8 million subscribers.
Now they took
which was in like 1973, I think.
They took a big hit when editor Max Sherman went over to handle the chores at Butthole. And,
yes, exactly.
Do you know what you're getting into over there at Butthole?
Oh my God. Butthole Magazine. Someday.
I'm curating their wine list.
Yeah.
Apparently it tastes better when you drink it from someone's butthole.
But it's sad. It's sad that it's going away, even though I haven't, actively been a subscriber for a couple of years. But nonetheless. Anything from Silicon Valley to Patriots Day to Crazy Rich Asians to It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The list goes on, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jimmy O Yang.
Yeah.
How you doing, Jimmy?
Morning. I'm doing well. It's
Excellent.
great.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Patriots Day, you were fantastic in.
Thank you so much. Sadly, not a lot of people watched it.
Your character was the one who was kidnapped, held hostage by those guys, and eventually escaped and alerted the police. Hey, I know where these guys are. I know who they are. I didn't know that story.
Yeah, that guy was amazing.
Yeah.
Danny Mang, Chinese immigrant, college student, and this is about, of course, the Boston Marathon bombing.
Yeah.
And I bugged him every other day. Spoiler alert, he stays alive, in the movie.
Yeah.
So I bugged him every day when I was in Boston, and we had dinner, went to Chinatown every other day. He was a really nice, warm guy, and he came to the premiere and tapped me on the shoulder. He's like, hey, I think you did a great job.
There
was
you
nice.
go. Is stand-up comedy where you kind of started, or acting, or where'd you begin?
That's where everything started. I started doing stand-up at the Ha Ha Comedy Club. In L.A. I had to pay $5 for 5 minutes of stage time.
You were born in Hong Kong, correct?
I was born in Hong Kong, yeah.
Came here. I know you have a book called How to American: An Immigrant's Guide to Disappointing Your Parents.
Yes, that's true.
And So you're working at a financial firm, or where was it?
Yeah, it was Smith Barney, which was under Citigroup. And I graduated 2010 from college, which is right after the financial crash of 2008.
It's a perfect time.
Nobody in finance was hiring, and nobody was going to trust a 22-year-old kid with their money.
Right.
You know? So my dad hooked me up with an internship, and like one day he came home, like he was like, Jimmy, you know, great news. They're going to hire you full-time. You're going to be a great financial advisor. And literally like tears of joy was coming out of his eyes. And I thought that was just the worst news ever. Like that to me sounded like a death sentence, you know? And I just didn't know how to tell him. And I was like, I don't want to do this, you know? I had to like disappoint my parents in order to not disappoint myself.
Yeah.
Like, that was the creed that I lived by. So after college, I did that internship for a little bit just to appease my dad, and then after that, I got 3 jobs. In when I graduated, I was a used car salesman. I worked at a comedy club as a doorman in exchange for stage time, and then I was a strip club DJ at night. So I did all those 3 things, still not knowing what I wanted to do. But there was no customers in that club, so nobody ever did.
What was it? Were you doing like day stripping, or was it the night stripper?
It was night stripping. It was after my comedy club show. There was no prime time in that club at any time. I started off with just a stand-up community, which I thought was so cool. That's one of the main reasons why I did stand-up.
So you've seen Bobby Lee's penis then?
Sadly, no. I feel a bit left out.
Wow.
I feel a bit
That guy gets naked every time he comes in this studio.
Oh, really? I've been to his house, and he still has not shown me his penis.
Like, we're not even Asian.
We're closer friends, yeah.
I know. There must be something wrong with me. Maybe he only shows penis to white people.
It might be that.
That might be it.
And he tells you guys about, listen, here's what I do with the white. Whip it out.
But yeah, like Bobby was somebody I looked up to. I watched Matt TV religiously. Steve Byrne was somebody I looked up to. Ken Jeong, and now we're all like really close and good friends.
That's great.
Ken, of course, was in the movie.
Yeah,
it's great.
And you know, we all love each other, and doing this movie, one of the greatest thing, you know, was I felt like I found my creed. You know, of actors, comedians, because we all kind of went through the same phase of disappointing our parents to do this job. We all had the same experience, and like when we're hanging out in Singapore, there was no questions of like, hey, can we go to Chinese food? Like, look, it's not like weird Chinese food. It's just like, no, everybody was just down. We go to authentic Chinese food, and we did karaoke every night. Everybody was just on the same page, and it felt so good.
Did you do work with the Harlem Globetrotters?
Oh man, you know, people ask me that. It was one of my very first paid jobs ever. So the Harlem Globetrotters, they go to China for like a world tour every year.
Right.
And I was like one of the only Chinese American comedians they could find. This was like 10 years ago. And I was the only one they could afford, I guess. They paid me $200.
To do what exactly?
To be a consultant. So they sent me the script for the Chinese tour to make sure nothing's offensive.
Oh.
Honestly, I didn't even read the script.
You're good to go.
I didn't know. I was like, that was my first job as a comic. I didn't know. And I skimmed through the script. There's something about like they bring out like a Hello Kitty thing, you know, in the middle of their show. I just told them for $200. I was like, dude, you know, Hello Kitty's Japanese, not Chinese. Okay, just so you guys know that. And that was it. That was my $200 worth of advice. And now on my Wikipedia says that I wrote for the Harlem Globetrotters. So.
Silicon Valley, they know not on their radar.
Yes and no. My dad understands comedy a little better than my mom. Like he loved it. My mom watched it for the first time. He's like, "Hey Jimmy, can you not hunch your back?"
He's correcting your posture.
Yeah, I was like, Ma, I'm playing a character in the show. It's like, okay, play someone who doesn't hunch his back.
Another day, another Korn story. Korn has announced that the band will release its 13th studio album, The Nothing, on September 13th. The follow-up to 2016's The Serenity of Suffering has been preceded by a first single called You'll Never Find Me, which arrived on Wednesday.
Again.
Oh, okay. Jonathan Davis said, deep within our Earth lives an extraordinary force.
He's right.
Very few are aware of the magnitude and significance of this place where good and evil, dark and light, bliss and torment, loss, gain, and hope and despair all exist as one, pulling at us every moment of our lives.
Welcome to the deep, dark caverns of energy. are here because of Korn, yes? You are one of us. You make the hallowed sound.
It's not something he
Everyone.
It's not something that we can choose to navigate, he says, but
what a bunch of crap.
And it's the only place where balance between these dynamic and polarizing forces exists, where the soul finds its refuge. Welcome to the nothing. Did you just make that?
I just made that.
Put it at the beginning.
One more time.
Yeah, all right.
We are in the nothing. Play the ceremonial sound. Enter.
Oh, that's like the password.
Yes, yeah. It's open sesame.
Okay.
You have approached the boulder of truth. To enter the hall of Korn, you must emit the sound of recognition. Proceed.
Slowly, the boulder rolls to one side.
Enter.
This is as stupid as it gets.
Davis is living.
Why?
Come on in.
Come on in.
I love songs like that are just, oh my God, you just said it.
Yeah.
You just said it so plainly. Not a lot of, flowery language or metaphors. You just said it straight out. I love
I know
that.
one that comes immediately to mind. That actually, when I had gone through a breakup, laid it out, and I was like,
I know
got
what it is.
Say it.
Heart of the matter?
You got it.
I knew it.
It's the economy of words.
Telling you.
The message.
Yeah.
It nailed it.
I agree. Don Henley.
Yeah.
And it's so plainly speaks. And he managed to make it all rhyme.
And he
too.
made it rhyme.
How the hell do you do that? These guys. But I wanted to throw this out as a subject of the song that gave you the strength, whatever it was. Jim, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Jim?
Hey, so 15 years ago, I was working for Johnson & Johnson, and we were working on a new Tylenol product, that's Tylenol Rapid Release Gels.
Yeah.
So I'm down in Puerto Rico. I was down there for about 18 months, away from my family, the whole deal. And we were having a lot of technical problems. We're really dejected because we're thinking we're going to have to tell them to delay the launch and everything. And we're winding up the day around 8 o'clock at night. We're on our way to a small hole-in-the-wall restaurant, and as we're walking into the restaurant, we hear Rocky Going the Distance.
It's ready to release the Tylenol!
And so forth. And
you got a headache? Are you ready? You got a headache? You want an immediate relief? Then you got to have Tylenol! Rapid release! Come on! Rapid release! You can't wait? Your head hurts!
But Jim,
it was the weirdest thing, and in Puerto Rico of all places too. It was hilarious.
Regular Excedrin stinks.
But it gave you the strength because you were missing your daughter, and you just to keep on going, right?
I love you.
Exactly.
I miss you so much. But Daddy's working on rapid release Tylenol.
Down here in Puerto Rico.
Oh my God!
And you can't come home right now. It's with the Puerto Ricans trying to mix rapid release Tylenol.
I hope no one's calling in for sympathy.
Thanks, Jim.
Not gonna get it. Because when you got your head, it feels like it's a punching bag. You gotta have immediate relief.
Yeah. Well, listen, it could.
What's that up on the roof? It sounds like a seizure.
You have to take
like I said earlier.
Calligraphy.
Wait, what was it earlier? Welkies?
Well, you're welcome.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, a thank yous goes out to Lorenzo and Sons. They brought the pizza for the staff working here backstage.
Did you put that piece away already?
No. And in fact, they actually double cut them, which they never do.
Yeah.
So the slices rather than the regular slice, which is about the size of an entire pizza, normal pizza you get, is about a half of a pizza that you get. So I can handle it. So I'm most of the way through a half piece.
All right, because I thought, man, you are champ.
Lorenzo and Sons, but they're piping hot, so they had to have cooked them up right here at Xfinity Live and brought them over. And they're in Westchester and Xfinity Live. They're going to be in Live Casino. There are in the Live Casino resorts as well. So we thank Lorenzo and Sons for being here. But I think the big vision right now is not the slices of pizza. It's Casey in his bathrobe this morning.
Yeah, look at old Hugh Hefner.
Right?
Hugh Hefner meets Mark Spitz.
Dude, Press, you have these things, right?
I love these bathrobes, yes.
Yeah, I totally ganked this yesterday, and I'm not giving it back.
It's the best I have. Instead of when I okay, so I'm privileged. I have a pool. I have a hot tub. All right. So when getting out of that, I put on a robe like this. I don't use a towel. It is just the best.
When you go from your pool to your hot tub?
Well, no.
Oh.
After I go from the pool, then the hot tub, and then when I get out of the hot tub, then I put that on.
Do you have a pipe, too, when you get out?
Of course I do.
And a captain's hat?
Jeeves hands me my pipe.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But I was talking to Preston last week about bathrobes because when we checked into our hotels, they had a bathrobe. And I never wear bathrobes, but I put one on my dad. He was a bathrobe guy, right? When he would get up and he would, put his pack of Marlboro Lights in his bathrobe pocket, and he would wear a bathrobe all morning long. Kath, I don't know if your dad was the same way, but
Do you remember my story? My dad came on the school bus in his bathrobe because I forgot my lunch. It was like the worst day of my life.
Nothing solidifies your reputation as a cool kid when your dad comes on in a robe.
But after putting that on last week at the hotel and putting this on right now, I think I'm going to be a bathrobe guy.
Well, we're going to need you to take it off a little bit because you're going to do something monumental here.
Yeah, so I just want everybody to know, and I appreciate there's been a lot of support out there. I've had a weight loss over the past year and a half or so. But you're going to see what I really look like.
No. I'm stepping up in defense right now from where you were to where you are now. It is amazing, and you deserve all the credit.
You definitely do. But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I went through weight loss as well, and I still have kept up. But if you saw me with my shirt off.
If you see me with my shirt off.
It's a different story.
Way different story.
Clothes can make you look great.
Yeah. Here's the thing, and it's key. Never let anyone see you with your shirt off.
I know.
Clearly, yes.
But Casey's not that guy. Casey lets people see him with his shirt off. It's all good. So you're gonna cross the finish line. We've saved the last bit for you.
Yeah.
For this Endless Pools Marathon, Wells to the Shells, 82 miles swimming constantly. We've had different people in the Endless Pool here. And if you can cross that line before the end of the show, which it looks like you're going to, they're going to donate $15,000.
$15,000, and I'm going to sprint across the finish line. So I've been doing a nice leisurely swim, somewhere in the neighborhood of minute 45 pace or whatever. But we're gonna shave at least a half a minute off of that pace, and I'm going to sprint across the finish line.
First off, everyone asking about the pool itself, which is awesome.
Yeah. So
you love it as an exercise device,
It's great. So this right here is just this is a demo model, right? So this is an Endless Pool demo model, but they have these models. There's an E2000. That's my dream,
right?
Where it is an endless pool and then a separate hot tub, and it's all contained in the same cabinet.
Awesome.
You should get one.
I should get one, but I actually have my eyes set on an E700, which is it's
got a hot plate,
but no, it's got 2 hot tub seats in the back of it. So it is and so they have all different models. I want one. My wife won't let me go.
Here's the deal. We're going to chat some more while you're on your way out. Can you derobe before you head out there here?
Wait,
for the audience?
I don't know if these guys want to see. Okay.
Sexy music.
I don't have any sexy music.
I have to. Oh, I do.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You're going to play some sexy music. All right, and then we'll have you derobe. There we go.
I have to bring the robe with me because it's going to be cold when I get out.
I understand, but that's okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. He's very slowly peeling back one nipple at a time. Oh, he's slipping down the back.
Shimmy out of it.
Oh, here we go. There it is. It's on the ground. Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this streaming on YouTube, this has been the greatest moment of the Camp Out for Hunger, I think, ever. Right now, he's caressing under his breasts.
Oh, wait, he popped his hip out when he bent down to pick up the rope?
Yes, he did.
I'm surprised you don't have a Speedo on.
All right, head on out of here, young man.
Hey, that's a major transformation. Casey's been working his ass off, so great job, Casey.
I dropped the ball. I left the Speedo at home. But you know what? It was a white Speedo that for some reason is like stained. I think I spilled like coffee on it or something like that. Yeah. All right, bye, guys.
It's perfect. All right.
It's just crap.
Casey's headed out right now. If you guys want to go out and watch him swim the last bit, you can certainly do that. And I think we're gonna cover this live. If I check in now, I think we have Nick McElwain, who's out at the Endless Pool. Nick, are you there?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
It's really not a bad thing that he left the Speedo at home, right?
No.
That's all right, yeah.
You don't want that pube display.
And by the way, we've Rodney has mic'd the inside of the pool. We have aqua mics. We have a shotgun mic. We're going to be able to hear Casey splashing about. In fact, I can hear the water running now.
That is awesome.
Yeah, Nick, what's it like out there? How's the excitement?
It's really exciting, Preston. There's a lot of people out here to cheer Casey on, which is cool. Obviously, these guys at Endless Pools are stepping up and making a massive donation on behalf of the company for Philabundance, which is really cool. Casey's made his way out. The pool itself is being splashed in right now by one of their swimmers, and I believe she's going to get out in a second, and then there's a guy in there, too, and we'll kick his ass out.
Nick, do we know who's in the pool right now?
I'm here with Mark. Mark, who is doing the swimming right now?
Actually, we have Stacy in the water right now. Ed is up next as our continue to push here.
Well, Ed would be up next, except that Casey's up next. So
we appreciate Ed stepping aside for Casey.
Hey, Ed, get the hell out of the pool. We don't need you. But Casey's going to jump in. Casey, how you feeling?
My feet are freezing right now.
It is a little chilly out here.
It's probably because
wearing
it's
bare
cold.
feet and I'm standing in a puddle right now. But no, I'm excited. I'm thrilled. I forgot to mention, I've swum? Yeah. Okay. I've swum 5 miles so far this week. I swam 2 on Monday, 1 Tuesday, 1 Wednesday, 1 last night. So then I'll probably add maybe another 100 yards here. I'm going to sprint to the finish line. But I feel good. I feel really good.
It's I swim, I swam, I have swum.
Okay, I'm not going to remember
Thanks,
that.
Mom.
I'm here for you. Yeah, my mom's an English teacher.
Hey, all right, we need to get this underway, Nick. We need to get Stacy out of there.
All right, Mark, let's get our swimmers out. We're going to drop Casey in, and Casey's going to cross the ceremonial finish line. Yeah, I wasn't kidding, Adam. Get the hell out of the pool. Come on, man. We're live on the radio, for crying out loud. So they're going to kick up the... Casey's going to go over the side, and they're going to kick up the speed. Stacy, who was in before Casey, was swimming at a normal pace. Casey, they're going to actually ramp it up for you when you jump in, right?
Yeah, so I'm going to do, I think, about what the Villanova swimmers were doing, somewhere in like a 111, 108 pace, and hopefully I can make it.
I don't know what those numbers mean. When you say 111, 108, what does that translate to?
It means swimming 4 lengths of the pool in 1 minute and 11 seconds, which is really fast. I mean, the Olympic swimmers, they do it in 50 seconds. Yeah.
50 seconds, yeah. So 50 seconds for an Olympian, but this is basically you're literally crushing it in the range of about 16, 17 seconds per length.
All right, so we've already killed a lot of time. Why don't you hop in, Gabe?
All right, hopping in.
Yeah, and wow.
Look at that.
Did you guys see
like a pro.
His plunge? All right, now if I put the microphone in, by the way, Kathy, it's a Shure microphone.
Ooh!
Shure wireless microphone, but I'm not going to put this one in the pool because we actually have audio from inside the pool itself.
Yeah, we can hear it.
All right, cool. So, Case, are you ready to get going?
Yeah, so where is it going? Oh, yeah, all right. For some reason, I didn't see you have the display turned around. So.
Yeah, they actually pulled up the pace on it already, so as Casey is ready to go, or as soon as Casey's ready to go, we can begin.
I think it's at 111. That's what I thought I saw.
Yeah, that's the amount of cup holders.
110, 111, whatever works.
All right.
And then just somebody tap me when I've crossed the finish line because I have no idea when I finished.
But wait a minute, you're wearing those headphones,
cool.
right?
All right, here we go.
Case, can you hear me?
Nope, he can't.
Oh,
But I
can.
can.
Okay.
All right, in 3, 2.
They're adjusting his cap.
Oh, it's like
Don't want that hair to get wet.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
What? All right, hang on.
My goggle got broken, so whatever. I'm not going to be able to see it on my left eye. Doesn't matter.
All right, you're like Sammy Davis Jr.
You're a pro.
Yeah.
And
my
here
goggle got broken.
he goes.
Go.
And he's swimming, everybody. He's off.
He's swimming.
He's kicking some splashing.
Oh, yeah, he's moving much faster than when I saw the video of him earlier out there when he swam a few miles. He went out and swam, I think, 2 miles at his longest run, which took like an hour, I think.
This whole concept is great because it actually pushes water at you, and he's swimming against the current, and he's going at a nice clip. You're right, Preston.
He's hauling ass.
And there's steam coming up because the water is heated.
Yeah, this is a sprint, and he's Steve, he's kicking ass at this point. He's doing a really great job, and I don't think, it's funny, we're making some jokes about it, but what he's doing right now is hard.
Yeah.
So I'm really impressed at his pace and his ability to maintain that pace. We've been going for about 30 seconds now. Now, Mark, where'd Mark go? Mark, how do we know when he's crossed that finish line?
He actually needs to hold for about 60 more seconds.
All right,
so we do that. 60 seconds, yes.
You need to start putting the chum in the water now?
Okay, yes.
Okay.
And did we bring the piranhas and the sharks? The electric eels? By the way, I don't think that this occasion could be made any more epic, but it has, because Sasquatch is watching, everybody.
Oh, my God. Sasquatch is watching?
Bill Weston's out here. Sasquatch. We got the can drop. Bill, come on.
30 seconds.
We got 30 seconds.
Come on, Case. You can do it.
He has not drifted back at all. He's maintained the pace the entire time at this sprint. Casey is become this athlete. Bill, what do you think?
I loved your introductory remarks. Well, now he's swimming. He's still swimming. He's swimming really fast.
10, 9, 8, 6.
I think you're off, Nick. 3, 2, 1. He
Casey Boy! Wow. I had one job to do, and it was the countdown.
And he screwed it up.
And I messed it up.
And
wow.
Casey's bikini top came off.
Hey, can Casey do the breaching whale move, Nick?
Can you do the breaching whale move that you did in the dumpster pool?
I can't do that right now. Holy moly.
How you feeling, man?
I'm very tired. That's so hard. Hey, there's Lou!
Lou! Who's Lou is here?
Oh, who's Lou is here? Oh, my God, Lou, come on over.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Lou!
We're getting Lou.
How you doing, man? Nice to see you, buddy.
All right, Nick, how you doing, pal?
All right, so have you ever done any type of marathon swimming, athletic swimming, anything like that? You've done so many things over the years. Have you ever been an Olympic swimmer?
No, sir.
Ask Lou if he's ever sunk a body.
Lou, have you ever gone out, say, in the Delaware Bay to dispose of a body?
Never.
Okay.
What about the ocean with a cooler and a bunch of chains?
I can't answer that question.
Can he say who's Lou for us, though?
All right, we do need a who's Lou out of you. You ready?
Ready. Oh, Lou!
There he is. Casey is now out of the pool. He's put his robe back on.
All right.
How you feeling, man?
Yes. I feel great. Thank you so much to Endless Pools. $15,000, baby.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Added to the total for Camp Out for Hunger. That's huge.
So great. Mark, thank you guys so much for the donation.
And there's our check, Philabundance, $15,000 that Casey is holding. And we are very, very thankful for you guys helping us get here and participate in this event. And Casey, amazing accomplishment to be the guy that crossed the finish line at 82 miles.
So cool.
Yes.
It was
so
a
great.
team effort and wonderfully done. So nice
Phenomenal.
job. All right. Let's have Case come back in and Nick as well into the tent, and we'll see dripping wet Casey Boy up here on the stage with us as we get on to our next segment.
It was very important to him to do that, and he did a great job. And he was going out. By the way, they had even in the inclement weather when it was raining, it was cold. He was out there, no problem, plugging away. He's been really, really committed to this, and it's so cool to see him finish it.
Yeah. All right. So hold on a second, Marissa. There was we're gonna. So has anybody been listening to the Preston and Steve show for a really, really long time here this morning? Anybody listening way back when we were at Y100 and all that stuff? Yeah. Okay. Sasquatch has been.
Yes.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring on somebody we didn't expect to see here this morning, but she was right down front. Before it was the Preston and Steve show, we were actually called something else. We were called the Preston, Marilyn, and Steve show, and our friend Marilyn Russell is actually here with us this morning, so we want a round of applause for Marilyn frickin' Russell, who showed up out of nowhere. Have a seat wherever you want, Marilyn. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
We'll have you pop on over. Oh, my gosh. I saw her down front. She had the mask on. I'm like, wait a minute. I recognize her. And she pulled the mask aside, and sure enough, there's Marilyn Russell. Pull that mic down. How you doing?
Is this thing on?
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
How you doing?
You keeping everybody in line, girlfriend?
You know I'm trying.
Because you know they're insane. This is unbelievable. We had trash cans with wood.
Yeah.
And there was none of this.
At the first Camp Out for Hunger, the first 2 Camp Out for Hungers, Marilyn was a part of that.
Yeah, actually 3 or 4, I think.
Was it 3 or 4? Okay.
Yeah. How quickly you forget.
Sorry, babe. Love you. But she's right. We would have these 50-gallon barrels filled with wood to keep us warm. We'd light fires outside.
Yeah, I was always around the wood. Nothing has changed.
You've always loved wood.
Congratulations.
Keep them in line, Marilyn. Do I have to keep you in line?
I spent too many years with these guys. I turned into, a bat like crazy.
Yeah. No,
it's all their fault.
It wasn't too much of a turn, but it's good to see you back, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I've never really left. I mean, this pandemic has been awful, so it's so great that you guys are back and doing this year because so many people have suffered in a myriad of ways. This is actually day 2 that I'm out in the world.
Wow.
Because I had COVID and I got really, really sick.
Did you really?
I did. I had it twice, and then I had the COVID pneumonia combo.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that was nice.
So you're doing better.
So, yeah, and
that's great.
we could go on all day, you know me, but yeah, it's a lot. And so now more than ever, people really need your help. The first year we did this in 1998.
Yeah.
I did the press release, and it was 11 tons. Okay?
Well, the first year was I think it was...
Well, the first year was 1 ton. Second year was 2
ton.
tons, and then maybe
2
it was the
tons.
third year that you did 11, that it started catching on.
I mean, and now, where are you at?
Over 1 million. Over 1 million pounds, not 1 million tons, but yeah.
That's extraordinary.
Yeah, in fact, it's over 2 million pounds of food. So yeah,
we tend to blur at this point.
I know it's crazy.
But keep it coming. And,
but the generosity of this area. If you hang and stick with it, things grow, and that's the way it goes.
They do, and you have to stick with it. And I love asking people for stuff. That help other people, So I'll be doing that for Radiothon for Children's Hospital coming up next month. And, I know it's been tough on everybody, but imagine, not having enough to eat, being stuck at home.
Shouldn't be the case.
It should not be the case. And so I'm sorry if I'm pleading too much this
we
case,
love it.
But it just means everything. And as a Philadelphian, you guys, I'm so proud of the way Philly steps up and gives back, and just keep them coming.
Yeah, absolutely. And Marilyn, I'd mentioned Y100. We actually go back to WDRE together, all 3 of us.
Oh my gosh!
We go way back the very beginning when I first moved here.
Yeah.
Marilyn was one of the first people I met. So
there was 2 of you then.
Yeah.
I love the Believe shirt. Ted Lasso is my favorite.
Thank you.
show.
It's the best. God. Believe, and we do. You know.
Gotta believe.
But we had to pop you on the mic. I saw you here. I'm like, we got to get Marilyn on because
I'm probably
going to
get fired from my other job now. So I hope it was.
No, you won't. It was for charity.
Yeah.
Dare I say, you guys rock.
We love you, Marilyn Russell, guys.
Yeah.
Marilyn freaking Russell. And I wanted to get her out here, too, because Marilyn has always been the champion of local music. Has been since I've known her, still is. And she was excited when we heard we were having this next band on.
She's going to love them.
We are excited about having this next band on. They're out of Bucks County. They made some waves by singing a song about 7-Eleven nachos. It caught our attention. It caught 7-Eleven's attention. So we are going to bring them on out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Morgan, Brooke, and Fiona. It's Froggy.
Yeah.
We played some music from these young ladies on our show. We had them on, and they are just a blast. So we're having them walk out right now and getting on their instruments and grabbing their microphones. So we wanted to have them by. We had actually just kind of offhandedly said, hey, how about writing a Preston and Steve song? And they're like, absolutely. And they have, and they're going to play it in a little bit. So good morning. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Excellent. That is Morgan, by the way.
Hi.
And Morgan is, you are the guitarist and singer.
Yes.
Where are you from?
Lansdale, PA.
From Lansdale, up my way. I'm a Harleysville guy, so I'm not too far from you. And then we have on bass and vocals, we have Brooke over here. Hi, Brooke.
Hey.
And Brooke, where are you from?
I'm from North Wales area, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like close to Lansdale.
I got you. I know North
100%.
Wales. Yeah, I know exactly. Decent restaurants, some, just some stuff out there. And then on the drums, this is Fiona, everybody.
Woo.
Hi, Fiona. Where are you from?
Doylestown, PA.
Doylestown. So you're the Bucks County. Well, there's a couple Bucks County representatives, but
Yep.
Nice, very cool. And so we covered this on the air before, but I do want to mention this again. Where all did you guys meet, Morgan, if you don't mind telling us?
So basically, it was during quarantine. I was friends with Brooke. I was friends with Fiona, but they were not friends with each other yet. And I kind of just put it out there like, hey, anyone want to start a punk band? And they were the only two to respond. So I put them in the group chat, and it went from there.
You know what's cool is that you could say, okay, well, let's start a punk band, but it's like when we heard the music, it's like, these guys are a punk band. It's real punk music, which we love.
Yeah. And Brooke, you guys were going to School of Rock?
Morgan and Fiona were, and then they reeled me into it eventually. So all three of us, I guess. Yeah.
Nice. And then Fiona, when you guys got together, how about writing the music? How did that come together? Who was instrumental, or I guess all three of you are, but tell us about writing the songs.
Well, yeah, and Brooke and Morgan are the lyric writers, and they come up with most of the riffs, so I just kind of do my thing. But they will just sit down, be like, I'm gonna write this song, and then 10 minutes later they have all the lyrics. It's crazy.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you throw down, you make it move though. You really give it some action, right? That's what a drummer does.
Yeah.
He does.
Nice. All right, and then to remind people how this 7-Eleven nachos thing happened, if you don't mind telling us, Morgan.
So we wrote the song. We put it out as a single because it was kind of a fan favorite at the time. And first, 7-Eleven commented on our Instagram and was like, we've been listening to this for days. And that was a big thing on its own. We were freaking out about that. And then we got this email. It was like, hey, we're 7-Eleven's advertising company. We'd like to do a whole music video with you. And at first we're like, this is not real at all. This is a scam. And then a day later, they emailed us, this is not a scam, we promise.
They had to convince you.
Yeah, well, it was too good to be true.
Yeah. No,
we couldn't believe it. So that happened in late February, and then we filmed it in mid-July?
Late July.
Late July.
Yes.
So it took a lot of planning, a lot of emails, a lot of back and forth, but it finally happened, and it felt unreal. But
wow.
It happened.
Fiona, which 7-Eleven was this?
It's the Doylestown one. It's around the corner from my house.
All right, so it's one you would go to?
Yeah.
All right, so did you know the staff members there or anything?
A little bit.
Okay, what did they think about the whole thing?
They loved it. They took pictures with us.
That's awesome.
They're so cool about it.
So
yeah.
a lot of what we reference their songs now, like the Pizza Ball and everything.
Yeah.
It's become part of the jargon of the show.
And they had planned on playing 7-Eleven nachos for sure here, and I said, well, can you play Pizza Ball too? And they said, yeah, we can do that. And then they were like, we can play the whole album if you want. It's only 15 minutes long, 20 minutes long.
That's the great thing about punk music.
Yeah. But we are excited to hear the Preston and Steve song 2.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So why don't we get 7-Eleven nachos first so we can get the hit out of the way and have everybody check that out, and then we'll go from there. Does that sound cool?
Yep.
All right, well, let's get your microphones back in place.
All right.
And we are going to have live music from Froggy, and then we'll find out where you guys are playing and all that stuff. So let's get them plugged in. They just came walking up. I thought it'd be cool to have them walk out with their instruments like rock stars.
Like the Ed Sullivan Show.
Just like that, yeah. So they're, and of course, I'm sure they're big fans of the Ed Sullivan Show.
Of course, they remember it completely.
All right, so they're going to get plugged in, get set up, and there we go. Morgan has got her guitar, which is a Les Paul, by the way. Very nice, going with a classic. All right, whenever you guys are ready, this is Froggy on MMR. Here we go.
Nachos, 7-Eleven nachos, 7-Eleven nachos.
nachos.
I love that. I love the lyric. They taste pretty good.
I love it. And the original recording, I couldn't hear everything where you go, I highly recommend it. I love that. And by the way, you know who's a fan of this band? Nikki freaking Six is a fan of Froggy.
He's our best friend.
I love that guy.
He wanted a Froggy t-shirt, right? Isn't that the deal? Did you guys get him one?
Oh yeah, we were like, he was like, how much? We were like, do not even worry about it. Like for you, it's free.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh my God, that is the best. I love it. So I want to hear. So when we ask somebody to do a song for us, to do a jingle or whatever, you never know if they'll go, yeah, right, whatever. But these guys were like, oh, of course, we'll totally do that. So we were totally psyched about that. Did it take a while to come up with something, or was it pretty easy to come to you immediately?
It kind of came to us immediately. We kind of used the riff we had in store. We just didn't know what to put lyrics with it, and we're like, this is the perfect riff to do it with. And we had 2 drafts of the lyrics, but we came up with something good.
Okay.
And yeah, we're really excited.
So the world debut.
Yeah.
And what is the title of the song?
No title yet.
No title.
No
Untitled.
All right.
Song.
All right. So I'm excited for this, and I want to make sure we get a good recording of it. This might be our only chance to get it. Unless it ends up on an album.
Sure, in the future we will record it.
All right.
yes.
We appreciate that.
November. I guess it's November now.
It is.
Soon.
By the way, let's check this out, and then we'll find out where any gigs and things like that are coming up. Okay. So can we get the Preston and Steve song?
Sure.
Yeah. All right, let's check this out. Froggy, I'm so excited they're here this morning. These guys, they got heart, man. I love it.
Real
All right.
deal.
Whenever you're ready.
We got to have that.
It's Friday. Did you hear that at the end?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's our new Friday anthem if I've ever heard one.
Yeah.
Oh, that was outstanding. I couldn't hear exactly what was being said in the middle there.
The third part was no school for me, Mom. I don't want to go. I just want to listen to the radio.
Yes. Oh.
No, we need that. Yes.
Old
absolutely.
school angst. I love it.
Love it. We're honored.
You guys have any gigs coming up that we need to be aware of?
New Year's Eve at Philamoka with Colleen Green and Joe Jack Talcum. It's
Okay.
going to be awesome.
Yep, it's our biggest show.
And something early December in the works, not fully planned out yet.
We're
but-
actually taking November off to record a little something.
Yeah,
Very nice.
So, yeah.
Nice.
Well, will you keep us surprised to what your dates are, and we'll get them out for you, man.
Yeah,
That's
thank
awesome.
you, thank
people,
you.
People who love straight up punk are gonna love this this energy that you guys have.
So that New Year's Eve show, all ages show, or
Yep,
is it
all ages.
Okay. Speaking of ages, how old are we all here? So Morgan, how old are you?
18.
And Brooke?
I'm 18.
And how about you, Fiona?
17.
All right.
18, and 17 years old.
They're so damn good, though, man. They really are. It's great.
Hey, what are you guys doing the second or third Saturday in May of 2022?
Nothing that I know
guess
of.
we're
all right.
free.
Yeah, just
I'm free.
keep those Saturdays open. Just
Dude, that would be awesome.
Oh, I'm like, what is he talking about? What is
The
second-
barbecue.
Got it.
And the barbecue.
sometimes it takes
Froggy.
Well, this morning I quit my job, so I know I'll be over.
Oh my God. Wait, Brooke, did you quit your job to be here?
Well, not exactly, but today was just the day where everybody was like, do it. Just do it.
Really?
Yeah.
All right,
Like
that's
an
so
hour ago.
punk. That's so punk of you. I love it. And you're wearing a Ween shirt. That's really cool. Have those guys reached out to you at all? Or is it not a Ween shirt?
We've been talking to Gene Ween's son about maybe collaborating on our album. That was a while ago, but I hope he's still interested. I love Ween so
Ween's
much.
great, yeah. Remember there was Push Little Daisies.
Yeah,
was their
they're out of New Hope, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm a roses are free kind of guy.
I'm a very chocolate and cheese and Godwin Satan girl. Those are my favorites.
Excellent. All right. Well, one of the songs we requested, I got a nice slice of pizza here ready for this, was Pizza Ball.
Oh yeah.
What's the name of your LP or your EP that you have, your album?
Sopa de elote translates roughly to corn soup or corn chowder. I picked something random. I was like, guys, I think this will sound weird.
We had no idea what to do.
Yeah, we just kind of picked.
I love it.
Corn soup is fine. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get one more song out of Froggy this morning. And whenever you guys are ready, we want to hear Pizza Ball.
Woo!
Yeah. All right. Let's do this thing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in live at the Preston Steve Camp Out for Hunger, this is Froggy.
Clam chowder. It was what he was known for. And it tasted so freaking good. I had like 10 bowls of that clam chowder. And I tell you what, I woke up in the middle of the night and I said, Mom, and I threw up all over the floor. Someone carried me away, and that's all I remember from that night. Yeah! Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a clam chowder ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a clam chowder ball.
Yes!
That's awesome. So cool. That's so great.
I had to shoot the confetti for Froggy in the end. They finally got pyro, man. I love it. You guys are the best. You are so much fun. We love that you're doing just straight up, just in your face pump.
Yeah.
It is the best. And thanks for writing a Preston and Steve
Yeah,
show
of course.
song. We'll make sure we have information on them on our social media accounts, and you can check them out. Let's hear it from Morgan and Brooke and Fiona. This is Froggy. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for having us.
You got it.
We love you guys.
We love you. All right. Speaking of love, we're going to continue the love because we have a guest on the phone line that we're going to talk to, right? And he just celebrated his birthday the other day.
Yeah, he did.
He is doing now 2 shows on New Year's Eve at the Met. A late show we announced earlier this week will be at 10 p.m. Tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com. He would be here in person if he could be, but he's on his way to Boston to do a show. And do I need to initiate this over here, Case?
I think you do. And
right.
I think he might have actually driven right past here on his way from D.C. to Boston.
All right. Well, he couldn't make it in, but we have him on the phone line. Bert Kreischer, are you there?
So good.
What?
So good to talk to you.
There he is, Bert Kreischer. Happy birthday, man.
Thank you. I'm the fattest I've ever been.
You're the fattest you've ever been?
Though wait, I've seen you working out lately. I follow you on Instagram. I see you doing some stuff. You looking. What is that?
That's feedback.
Okay.
But Bert, are you? How much are you weighing in at? If you want to share a number with us.
Totally share a number. That's how bad it is.
We're losing.
You won't share.
I am.
There we go.
I weighed myself drunk on the bus last night, and I was 259.
All right, that's good. That's good.
No, it's not. It's morbidly obese. It's the biggest. I'm like, I no longer can shave my junk. It's all down.
He can no longer shave his junk.
I've weighed more than that in my lifespan. And yes, he's right. At some point, you look down there and you can't see it.
Where did my penis go?
That's
Yeah.
depressing.
I was
if my legs are too close together, I can't wipe.
Well, here you go. You just turned 49 years old. Now you have a goal for your 49th year to give yourself a present for your 50th birthday. It's just the way I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I have impulse control problems. That's my present. My present should be rehab.
Your present will be. I tell you what, though. Listen, there is a confluence of events, which would be all right. So maybe you're the biggest you've ever been, but I would have to say your career is also currently the biggest it's ever been. You're on fire with the amount of projects you're juggling. Everything is getting picked up, and movies being made, and so on and so forth. Do you get any time to stop and drink it all in?
That's all I'm doing is drinking it all in. That's it. That's the problem. Literally, I have a homecoming at Florida State. I sell out Red Rocks. I do 6,500 people in a. I mean, I'm performing in arenas. I'm adding shows in Philly. My problem is all I do is celebrate.
Yeah. But you're also sharing that with all of your fans, and I really do appreciate that. I mean, you are all over Instagram. You're sharing your stories all the time, and I think it's cool because, like, you're sharing a lot of different aspects of your life. And in particular, you're talking about Red Rocks. I watched your whole journey going through there. That little compound that you guys stayed at was awesome. What was that?
Oh, dude, it was that was one of the best flexes I ever did. I rented out the whole of that whole compound, and I flew all my friends in. Mark Norman came in with me, Dave Williamson. I brought their wives in, and we got IVs in the morning so that we could party at night. We ate mushrooms. It was one of the greatest events of my life.
All right, let me ask you, because we've had a couple of people, and it seems to be the thing now. You know, you probably would just assume it would be a thing that like a rock star thing to do, but we've had like a number of comedians come through. This is before COVID and so on and so forth. Todd Glass wanted it, the IV thing.
Yeah.
Do you swear by it, Bert?
Oh, I hardcore swear by it. And I have an IV package that I asked for. I need the glutathione. I need the B12. I like the cortisol. I like everything. It is the NAD, dude. You get a little NAD drip in there. It's
Really?
A little longer.
Really?
How have you guys not done this on air? You guys did IVs on air.
I'm
We've
down
done it.
for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we didn't actually get the IV, but we facilitated the IVs getting done.
We had like a whole bunch of people in the green room getting it.
Yeah.
And so, but I'm actually down for trying it.
You know what it was? Is Todd Glass asked for it, and then as it turned out, there was a Nick Thune just happened to be there, and they had an extra bag, and he's like, "I'll take one." So Todd and Nick Thune ended up getting it. And Todd, by the way, mushrooms are pretty low in calories, so maybe you should just eat mushrooms more. And then you won't have to worry about consuming anything else.
Oh, yeah. Mushrooms are pretty low in calories. But listen, that's not my pivot, okay? That's not my pivot. To start with hallucinogen.
Right.
A pre-party bag, like to get an IV before you party is the key.
Well, listen, it sounds very enticing. I think at some point I am going to try it. I wanted to ask you about the movie, The Machine, the movie. What is the current status of that?
We are screening it for the public next Tuesday. I fly into LA to watch. I have to watch the movie tonight. I watched a recut of the ending last night on the bus, drunk, and I was sobbing, crying. I was I don't know if it's because I'm a narcissist, but I was like, this is the greatest movie that's ever been made. I literally said to my wife, I go, this is going to be the greatest movie Mark Hamill ever made. And she was like, Bert. She was like, Bert. I go, no, people are going to say this is Mark's best movie ever. She goes, he was in Star Wars.
Yeah.
We are all so excited to see this because obviously we're familiar with the legend of the story and the whole thing, but with the cast, with Mark Hamill, with the, there's sort of a full-throated effort put behind this thing, and with location shooting and all that, in retrospect and everything. So I'm gathering from what you just said, you are more than happy with what we'll be seeing.
Oh, and what's beautiful about it is I've gained so much weight that when I watch the movie, I look really skinny.
That's great.
I am through the roof with this movie. What I love about this movie and what is testing well with this movie is it's not the movie people expect, but it's the movie people want.
All right, cool. So when is the general release? Is it going to? Do we have a release plan? I'm sure we do. A regular release in streaming or straight to theaters? What's the thought here?
I think we have to go through all the testing first, and then once we get done testing it, that's when we either sell it to someone who puts it out in theaters, or we sell it to a streamer. Neither is wrong in my opinion. but I would love for it to be in theaters.
Right.
That's my goal.
Right.
Is I want to go to a movie theater opening weekend and watch people watch it.
That'd be great. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I mean, and there's no reason that shouldn't be the case.
Yeah, that's more live by the sword type stuff right there. Because like you sell it to a streamer, you make your money back. It's win-win, right?
Right.
And no gamble. It can go big, but it can't go too much bigger. It's like what is it going to be? Precious Gems or not Precious Gems? What's the Adam Sandler movie? Uncut Gems.
Yeah.
But I want it to be in theaters. I want it to have a chance in theaters.
Nice. Well, listen, Bert, you got that second show announced in Philly for New Year's Eve, and you've done New Year's Eve is kind of you've done a bunch of New Year's Eve shows, right?
Oh yeah. They get out of control.
They can.
And I love it.
Oh, you do? Okay, all right, because that
Dude,
could
I
be
love chaos. I like the kind of drunk sex you have with your wife on Valentine's night with the lights out.
All right, that can be a nightmare for some comics.
Oh, yeah.
The New Year's Eve gig, but for you, it's your sweet spot.
Yeah, no offense, but I mean, I do perform with my shirt off, so it's not like I'm a very structured comedian to begin with.
That's true. Yeah. But so everyone is very excited about that second show. Is it sold out? What's the status?
Well, the second show doesn't even go on sale for another hour.
Goes on sale today. Yeah.
My guess this is going to sell out pretty freaking quickly.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Most definitely.
Yeah, that Met place when we do the Met is amazing. They close out the front. They turn it into a beer garden. It is so Philly. I was telling my cousin who grew up in Philly, she grew up in Bryn Mawr.
Yep.
I was telling her last night about it. I was like, it's the best. The best. That Met is a gorgeous theater, but the way they run it, they turn the whole front into a beer garden. Yeah. Everyone's wasted. It is the perfect New Year's Eve event.
The fun thing is that it looks like a classic sort of really almost snooty sort of opera house, but they have great rock shows. It's acoustically perfect. It's just a great venue.
Oh yeah, it's the typical Philadelphia person. It's like you can dress them up, put them in a suit, they look beautiful, but then when they order a drink, they're like, "I'll take a Wooder and a Yingling."
Yeah, it's perfect.
Hey, will you bring your family out here for those shows?
Yeah, my family's coming out, and then we are going to. That's interesting you say that. We just decided this last week. My family's going out to Philly. We're going to see all my extended family, and then we're flying to Park City to go skiing.
Where?
Go ski Park City to go skiing.
Yeah,
Park
awesome.
City.
Yeah. All right, awesome.
Yeah, my daughter's going to college next year, so I'm trying to cram all the dad time in.
All right.
Dude, that's so you're going to college.
Yeah.
Man.
Dude, I remember telling stories about these morons on your air when they were babies, and now they're going to college. I'm like, ugh.
Well, and they've got does she have a reputation to live up to with Bert Kreischer as her father being, Van Wilder and everything?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, talking about mushrooms. They just watched that documentary on Netflix.
Yes.
They're like, Dad, have you seen the Fantastic Fungi documentary? I was like, no, don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea. I didn't meet that guy in person. He didn't give me a handful of mushrooms and jokes. No, I don't know what you're talking about.
No idea.
Oh, God, that's awesome. Well, listen, Bert, we appreciate you checking in. Wish you could have stopped by, but we know you're a busy man. You're headed up to Boston, but... anything to check in with our friends while we're doing this live broadcast and raising food and doing all that we do. But you've been such a huge supporter of everything that we've been behind over the years, so we want to say thank you.
No, I love you guys. You guys are like family to me. And any chance I can get to the city and come in the studio, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Excellent. Well, New Year's Eve, the next stop, which is going to be fantastic. Safe travels, my man, and we will see you when you get here at the end of December.
I love you guys. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Love you.
Yes.
Love you.
And hey. Thank you.
You bet, buddy. All right, Bert Kreischer. I love Bert.
I love your.
Love
your
Bert.
microphone.
Your microphone.
On your microphone.
Yeah. By the way, I want to mention this. This hour is sponsored by Wisfis Bank, a proud sponsor of Preston Steve's Camp Out for Hunger. That's WSFS. And Wisfis Bank, we stand for service. All right, I think after all that, we need to take a break. We still have coming up Taylor Momsen of the Pretty Reckless. We're going to talk to her. Some more donations on the way. Bizarre File, those things too. Yeah, it's coming up. And we are here at Xfinity Live, getting to the tail end of the Camp Out for Hunger. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Does it shut down your kidneys?
An artificial tongue that can taste minute differences between varieties of Scotch whiskey could be the key to identifying counterfeit alcohol.
I was watching this story yesterday, and the guy who invented it, Preston, has a really thick Scottish brogue.
Yeah, so they're engineers from the University of Glasgow and Strathclyde in Scotland that created this. Yes.
So and it can. The whole purpose is to distinguish knockoff Scotch, basically
counterfeit alcohol.
Wow.
Well, because you're talking about big money when it comes to
also
some brands of alcohol.
Listen, Angus, I'm taking this home for the weekend. It's the missus's birthday.
Yeah, it's the artificial tongue.
Here, sit on this for about an hour.
The study
you'll be seeing Israeli parasites in no time.
Involving arranging submicroscopic slices of the two metals in a checkerboard pattern of taste buds.
Look at that tongue go.
Which are around 500 times smaller than those on a human tongue.
So
the scientists measured the plasmonic resonance, or the tiny difference in how much light they absorb, to identify the types of whiskey.
Will this be the companion piece to the fleshlight?
Maybe, or the Sibian. It could be used in food safety testing, quality control, security,
frat parties,
really any area where a portable, reusable method of tasting would be useful. But one whiskey expert cast doubt on the artificial tongue's effectiveness. Charles McLean.
This is a crock of crap.
A master.
You and your stupid tongue. I see right through your ruse, you knob niffler. That's a Scottish insult.
Knob niffler?
I just made it up.
It is now. You knob niffler.
Niffling knobs all day.
No, his title is he is a master of the quaich.
You're a master of the quaich.
The Scotch.
You wee weenied prick.
The Scotch whiskey industry's highest accolade.
Oh, it's a compliment I just paid you. I didn't even know it.
Is master of the quaich, by the way.
You're a master of the quaich.
Master of the queef.
And your wife is a master of the queef. Yes. You tongue-building ass.
He said, flavor assessment in the whiskey industry is done by smell, taste, and texture. Of all
the 3 R's.
Of all.
What? I'm Scottish.
Of all the senses employed, smell is the most important, he says.
Absolutely.
Whiskey blenders and quality assessors rely entirely.
Stick your tongue in your nose.
So anyhow, they made an artificial tongue.
You made it. Look at you.
Yeah.
You're finally living the dream. You made your stupid ass tongue.
You fake tongue freak.
You frig nibbler.
Frig nibbler.
He's just making things up.
I'm making them up and they're sticking.
I love it.
I'm rubber, you're glue.
You frig nibbler.
You frig nibbler. You chowder huffer. When an angry Scotsman says it, it carries more weight.
You lollygagger.
He's a carp tickler. That's a compliment.
Here's the thing. When I make jokes about people that have disabilities, never the person with the disability gets mad at me.
Well, there you go.
Ever.
There you go.
It's always the person who knows the person with a disability. It's always the person who is like, my son.
Do you get extra firepower because you are a person of smaller stature?
Yes, I'm a dwarf, midget, person short stature, and I know it's my voice. You can't tell. I'm not on the radio like, plus and stuff. Woohoo! Like, no, I don't sound like that. But yes, I get a little more leeway because it's really hard to get mad at the dwarf who's making jokes.
Do you ever have someone get pissed off at you and then not realize that you are, and then like you see them like.
Yeah, on the radio. Yeah, on the radio that happens because, like I said, I don't sound like. And then they come like, "How dare? What? How would you like it if you have a disability?" It's like, I can't wear adult clothes. Like I gotta pick up chicks with Bob the Builder on my T-shirt. All right, yeah. Like I did a show a few weeks ago, and there's a guy in the audience, and he was in a wheelchair. And he didn't have any legs, right? And I immediately started making fun of him. Right. And he laughing. You could tell he's laughing because the chair was moving back and forth real fast. And the audience got mad. And like one dude stood up. He's like, "Stop making fun of him. What if he gets mad at you?" And I was like, "I'll run up some stairs. I'm not worried. This guy's not gonna do. He's not a threat." So yeah, like it's always the people that don't have the ailment that I'm talking about that get mad.
Do you ever get hit up for do scripts come your way for yeah.
And
what's the most bizarre you've gotten sent your way?
Oh my God!
Because you know you had when the Hervé Villechaize story was being done, right?
Well, yeah, because that's Dinklage though.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
He produced it.
He's the. Dinklage is the top guy. I hate Peter Dinklage. It's strictly jealousy. It has nothing to do with him as a person. He's probably a delightful human being, but he's in everything. If they made a movie and called it the Brad Williams story, it would be starring Peter Dinklage. It's madness.
What's the craziest thing you've been offered? Yeah.
Well, the craziest thing I was ever offered, and I actually did it. So this one dude wrote me and said, hey, I'm doing a horror film, and I need you to be like a monster or whatever.
Really?
And I was like, all right, cool. And I had to sit in the chair. They put the mold all around me. You have to sit there for however many minutes.
It's claustrophobic, right?
Yeah, so the mold sets. It's really kind of scary. And then you do it, and then he goes, okay, this could be the monster mold. And I did the film. It's like some low budget independent.
Yeah.
It's nothing anyone's seen. What I didn't know is that the guy took the mold and sold it to somebody who turned me into a sex toy.
Are you kidding?
That is
There's a Brad Williams sex doll?
Yes. Well, not anymore because I sued them.
Were you flattered?
Unbelievable.
Were you slightly flattered?
Slightly flattered, but like, dude, it was freaky because someone gave me the website.
Did you get one at least before you sued him? Because you could literally go F yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. My wife could have something to do while I was gone. But yeah, like I looked at this website. It was me. It was
God,
me. And I just thought to myself, like, how weird is this gonna be if someone on the street who bought this sees me walking the other way and just goes, whoa, like, and it just like has this weird reaction. I'm like, why are you acting like that? He's like, I usually put my penis somewhere on you. That's great.
Was it being marketed as Brad Williams? Or?
No,
I'm sure not. Yeah.
No, it was marketed as like a midget sex toy. Like, this is how you could bang a dwarf. And
what
I'm just
a world!
Like,
wow.
Yeah, and I'm just like, wow. So yeah, I had to get my legal team involved in that.
Brad, what were they going for? Do you know? I'm just curious.
It was like $125. It was like an expensive sex toy.
Wow.
I once was asked to play in a charity golf tournament, and I thought, absolutely great, I'll go play in the charity golf tournament. And I do, and they had these golf carts that had the names of all the celebrities on the golf carts. So I'm walking, and it's like it's Bill Engvall was in it, and like some guy from Greece, not John Travolta, so who the hell cares? And then I see my golf cart. It says Wee Man on the golf cart.
No way.
Yeah, it says Wee Man on the golf cart, and at first I was pissed, and then the group I was playing with start walking towards me, going, "Oh, we're so glad we got Wee Man. All our friends got lame celebrities. We got Wee Man." I'm like, "Oh God, now I got it."
Yep.
Now I can't be like, "You actually did get a lame celebrity." So I faked it. I faked being Wee Man because I thought, these guys are giving a lot of money to charity.
Sure.
Let's make sure they have a good time. So like I faked it. I started saying I was Wee Man. Then we get to this hole that's sponsored by Hooters, because if you play in these charity golf tournaments, there's all the holes that are sponsored by different restaurants, corporations, whatever. So the hole is sponsored by Hooters. It's a bunch of girls. They're the Hooters girls. They have the wings and beer and stuff. And we walk up, and this Hooters waitress sees me and goes, "That's not Wee Man."
Wow.
And I'm like, wait, what? No, I'm Wee Man. Like, because now this has gone down to like 12, 14 holes. Like, I can't just suddenly turn around. So I'm like, no, what are you talking about? I'm Wee Man. And she goes, no, that's not Wee Man. I had sex with Wee Man.
Oh, God.
You are not Wee Man. And I'm like, what? So I run up to her.
Oh, my God.
I grab her by the wrist, and I kind of explain to her the situation. And I'm like, hey, I know I'm not Wee Man. These guys are doing it for charity. Think I am. The freaking charity thought I was.
Yeah.
Like, so it's on them. This is not me trying to do this. Just play along. And I peeled her off like $40, because when you give $40 to a Hooters waitress, they'll do anything.
So did she immediately? Was she receptive to it? Or did you have to work her?
She immediately flipped around and was like, "Oh, okay, totally get it." And then she's like, "Oh, never mind, I was wrong, Wee Man." And I thought, kudos to her.
Yeah.
Because she's, first of all, she blatantly just yelled out in front of a group of strangers, I had sex with a midget. And then a few minutes later says it to the same strangers, I had sex with a midget and forgot which midget it was. So that's kudos to her.
Yeah, that's worth $40.
That's worth $40 just for that moment. But then,
oh my God,
here's the best part.
All right,
it's not done. Here's the best part. I like, so now the problem is solved, and now the guys are like all teeing off, and I go to the back and I kind of go to her and go, hey, so you had sex with a wee man? And she goes, yeah, I had sex with a wee man. And she goes, he came in the restaurant, he chatted me up, and it was good. I recognized him, and then we had a little fun. And then she goes, here, I'll show you a picture. And she busts out the picture, and she shows me the picture, and I look at the picture, and I go, that's my dwarf friend, Sean.
Oh, yes! That's not Wee Man.
That's not
She
Wee
did
Man.
not have sex with Wee Man. She had sex with Sean.
I like Kevin Costner, so I'm sticking to it. You know what he's doing? He does the voice of the dog in The Art of Racing in the Rain, that new movie coming out.
The Art of Racing in the Rain. What's that about?
So it's one of these endless series of stories like a dog's purpose of dogs. I'm a sucker for all of them, but this is another. You're hearing the dog's thoughts. Right. And Milo Ventimiglia, and who is the girl from Mean Girls?
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I love her to death.
Amanda Seyfried. Amanda Seyfried.
Yeah.
And so it's actually my wife's favorite book, but I kept seeing the commercial. I'm like, I know that voice. It's Kevin Costner.
Cool.
I would love to see what they're actually thinking.
Why don't you lick her butt? Go ahead.
Never mind.
No, you'd love to see what? Is it about the dog thing?
Yeah.
All right, what?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's the story of a dog and his thoughts.
Lick her butt. Go ahead, lick it. You'll love it.
I licked mine. I love that.
Hey, where do you want to go for dinner, buddy? Doesn't matter. I eat frozen turds. So when are you going to lick her ass?
Get off that!
Lick her butt already.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Hey, buddy.
All right.
I love you, man. I know you're getting up there in years. Yeah. Did you lick her butt yet? Because that's really a lot of what dogs think about.
That's what they do. They love it. Yeah.
Hey, I just ate some tampons.
Oh, my God. Dude, we eventually... So
I know.
It's finally stopped in our house. We finally got a trash can with a little closing lid on the top of it.
Right. They're predators.
For the bathroom.
If they're going to rip a rabbit to pieces in your yard,
yeah, exactly.
A tampon's like a buffet.
Oh, my cats can get into those trash cans.
Oh, really?
I have to put the heavy tissue box holder on top of the trash can with the lid.
No kidding. Okay.
Pets are so fun and
Aren't
cute.
Aren't they adorable?
They're eating your tampons.
Yeah, they rip animals apart in the backyard.
Buddy, is your paw hurt? Yeah, it doesn't feel too good. Did you lick her butt yet?
I have a question for you, Steve.
Lay it on me.
Should I get into the Bachelorette stuff here in a little bit, or we can?
We did it as a separate segment.
We can parse it out here if you want. All right, so Jed popped the question.
All right.
We got the clip here.
Now this is the dummy who is.
Yes, Kathy Romano.
You're welkies.
She's got one more to go. Will she be able to do it? I don't know. You'll have to stay tuned and find out. And I believe somebody's been walking around in the audience handing out some free things, which is always nice. I'm glad they did that ahead of time, because usually when we bring somebody out and they try to hand things out,
it's tough.
It doesn't work in the same way.
Yeah.
So I think it's in conjunction to our next guest. And before I bring on our next guest, I want to say I was taking a bite of my Lorenzo's pizza here.
Yeah.
And I forgot, and I looked up and I saw Sasquatch standing right there, and it threw me off a little bit. It actually almost choked for a second because I had forgot that Sasquatch is indeed in our tent this morning.
Sasquatch is a pizza connoisseur, Preston.
He is, and I think he's got to be at least a distant relative to our next guest that we're going to bring on.
Oh my God!
If his hairy hands, it's what I do, Kathy. If his hairy hands are any indicator. But we have a lot of partners for this event, and there's one that stands way out because of not only their cooperation and motivation to other companies for helping out, but their donation as well.
Yes, every one of those, Preston.
And we never know what we're going to get, but we always know it's substantial. So is our guest ready to go, Marissa? All right. You've heard him on the air with us before. We even run promos and commercials with him on. Please welcome our friend from Subaru, Mr. Matt Ritter. As he comes galloping out onto the stage, it's always Subaru in Philadelphia sweatshirt this morning.
I love that.
And Matt, look, your cousin Sasquatch is right there.
We're gonna have a family picture after this. It's great,
Yeah.
great to see you, Bigfoot. And wow, Hall of Famers. What is going on? Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
I should have dressed up. I should have put on a suit. I mean, we are amongst royalty. It's great to be here.
We did that last week. We're good to go. Yeah. But it's great to see you. This has been as you can see, this crowd of people here, we're slowly turning back to normal. It's not full capacity. It will be hopefully next year.
I love it.
But we're working our way back, you know?
We are coming back, baby, and I love seeing this. It's great to have the energy here with some people in the audience. Thanks all for showing up this morning. This is fantastic. So I've been doing a little bit of research, and I want to tell you something. I've been listening this week, and kudos to the companies, big and small, throughout the region that have donated more than ever. And I want to tell you something. I went back and looked at some stats. 10 years ago, there was one company that donated over 100,000 pounds of food. That was Subaru of America.
That's Subaru, right? Yeah.
This year, you have over at least a half a dozen companies who have donated that. You got at least 2 or 3 companies that donated over 200,000 pounds of food. QVC, that's unbelievable.
Yep.
Comcast, over 300,000 pounds of food. There was one company, that didn't happen until 2012, by the way, and that was us, Subaru of America, that did that. And it's been nobody since until last year when Comcast also joined the contest in a big way. I want to tell you something. The business challenge is working. All these companies are stepping up, and they're stepping up in bigger ways every year, and we could not be more grateful. A round of applause for everyone who's chipping in. It is unbelievable.
For you, Matt, and your initiative, you came to us. I remember this clearly. It blew us away when you said this. You said, we'll take us out of the running if it incites other businesses to step up and do the deal.
Right.
And also you decided we wanted to get the word out about how we're doing this and orchestrating our efforts, and also targeting the food, because Philabundance, better than anybody else, can know what people need, can answer the food needs of the people. And so you guys have been sort of running a clinic on how to do what you do for other businesses, and we've seen it ever since that initiative started. We've seen a market increase, as you say, in the other businesses, in spectacular fashion, rising to the challenge.
Well, it's a partnership, right? And Philabundance, they've been terrific partners. Hats off to Kim Sears and the team at Philabundance. We are so grateful, because you're right. We were donating stuff and saying, hey, this should work because it's just heavyweight, right? And Philabundance says, you know what? You can actually, here's what we actually need. Can you help us in different ways? And we've stepped up and then showed all these other companies how to do it, because it's more meaningful and has more of an impact. And I tell you what, I've said this every year. I'm going to say it again. Nothing would make me happier than for a company to beat us, because that means really great things are happening here throughout the Delaware Valley for those who are food insecure. It's going to happen one of these years. Could be this year. We'll see. But I love all these companies participating. It gets down to really what we are about as Subaru. At Subaru, we are more than a car company. We say that. This is part of our culture at Subaru. And you know, we have the love promise that we live by every single day. And whether it's at Subaru of America or you go to any of our retailers throughout the area, throughout the country, like Rafferty, our good friends back here at Seoka Subaru, unbelievable job.
Yeah.
Glanzman, everyone, Cherry Hill, you name it. We have, so love comes from the heart, right? Well, we have heart pillars. And our promise to our customers and anyone who interacts with anybody at Subaru, anyone, is you will be treated with honesty, empathy, appreciation, respect, and trust. Heart. Because love comes from the heart. We're the love company. We're more than a car company. Don't ever forget that. And we'll walk the walk all day long.
Do you rehearse this stuff because you're just too damn good at it?
I mean, honestly.
Or does this just come from the H-E-A-R-T?
Here's the thing. It comes from the heart. Because I'll tell you what else. It's authentic to our company. It's genuine. And when it is, you don't have to rehearse anything. Because this is who we are as a company and as a brand, and what makes Subaru more than a car company. It's so different from everybody else.
I'm waiting for the day, because you know it's going to happen, where Matt Ritter's going to be the president, the CEO
I know.
of Subaru.
Yep.
It's going to happen.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Absolutely.
Which, by the way, for today's occasion, did you wax your knuckles? Because they look a little...
I am in desperate need for a knuckle waxing. I need my toes waxed. Kathy, are you up?
Oh my God.
They have to be hairy. They got to be hairy too, right? The toes.
My back is absolutely awful right now.
Wow.
So it would take a weed whacker several times to get through all that. So Kathy,
Well, nope.
I'm looking at you if you would help me out.
I think have experience.
I think I know what we're doing at the next live broadcast.
Yeah.
At the next Subaru live broadcast.
You better have some fresh string on the weed whacker. That's all I can tell you.
I did wax our assistant program director's back in
Jamaica. I remember that.
It was disgusting.
Maybe we should do Matt Ritter's back in Jamaica as well.
Really good idea.
I think we should do
That's
that.
the only place I can
And
do
we'll
it.
use,
Is that right?
We'll use jerk sauce to do it, Preston.
We did, yeah. We could
But
do it
even,
again.
I'll tell you one thing funny about that. Even my 12-year-old daughter, Finley, she said the other day, Dad, you need to get your knuckles waxed again. When are you going on there? It was all totally on her.
You know,
out of the
Matt,
blue.
you look like you're always like a third of the way through in transforming into Mr. Hyde. You know, like,
Right. Not quite there.
Right, not quite there.
Almost.
He's too nice to be Mr. Hyde. So-
Right.
Or Dr. Jekyll.
Yeah. So anyhow, what else would you like to add,
Well,
sir?
a couple of quick things, then we're going to get out to the big moment. So the companies besides QVC and Comcast that talking to Kim Sears with Philabundance, who wants me to mention, that also stepped up in big ways. You know, Hoffman's Exterminated, Willow Creek Brewing, Next Level Remodeling. They did a heck of a job stepping up as a small company, and also the cash donations from CDW and Rutler Roofing. Just a terrific job.
Incredible.
Right now, well, starting November 18th, actually, our annual Share the Love event is going on. And what that means is when anyone buys a new Subaru at any of our dealerships throughout the country, they will donate $250 to your charity of choice. It's one of 4 national charities, including the National Parks, Meals on Wheels, ASPCA, and Make-A-Wish, but also local charities right here. You heard Sioka earlier today saying that their donations for Share the Love are going to go to Philabundance. They're coming right here. Since 2013, after this year ends, we will have donated over $225 million to national and local charities.
Wow.
That's a big deal.
Wow. And that's a real difference. That's a real difference.
Yeah.
Almost $250 million.
So we also have a big donation for you guys today.
Well, we were wondering if you might come with something.
As you know, like last year through the pandemic and this year too, because it is not over, there are so many people throughout the Delaware Valley who are food insecure. Subaru of America, I want to say thanks. First of all, it's a huge team of people. Liz Edlin, Jonathan Rivard, Amy Strawbridge, Shira Haas, Kai Diedeker, his entire team. Thank you so much for all of your help at Subaru of America. Of course, our CEO and president, Tom Dahl. He's a big supporter of this event as well.
He's great.
I want to thank the entire team, our partners and friends at Philabundance for working with us. Kim Sears, thank you. We are so proud, and I am honored on behalf of our Subaru of America family to be up here today. On behalf of our terrific employees at SOA over here in Camden, thank you so much for giving me the honor to do this every year. We are donating over 615,000 pounds of food.
Jesus.
615,000 pounds.
Thereabouts. Yeah, we're going to be right on top of that, if not a little bit more.
Wow.
That's over 307 tons of food.
Oh, my.
Unbelievable.
It is. And let me put this in terms of meals.
Okay.
So since we started donating in 2007, after this year's donation, we will donate over 6 million meals throughout the Delaware Valley. 6 million.
Wow.
That's incredible, incredible. You know, you don't want to, we never want to run the risk of getting blasé about what you guys do and the fact that you're committed year round. And we know, listen, we know you. We know everybody that we talk to. And when we come and do the show for you guys, because you guys win the incentive, it resonates as true. It's a real deal thing. When they say that their hearts and souls are in this and all the employees are in this, it's what motivates you. It's not a show. It's not smoke and mirrors. It's really at the core of what you guys are. So we love the relationship. We love you guys, and thank you so much.
Well, thank you. We love you so much for doing this every single year. It makes a huge difference to those who are food insecure, especially the children who their only meal sometimes is schools. You are helping making sure these kids get nutritious meals. We want to thank all the individual donors, everyone who's come down here, the businesses. Thank you so much. This is a great event. We love you guys.
Oh, we love Matt Ritter, Subaru of America. Always, always, always.
Wow. Bigfoot's crying.
I know, Bigfoot is crying. And Bigfoot eats like 6 times what a normal human being eats, so he understands what it's like to go hungry from time to time.
But he is a vegetarian, as we found out.
That's true from Harry and the Hendersons.
Right.
$615,000.
Matt Ritter,
615,000 pounds. Wow, every year.
Sasquatch runs the Share the Foot initiative.
Share the Foot initiative. It's amazing. Wow. Okay, well, that is always a huge, massive highlight. And like Matt said, you know, this business incentive thing has paid off. It was something that we started several years ago with MMR that we needed something to kind of entice people to come and give what they can. It's taken on a life of its own, whether we offered it up or not.
No,
you know that these donations would come in.
But he's right, to see these other businesses step up in ways that we had no idea they were orchestrating this kind of initiative.
Yeah.
We should be proud of a lot of these people. These are the people, whether it's just the individual or the corporations in the area, that really give a rat's ass.
These are the people in your neighborhood.
Yes,
in your neighborhood.
Exactly. They're the people you meet
each day.
When you're walking down the street.
That's right. Absolutely.
Right.
All right. So with that, I think we need to towel off for a moment. So we'll take a break after that money shot. We'll take a break and come back and do more of the Camp Out for Hunger. Taylor Momsen from the Pretty Reckless will be joining us. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
It's a dog food jingle.
Hey, that's an accomplishment. That's, you know.
It's not even a good dog food jingle.
I would love to see throughout the series when he's talking to the camera and saying, you know, I'm really just looking to find someone that I can fall in love with and all this. And at the end of this going, well, I really did this for my career because I figured it would boost my visibility a little bit.
Right.
That's really what I was doing.
But if you're trying to paint yourself as sort of an emotional, in-touch singer-songwriter, and this is the way you treat this girl, it's not going to really work for you.
Oh, we have his jingle. Marissa just sent over his dog food jingle.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Rain or shine, kind of love like nothing you've seen before.
No. This is for dog food?
It's for dog food.
Okay.
And the dog is waiting.
The dog's what?
The dog's waiting for the master to come home.
Okay.
And it's a high-quality dog food.
Okay. Is the dog wearing something sexy?
Sexy, lingerie, yeah. And has a dildo in one paw.
Okay.
The dog really does deserve the best. So go pick him up some better balls.
You know, and the thing, it's metaphor. Okay, so here's the deal. And his reason for doing the commercial is real, because this is the food that he's been eating at home himself, because the career's not going well. Man, I love this stuff. You put it on some bread, it's delicious.
And then the last birthday today, our favorite butthole, Hope Solo.
Hope Solo's butthole.
Hope Solo, the goaltender for the women's U.S. soccer team. And then we found out there was a Twitter account called Hope Solo's Butthole because she had posted naked pictures of herself, and apparently you could see that particular part of her body, and somebody took upon that name, and we just thought it was funny.
Our favorite Twitter account. That and Bill Weston's hair.
Do you remember she had, there was some controversy of her being abusive, I think it was?
Yes, to an ex-boyfriend.
Yeah.
So, a family member too, right?
Yeah, something along those lines.
She beat the hell out of like a niece or nephew or something.
I've forgotten, but
she was arrested in 2014, charged with 2 misdemeanor counts of assault and in the 4th degree.
Wow. Lest I remind you that her butthole has never been arrested.
Not once.
Yeah.
How old is she?
I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We're going to have to arrest your butthole.
Why?
How do you cuff them?
Wait a second. I'm just collateral damage. I didn't do anything.
We're taking this butthole downtown.
Why does anybody talk to me about it?
This is not right. Get my lawyer. What, do you just expect me to pucker up and go along?
Right,
sorry,
Gabby.
Mr. Butthole.
Oh, yeah.
Mister.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Hope Solo and her butthole.
You guys are just being wacky.
They both turned 38 today.
They're both 38. He's one of the co-creators of the band Mr. Big. He is one of the biggest, most badass guitarists in the world, in my humble opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the program, Mr. Paul Gilbert. I want to explain to some people who may not know the name Paul Gilbert. You have a lot of fans. Most guitarists would know who you are.
Everybody who knows me knows me.
Yeah, exactly, right?
100% of those
But I've only had one. I was only famous for 2 weeks in 1992. So,
So, Paul, when I do meet people and we're talking music, and I'll say, one of my favorite guitarists knows this guy, Paul Gilbert. If they're a guitarist, they'll know exactly who I'm talking about. Some people don't, and I have to explain. Okay, so, he was in this band, Mr. Big. Before that, there was this band called Racer X. You may or may not know. Metal, real intense, shredding, crazy, really technical, awesome music. But then I try to explain your solo career as well.
Good luck.
And that's so it's hard to quantify it, because there's elements of blues and jazz and metal and all this stuff. What's a good way to describe your music?
Well, it's still evolving, and the discovery I made was that I really always wanted to be not a guitar player, but a lead singer. Because when I was a kid, those were the records I had. My parents had the Beatles records and Stones and bands that had lead vocalists. And I liked Led Zeppelin because Robert Plant had a great voice. Now, I didn't have a particularly great voice, and that didn't stop me from trying.
Right.
But it also didn't stop me from kind of not doing as well as I would have liked to as a lead singer. So the discovery that I made on this new album, Behold Electric Guitar, is that I can actually play the vocal line on the guitar. So, take a really challenging vocal like, the hey, mama said the way you move, which, with my little falsetto is not so great.
Right.
But, you play it on guitar. And suddenly, those notes are there. And it's just, it's my responsibility to get them right, but at least I can hit them.
Well, I was mentioning to you the song Let That Battery Die, which is on the new album, and that is exactly what I thought. I'm like, it sounds like someone singing.
Yeah, well, that's how I wrote the tunes, was that I would have a lyric, and, the initial lyrics for that were like, what was it? My battery is low, but my mind is high. And again, I'm squeaking it out.
Yeah.
But with the guitar, I can get a lot of control and a nice tone. And so, for the first time in my life, I'm actually able to connect my inner melodic generator with an instrument that functions.
Can you give us a little of the Rocky you were playing before, the Rocky theme?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
YouTube thing you mentioned is amazing. I grew up with albums, so I never expected to communicate with the world that way. And I do have to mention one. If you're in YouTube, there's one where I was doing a clinic and I had this little loop pedal, and I decided to put like the most scary, frightening shred lick that I could ever do inside the loop pedal. So I just pressed the button and it goes. Yeah. And I would pretend to play with my teeth, and then I would press that button, and the whole audience was like, "Oh my God!" and so of course
he's playing with his teeth.
Yeah, he was playing sweep picking with his teeth. How did he do that? And it was a guitar clinic, so everybody raised their hands and goes like, "How did you do that with your teeth?" And I said, "Well, it's pretty impressive to do sweep picking with your teeth, but I said it's really impressive to do it with your ass."
Oh, yes.
And then I just wiped the guitar,
That's
on
great.
my backside.
Yeah.
And I'm still a fan of the Beatles and Led Zeppelin and Aerosmith and the regular rock bands. And so now I can step on stage and really be the lead singer via my guitar.
Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something... she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. For ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah,
or something like
that's
that.
how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when I remember the first time somebody, he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him, don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like, yeah.
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not this kid walking along. That you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think it's, but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean?
I could see that.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I'm born and bred at, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
I don't know. I just.
You keep going back to old.
No, the standard thing would be pretty good, ma'am. Wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal.
For hunger, I mean, for crying out loud, we've had the Philly sports guy here all week long who's dressed in various sports gear. We had Sasquatch show up this morning. The Mandalorian was here yesterday. Marilyn Russell came by a little while ago. We haven't seen her in ages. And this gentleman certainly stands out in a crowd. He's been on our show before, and we are very delighted that he's here for a surprise appearance this morning. World War II Marine veteran at 98 years old, Mr. Roland Scarinci is here. Roland. And Roland is adorned in his full dress blues here today, as he was last time we saw him. Now, did I get that right, sir? Are you 98 years old? Oh, my goodness. That is...
And, it's a good feeling.
Yeah, it's got to be a great feeling.
And I'm this old because people seem to love me.
Well, they do.
They do.
And you're in great shape. When you came in on our show last time, it was a blast. We loved meeting you. And, you're moving around more than a lot of other people. You have a busy schedule.
Yeah, it's quite busy, and I'll tell you the truth. I have some fine people looking after me.
Yeah.
I'll mention Garrett Smith, John Kitzinger, and Father Mike. He worked with Mother Teresa for 20 years.
Wow.
They're my partners.
Who's the gentleman who came with you today?
That's Garrett Smith.
Garrett Smith, okay.
He's a very big person, and a man that I'm just honored to be in his presence because he's the most beautiful man I've ever met in my life.
That's great.
And he loves me, and I love him.
That's great. I want to point out where you may have seen Roland before. Roland plays the harmonica wonderfully, and you have played at sporting events, all kinds of stuff, right?
Yes, I have. It's been an honor to do that, too. And I just want to say that the applause I had from the people standing outside here, I said, I want you to know, I love all you folks. I love every one of you. You're the most beautiful Americans, I could come across and see. I meet many of them, and this is the greatest country in the world, or America. And I just love it. I'll be around for a while yet. I'm not ready to kick the bucket.
Right.
We're not letting you go.
Well, and besides that, this is your original uniform, is it not, that you're wearing?
It isn't.
It isn't? Okay.
The uniform costs about $400, and I was working at the Veterans Administration. And I said, gee, I wish I had one of those uniforms that was issued to me that I had to give back in the Marine Corps. And a fellow next to me at 8th and I Street, not 8th and I Street, 1500 Wissahickon at the Veterans Administration, said, I have an extra suit. I said, what do you mean? He says, I have a Marine Corps suit, 2 pairs of pants. You can have it. Oh. I said, are you kidding? So a little alteration, and this is it.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Preston, he looks very smart. I mean,
he's dapper.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, is this the correct rank that you have on your sleeve?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was that? What rank?
Corporal.
A corporal?
Yes, sir.
Any particular? What was
I was a rifleman.
A rifleman.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what campaign in World War II?
I was in World War II at the Solomon Islands. I landed in Guadalcanal, not the invasion. When I landed in Guadalcanal, the Marines that had beat the enemy went to Australia.
Okay.
And I went on this island called Pavuvu. I was there for about 3 years, but I was on the occupation of a few islands there, and I went to Okinawa. That was my only invasion.
Okay.
But I have a lot of stories of things that happened to me, being stuck in the ocean for 5 hours. I think I mentioned that on your program.
You did. I like how you say your only invasion.
Yeah. Well, I stayed there for a while,
amazing,
But I'll tell you the truth. I want to thank you guys for being recognized as the finest radio station, I think, in America.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And that is really something because, I feel so honored that you had me on here the first time. And now I'm here again, and in the presence of American first class.
Well, that's how we feel with you.
Yeah.
So we're humbled by your presence.
We originally had you on the first time, Roland. It was June of 2019, and we've been really lucky in this business to meet a lot of cool people, to interview celebrities, rock stars, and whatever. I can honestly say and genuinely say you're one of my favorite guests of all time. Yeah. And February 18th, 2022. Is that correct, that you'll be 99 years old?
23. Yeah, wait a minute.
Yeah, 23, you'll be 100. Yeah.
No, February 18th, 1923 is when I was born.
Oh, 1923, yep. Okay.
Yeah.
So next February 18th, we're going to have to wish you
I'll be 99.
There we go.
Wow. All right. Well, you got to come in.
Listen, since...
I thank you for the invitation.
Oh, yeah.
I would love to come in because I love your radio station. I hear it many times, and I know people that come over to me. You were on that station? Oh, yeah. I was honored to be on it, I said.
Well, we know that you also love to play the harmonica, and you usually have it with you. Do you have it today?
Oh, yeah, I always have it.
Oh, excellent. And
I go to sleep with it.
Do you really? Can we get a song out of you?
I'll be happy to.
What would you like to play?
I like Sinatra stuff.
Sinatra, yeah, we love Frank. All right, let's hear it. Here we go. This is Roland Scarinci.
The best version of My Way I ever heard.
He did it his way. Oh, Roland, what a delight.
Well, listen. If I may, I was Sinatra.
Yeah.
Now, if I could play a Stevie Wonder.
You want to play Stevie Wonder? Go ahead, sir. We got another minute here. All right. Stevie Wonder.
You're damn good on that. You are really good. I love a good
That's so
harmonica.
great.
Oh, good.
And I got to say this. We all of us could hope to be as spry and as lively as this gentleman is at 98 years old. We can only hope.
Yes.
It's just fantastic.
We're so glad you came by today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have my wife. I've been married for 73 years.
Wow. Jeez.
My wife, she was like a movie star. I turned down a movie star to marry my wife, believe it or not.
Really?
Well, who was the movie star, may I
In
ask?
fact, she even went to, she went and bought a wedding dress, this girl. I met her in California. It was a one-night affair that I met her. In fact, she introduced me to her fiance the night I met her.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
And I happened to end up with her that night.
Wow.
And I said,
You dog, you. You old dog.
I said, I'm being discharged from the Marine Corps, I said, and tomorrow. And so I said, I'm going to Great Lakes, Illinois. She said, well, I'll be down there to see you off. She came down to see me off and said, listen, I live in Houston, Texas. You said when you get to Philadelphia, the third day you'll call me. I'll be in Houston, Texas by that time. She said, I just love you, she said. I said, well, I don't blame her,
What you cast a spell on her.
No, but I guess it was a spell because the third day I called Houston, Texas, and her mother answered the phone. I said, is Margaret Tucker there? She said, is this Roland? I said, yeah, my daughter told me about you. She's out buying her wedding dress. I said, oh, my God. I couldn't have believed that she was doing it that way. But what happened, I said, she said, what's your phone number? I said, I'm calling from a payphone, but I'll call her this evening, I promise, That evening, I wanted to go to 69th Street to see where I used to go dancing. I got on a bus, and the stop before was 66 and Malvern. And the bus turned at 66 and came down what they call Spaghetti Bend, the sort of curved bus.
All right.
It was an E-bus. I got on the next stop, and here was my wife, Gloria. She's counting her change, and the bus started to go. She fell in my arms. And when I seen her, I said to myself, and this is the God's honest truth, I never seen a prettier girl. I've been in a lot of states while I was in the Marine Corps. And Gloria's big blue eyes and beautiful hair and beautiful teeth. She went to school with A.D. Fisher, you know, in South Philadelphia in the old days. But anyway, she was one dancing, and I told her I'll meet you there. I don't think I'd make out. I don't think she'd even accept my offer that I'd be up there. But anyway, she saved the dance for me, and 3 months later, we were married.
Oh. Yeah!
And
what a great story.
She's just a beautiful
72
girl.
years.
But right now, if you all say a little prayer, she's in a hospital right now.
Oh, goodness.
She's starting to lose it, you know, and I've been with her every single day in 73 years. But
well, she's
we're going to definitely send out a lot of love her way,
absolutely,
and hope for the best. We love you, and we have not met her, but we love her as well.
Yeah,
your stories.
God bless you.
Yeah.
We're so delighted that you made it by here today. It was a wonderful surprise for you coming by, Roland, for us.
I love your radio station. If I could play just one more song.
You know what, sir? I would love to, but we have another. We have an interview that is that we've been waiting to get to, and she's on the line and ready to go now.
God bless America.
God bless America.
Absolutely.
Oh, you got to hear that. Okay. We'll get that. All right. Here we go. Roland Scarinci, World War II veteran. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for inviting me here.
Absolutely.
I love you people more than anything in the world.
Oh.
So keep doing what you're doing because it's great.
Thank you. You are the best, man. Let's hear it for him. Wonderful surprise guest this morning.
He's the best.
In his full dress blues. That's outstanding. All right. We go from 98 years old to just a smidge younger than that, who is entertaining people with her music and her band for a long time and has been coming by MMR for ages, and we're excited to have her on via Zoom. She's there right now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Pretty Reckless, Taylor Momsen!
Yeah! Hey, guys. How's it going?
How you doing today, Taylor?
I'm doing very well. It's early for me, but I'm stoked to be here. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great, man. You know, we're here at this live event, and I know that we're excited to be in front of a live audience. You recently, I saw your Instagram post announcing that you guys are headed back out, and I couldn't believe it's been 4 years since you've played live shows, correct?
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. Time flies and has stood still at the same time. So we are so excited to get back out there finally. It's been way too long, and we just can't wait. We're just so excited.
That's a great way to put it. It flies and stands still. It's the same sort of thing. We had a big event here in the parking lot last night, and people were out and in getting out of sort of the cocoon, like the chrysalis sort of effect, and everyone was sort of stunned but thrilled to see humanity out and about again.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've been rehearsing now for months, and we're just revving to go. So it's gonna be a great tour. We have the first 2 shows in New York, playing some little like warm up shows just to get our feet wet again, hometown, and then we're off, and we're going around the world for the next few years. So it's we're very, very excited to play these songs for people in person.
Have you guys announced those dates yet, or is that still coming as far as venues and ticket sales and all that?
It's ticket sales and announce is still coming. The first 2 shows we just put up, but I think they're sold out now. But the full tour is going to be coming soon, so just stay tuned. Very soon.
I have to tell you something. Not a morning goes by when Preston, at some point, when we're playing some of your music, doesn't say, "God, she's got a great voice."
Listen, I want to say this. I want to say this, Taylor, because I'm a listen to the radio kind of guy. I don't grab the whole album and spend a whole lot of time. It's just something that hasn't been part of myself for a long time. So I mainly hear the singles that you guys release. But I was listening to, I kid you not, the other day, Only Love Can Save Me Now, and I realized that you guys are my favorite current rock band right now because that song, it's got everything I want in it. It's got crunch and balls to it. It's got tempo. It's got a really, really catchy hook to it. It's got great harmonies in it. And I'm like, this is it. This is what I want out of music.
Oh man, thank you so much. So that's certainly one of my favorite songs on the record. And like, I'd be remiss to not mention that it has the amazing Matt Cameron and Kim Thale of Soundgarden on it. So it's not put that up, maybe a bucket list song for me. I'd be lying. So I'm so glad you like it. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem. When writing these songs, when you guys collaborate and get together to put these down on paper, how much of this ends up on the album? How much of it sets aside? Or do you use everything that you have, or do you guys have bits and pieces still laying around by the time you're done?
I mean, there's always bits and pieces lying around. It's, I think when we put together a record, we try to write the best songs possible. We're always kind of trying to beat ourselves from last time and really create a collection of songs that say something, that, cohesively go together. So inevitably there's always little remnants that, don't quite make the cut. But you want to go with your strongest, best foot forward. So
right.
that's generally how it goes. Because you write bad songs in between writing good ones. They're not all gems.
Yeah, listen, I've heard the theory that if you write enough songs, if you keep writing, you're going to write some bad songs. You're going to write a lot of bad songs, but you're going to write some good songs eventually. And so you just keep cranking it out. Any truth to that?
100%. I mean, okay. I think that's the whole thing, is that you kind of have to. The hardest part, I think, for me about songwriting is you really have to wait for inspiration to hit you. Like, it's something that you can't force, and that can be a very torturous process of not knowing when it's going to come, where it's going to come from, if it's ever going to come. It's this, and you don't know where it could come from. Anywhere. It could come from like just talking to you guys. It could come from me looking in the mirror. Like, it could be anything. So it's that's always the hard part, is having something to say and something to write about that's important. And you just don't know where that's gonna come from. So it's always a blessing when a song comes through. It's like, okay, one down, and then you go, ouch. Crap, now what? Now I have to do it again. And so it's this kind of never-ending process, but it's certainly the most rewarding one.
Well, the pain is part of the joy, as well, that you get to do this. I was thinking about you, Taylor, because we had a band on earlier. It's a straight-up, it's a girl punk band, 17-year-old, two 18-year-olds called Froggy, and they were tearing it up, and I have to imagine that seeing you, on the scene and rockers, like, and not to default to the classic, wow, women rockers, but it's got to be, it's so cool to see so many people, so many women out doing this, and to see these girls embracing like hardcore punk. It was so amazing. You must get a lot of people, must get a lot of young ladies contacting you as an inspiration. It has to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, especially, with the internet age, everyone can write everything, and you see some of it, but I'm missing the actual connection with fans, because when we're on tour, the amount of people that you get to talk to and meet, and fans of, to sit there and go, you inspired me, and it's like, that's such a high compliment to me. It's the highest compliment. If I can inspire you to pick up an instrument or play music or express yourself in some way, like, that's awesome.
Right. Hey, watching you on Instagram, right around Halloween, I saw you walking around Walmart dressed as a witch. Is that something you normally do?
Yeah, it's just a casual everyday Sunday. No, I love Halloween, and I felt like I had to get in the spirit this year. You had to do something.
All right, I have to ask you, do you do up your, because I love Halloween too. I love horror movies. I love the whole damn deal. I'm constantly being told that that's a kid's thing. I'm like, no, it's a lifestyle. Do you do up the house? What's that?
A little bit. I do up the outside, and I carve pumpkins, but not too much inside. I already have too much clutter, so.
All right.
The haunted graveyard of a billion guitars, so.
Nice. Hey, Taylor, I have a technical question about one of the songs. One of the first songs I heard from this new album was Death by Rock and Roll when that came out, title track. And in the chorus leading up to that, so I'm a drummer. There's a bar that's in 5/4 leading into that. And it's not 4/4. It doesn't go. It's not comfortable. It has a bit of tension in it. Did you put that extra beat in there on purpose to add a little bit of tension to that?
Everything's intentional, or they're happy accidents. But everything, there's not a note or a beat or anything on this record that wasn't intentional. So Yes. To answer your question,
All right. I thought so. I liked it. I was like, ooh, that was a neat little thing as a musician
sometimes
that I
happy
noticed.
accidents turn into intent.
Right.
But which
I
one
like
came
that.
first, the chicken or the egg? I don't know. But there's you don't leave anything without surety.
Okay. Well, listen, I wanted to ask before we let you go, and I have a feeling that, and I don't know if you can tip your hand or not, but you said the dates and all of that of the tour is forthcoming. Can we expect something in Philadelphia while you guys hit the road?
100%.
Okay.
It would be a tour if you don't come to Philly. I mean, I don't exactly have the date for you yet, but we will absolutely be in Philly, and we miss you guys, and we can't wait.
Excellent. We can't wait either. Well, Taylor, thanks for coming on this morning. We appreciate it. MMR loves you. Philadelphia loves you. And we'll see you soon, okay?
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Taylor
Love you, miss you.
Momsen.
She's awesome.
Great. Got a hell of a voice. That band has got a real awesome rock grind to it. I love them. All right, so Casey, question. What should we do here?
B-file.
B-file. All right,
Wow.
Jason, let's
All
do
right.
the bizarre file. Here we go. B-file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Philadelphia's newest Wawa, which opened today at 9101 Frankfurt Avenue, where you can pick up the limited release Wawa 2SP Winter Beers. That's while supplies last. All right, the man accused of shooting his neighbor in late October was reportedly in dispute over a pole between the two properties.
He shot him because there was a pole between the two properties.
This is neighbor disputes, man. When they
What's with the pole?
Documents revealed
I'm going to have to murder you.
Tension had been building for about 4 to 5 months between 64-year-old Gary Markinson and one of his neighbors. Deputies responded to the area for reports of a shooting. The caller told deputies a man had been shot in front of the home.
What's with the rose bush?
Collapsing in front of the garage and had lost a lot of blood. Markinson had also called authorities, telling dispatchers his neighbor had attacked him, pushing him to the ground, and that he shot him in self-defense. Detectives investigating learned that Markinson and the victim were in an open area between their homes where a metal utility pole was sticking out from the ground when they began arguing over it.
Your mailbox looks like a little farmhouse. I'm going to have to murder you.
Markinson told deputies a protective cap had been missing for years, so he pushed it down into the ground, worried that someone could fall onto it. Later in the day, Markinson claimed the victim had raised the pole back up to its original position, and the victim came out
Son of a bitch.
confronted
Touching my pole.
when he went to push it back down. Markinson kicked the pole, and the neighbor pushed him to the ground.
This rat prick touching my pole.
Markinson got up, pulled out his gun, and fired from his hip holster. And
time to die.
Fired approximately 7 shots.
7.
Based on evidence collected at the scene. The victim, who hasn't been identified, was backing away from Markinson and then ran, but had been shot 5 times in the body, left wrist, and left shoulder.
I wonder if while you're being taken into custody, you try to explain that it was a pole situation.
Right. Markinson told detectives his neighbor had pushed him from behind and that he feared for his life. That's the standard refrain.
Right.
Markinson stated that he fired the 7 shots in 5 seconds, all from the same spot, and was adamant that he never left his property during the shooting. However, detectives said, based on evidence, fired cartridge casings were found 50 feet away from the initial incident, which deputies say indicates Markinson chased the vehicle as he fired the gun. The victim is expected to survive. Markinson faces 1 count of aggravated assault. So there you go, all over a pole.
A pole.
Yep. Deputies in Florida found a live grenade in the truck of a, quote, idiot who was driving with a clown mannequin in the passenger seat.
It's rare that you hear them actually use the word idiot.
They called him an idiot?
They did. The sheriff's office did. The footage shows the moment a deputy stumbled upon the explosive find after Louis Branson, 65 years old, was pulled over for expired tags in his Dodge pickup.
What you doing, buddy?
A deputy asked his partner after discovering the grenade in the seat, said, "Oh, shoot, is that for real?" And he said, "Get out of the truck. It looked like a possible grenade."
Just driving my grenade around in my clown costume.
Branson told deputies he found the grenade 3 or 4 years ago while cleaning out a veteran's home and just decided to keep it.
Yeah. Mind if I keep this grenade?
He wasn't sure if it was active or not. He thought it was cool, so he kept it in his toolbox that he was driving around with a grenade for quite some time.
Scissors are in the toolbox next to the grenade.
An explosive disposal team conducted an X-ray of the device, which they believed to be active based on its internal mechanisms. It was safely detonated in a nearby facility.
It's too much.
Sheriff Rick Staley blasted Branson in a statement as an idiot who was lucky he didn't kill himself or destroy his truck.
It's always the suspect, the perpetrator. Seldom do you hear idiot.
Yeah. Along with the grenade, deputies found the life-size clown mannequin as well as some amounts of cocaine, marijuana, and 2 pipes with drug residue.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question then.
Yeah.
Hypothetically speaking, if you were walking in a field and you came across a grenade.
Yes.
There was nobody around.
Right.
You were in an open field. Would you pull the pin and toss
God,
it?
no.
Okay, no?
No, because it's like a firecracker that is a fast fuse. What if I lit that thing and it just went bang right in front of you? So
that's fair
no.
enough.
Now, if I was on a military base and they were doing training,
oh yeah,
hell yes, I'd want to throw a grenade.
And I would ask to shoot a bazooka too.
Yes.
Can we make that an official request? Anybody?
We
listen?
have tried.
Yes.
Well, you know what? This year we got a fireworks display.
Yeah.
But we'd never do that.
We're getting closer.
Next year we fire bazookas.
One last story. A man suspected of stealing a go-kart from a store was arrested after returning to the same store to steal a go-kart for a 3rd time. The man who was arrested last week after employees called police when the suspect returned. He's accused of stealing a go-kart from the same store on September 24th after an unsuccessful attempt 2 weeks earlier.
He really likes go-karts.
Police said the suspect, who has only one arm, flipped the go-kart and then abandoned it during an attempt on September 11th.
Is that the preferred choice of amputees?
He was actually getting away, but he flipped it and he left. So that was the unsuccessful attempt.
Okay.
Then the September 24th theft was successful. Last week he went back for a 3rd time, but employees were ready for him and immediately called police this time.
With just one arm.
Yeah. The department said the suspect was arrested for outstanding warrants and transported to the Douglas County Jail. And that is all I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Thank you.
Well done. Yes.
Thank you, Sasquatch. All right. Now, are we going to do trash music news, or are we going to come back in a moment?
Come back and do that.
And then, is that our final break or not? All right. Thank you. I need to square out these programming notes live on the air. We'll take a break. We got 2 more segments to go here at the Camp Out for Hunger. Come and join us. We will return in a moment.
Sign of respect.
Yes.
You should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. Looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's with you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just we just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal
I don't
preference.
think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what do
I
you
just
want
don't
your
like
server?
it.
What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your table?
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
I'm lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carting everyone as we were walking in. And me, I was with Elisa. You know, we're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, we stand there, and he goes, "Hi." And so we were like, "Do you want to see your ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to see.
It gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find. She's on social media, and there's a comment. She says it's going to my heartbeat. And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with,
I know, it's so.
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like.
Yes. Yeah. Full on.
Let me see.
Full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And I'm like, who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's
kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh,
yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't.
It's too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly.
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make it
necklace?
different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The
Not-
pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twiggy wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need like here. Hold on, I have something.
Do you have cotton or something?
Tiny flashlight.
wait.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that, Case.
Try that.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure she's
own?
getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like
Let me see.
like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of It goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. Okay. They don't see that outside the bubble.
All right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah,
Yes.
Steve, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, it looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yeah,
for a
that's what
horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or some sort of
fantasy,
sci-fi.
thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
so Teigen, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajic wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
But they, Preston,
Wouldn't that
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
You know the Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so Rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah. I think you should let him off with time served. Giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent. I'm finding you innocent. I object! There's no way that's legal! It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep. I got to go to sleep now.
That would be...
I would
be brilliant.
I would totally
attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah, and he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear a Would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
Wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah,
with his law career,
law school,
with this,
passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say? John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
he gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV. Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
This bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
Miley Cyrus, you know about all that went on, yeah. She is officially living her best life after splitting with husband Liam Hemsworth. Soaking in that post-breakup glow with a potential new fling. The mother's daughter singer and the Hunger Games star called it quits on Saturday after less than 8 months of marriage and many more as a couple. The two announced that they've decided to, quote, focus on themselves and their careers in a joint statement.
The thing that is wild is, I guess about 4 months ago, she said she was bisexual, right? That she enjoyed relationships with women as well. And lo and behold, right? I'm sure you have the information there.
Well, yeah, so she...
93.3 WMMR, it's everything that rocks. I didn't even realize it. We had Taylor Momsen on a moment ago. The Grinch is right down front, too. She was in How the Grinch Stole Christmas. You remember she was Cindy Lou
she
Who?
was, yeah.
In that movie. And the Grinch is right next to Sasquatch. That probably wouldn't have happened years ago, but now they're together.
Gender fluid.
It's a wonderful thing. So we're having an amazing time here today on this Friday morning at the Camp Out for Hunger. We're seeing some old friends. Our buddy Damon Forte is here today, who used to run Manja in our building, and Jules, who used to work there too. So we're seeing some old friends we haven't seen in a long time. It's excellent. So we finished with all our traffic. Any other mentions I need to do? I want to make sure I do that before we get done.
I'm good.
All right, Kathy's
you.
good. Oh, you know what? Yeah, this group stopped by a couple of days ago and dropped off $1,000 check. It was Wi-Fi Integrators.
Yeah.
And they left us a really nice note and everything. And a lot of things have been happening like that. Let me see. There's a name in here. I want to thank Andy Schaffner and Bob Carmody, who are the Wi-Fi guys, Andy and Bob. So we appreciate it. They wrote a really nice note and a really nice check, which is fantastic. So thank you, guys.
Speaking of checks, there's a friend of Matt Cowper's who came by with a $10,000 check a little bit earlier on this morning. Yeah, it's no joke. That's $10,000. What were you going to say?
Well, there's another one that a friend of mine who wishes to remain anonymous, and I don't know if I'll find out for sure if I can say something maybe next week. But this friend, a guy named Scott, dropped off a $50,000 check.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's massive.
That's
so
amazing.
But wants to remain anonymous.
Yeah.
You know.
But we're not going to honor that.
No, we won't honor that. No.
So this is Matt Cowper's buddy. This guy's sick.
He's sick.
And he dropped off a $10,000 check. The company is Lanzy. Kathy, is that like your Welkies?
Maybe.
Yeah, Lanzy. So that guy's name is Eric Balkin. So thank you to that gentleman. And then also, you know, in years past when we were doing the Camp Out for Hunger, people would bring us by some interesting gifts. We've had venison
chili
and stews and all sorts of stuff. But I got to think,
silverware.
So
I got a bunch of silverware one year.
I got this like weird bird thing that if you put like water in it and you blow onto it, it sounds like a bird.
What?
I know. But so I want to thank Terry Egan and also Heather.
Yes, Billy Zepp Band.
Billy Zepp Band.
She's
They
awesome.
both brought by homemade chocolate chip cookies. So thank you so much.
We are the beneficiaries of their baking skills. Awesome.
Yeah.
So we received them with open arms.
Yes.
They got weed in them?
Said.
No, this is nice. She promised me that it was not pot infused.
She said she could have done it, but she didn't do it for us.
Yes,
Right.
more chocolate chip cookies, less venison chili.
Exactly.
All right. I want to thank our sponsor for this hour, which is QVC and HSN. Shop their 49-hour live event this weekend. They made a $50,000 donation. QVC did. You remember that?
Yeah.
That was huge. So
I forgot. That's
a lot of big ones this year. Yeah, thank you. Thank them. So we are going to do today's lesson question. That's what we're going to do. We are going to give away prize-wise a pair of tickets to see our buddy Bert Kreischer, who was on earlier this morning. New Year's Eve at the Met for the second show. It's the 10 p.m. show. The question I will ask is this. What legendary song did the notorious gang Boko Haram once record? 215-263 WMMR. What legendary song did the notorious gang Boko Haram once record? 215-263 WMMR. Call now if you know the answer. Here we go. Trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, this morning is brought to you by Iron Hill Brewery's top-selling IPAs and seasonal beers, now available everywhere craft beer is sold locally. You can visit ironhillbrewery.com and click Beer Finder to find a retailer near you. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Jay-Z joined Instagram on Tuesday, immediately racking up over 1 million followers. Jay-Z also made it clear there is one and only one Instagram account he will be following, at Mindy Cohen. Britney Spears enjoying her newly won autonomy Wednesday night by taking in the Van Gogh exhibit in Hollywood. Spears says she was amazed by the paintings because she only knew him as a guitarist.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Lindsay Lohan announcing she will be starring in a romantic Christmas movie for Netflix. Netflix says the movie will be titled Jolly Old Saint Nicotine. And that's your Hollywood trash.
I like that. All right, so
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you.
Steve Morrison's
Thank
final
you.
one from the Camp Out for Hunger. All right, so we're going to look for an answer to this question. What legendary song did the notorious gang Boko Haram once record? 215-263 WMMR is the number, and I have Aaron on the line. Hey, Aaron, good morning.
My name is Aaron.
It's what?
It's Aaron, A-A-R-O-N.
Yeah, it's what I said.
Yeah, you didn't spell it right, though, Preston.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Aaron. I meant to say Aaron.
Oh.
All right, Aaron?
No, it's Aaron.
Yes.
All right, what, Gadzooks to you, sir. All right, what legendary song did the notorious gang Boko Haram once record?
A lighter shade of pale.
Yes, you got it. Okay. I got to point this out. On my monitor here, it says a light a shade apparel.
Close enough.
But he said a lighter shade of pale.
He said it right.
All right, so
Isn't it?
It's
isn't it-
Aaron.
It's whiter shade of pale.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
That's what it says on here.
Lighter shade apparel.
It says a light a shade apparel, but it's a whiter shade of pale. So anyhow, did I say a lighter shade of pale? A whiter shade of pale. All right, so we're going to give him a pair of tickets to see Bert Kreischer New Year's Eve at the Met. This is his second show, the later show, by the way, which was announced for the Birdie Boy Relapse Tour. Tickets are on sale right now. They went on sale 30 minutes ago. Ticketmaster.com. Complete details at WMMR.com. Let's get to music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, it is brought to you by the American Red Cross. You can give something that means something this holiday season. The Red Cross urges eligible blood and platelet donors of all types to give now. Visit redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS. Coldplay, following their venue opening show at Seattle's new Climate Pledge Arena last month, the band have today released an exclusive live EP from the performance to Amazon Music. The 4-track EP, live from Climate Pledge Arena, features the band's classic tracks Viva La Vida, Fix You, alongside 2 songs from their new album Music of the Spheres. The concert film of the Climate Pledge Arena show, which was streamed live to more than 1 million viewers worldwide via Amazon Music, Prime Video, and Twitch, will also be released to Prime Video on November 12th.
They also covered Pearl Jam at that show, the song Nothing Man.
Speaking of Pearl Jam, Nick, you had mentioned something about Lollapalooza. Is that new news? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was announced yesterday, I believe, and it's I misread, Preston, but it is Lollapalooza in France. And Pearl Jam's going to be a part of it, yeah.
Lurlapalooza.
Lurlapalooza. Okay, so not Chicago.
Not Chicago.
No, much different.
Although there's a lot of
France
rumors.
has deep dish pizza.
They do, and croissant. There's a lot of rumors that Pearl Jam's going to tour next year, so I would not be surprised if at some point in the next few weeks we get the announcement on a Pearl Jam tour in the States.
Nice.
Let's see. Speaking of live shows, although he's played a few out-of-town outdoor dates, tonight is the Billy Joel Return Home to New York City show to resume his ongoing residency at Madison Square Garden. The Piano Man last performed at a legendary venue on February 20th, 2020, just before the massive COVID shutdown. He has played there. He plays there all the time and still sells, I don't know if he sells out every time, but sells enough tickets to keep it going. It's incredible.
Saw him recently. He's put on a few extra LBs.
Yeah, he's huge. He's been big for a long time.
His new song is I Am a Piano Man.
Wow. I Am a Piano Man. Released today is Billy Joel, the vinyl collection. And Nick just pulled up a picture of him. Actually, he doesn't. Well, okay, yeah, he still looks big.
He is behind the piano.
Yeah. Focusing
No, he's not.
on Billy's 1970s material. It's called Vinyl Collection Volume 1. And
He's so good, though, man.
The set features all of the albums from 1971's Cold Spring Harbor through 1981's Songs in the Attic, with the exception of 1980's Glass Houses, which was massive.
Yeah.
Released for the first time as part of the box is the double album Billy Joel Live at the Great American Music Hall. And then one more thing. Former Journey frontman Steve Perry released his first Christmas collection. It's titled The Season, and it comes out today. The album features 8 newly recorded holiday classics, including such jazz-based standards as Winter Wonderland, Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas, and Silver Bells.
And Pizza Ball.
And Time to Deliver a Pizza Ball. Perry, who's renowned for possessing one of rock's greatest set of pipes, went on to say, one of the things I love most about those traditional recordings is they're not coming at you like a rock song. They're just sitting there quietly and inviting you in. I'd never sung with that much simplicity before, and it was incredibly thrilling to bring that kind of expression to these songs.
You know, Mariah Carey's trying to get another go at
another hit,
a Christmas hit. Yeah, she released a song, and it's okay, but you know, it's rare that you can strike lightning
right
in that realm.
Well, for a big one anyway, but sometimes they're looking for because the Christmas music starts so early, they'll play just about anything.
Oh, yeah, I mean, she released that whole Christmas album, and then All I Want for Christmas Is You was the big. She had a couple of other
Did she?
originals. I Miss You Most at Christmas. Is that her song? Because I know she sings it. I don't know if that's original or not, but like there's a lot. That's one of my favorite Christmas albums. Bing Crosby's number 1. Mariah Carey's number 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and that is it for music news, friends. All right, I believe our very first guest that we had on for the Camp Out for Hunger is going to turn out to be our very last guest that we have on for Camp Out for Hunger. Yeah, and there's a reason for that. We should bookend with the CEO of Philabundance. This is Lori Jones.
Good morning.
Hello, CEO Lori Jones.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you this morning?
We're doing pretty good. We're doing all right. It's been a long week. I personally have been very, very ill, so it's been tough for me, but everybody has been stepping up and filling in the blanks and making sure that this thing has been going great guns, and it certainly has.
It's been an incredible week, and I'm sorry you're not feeling well, but what about this crowd you have here in the tent?
Yes.
The volunteers, the pink shirts have been incredible all week. Members of my team have been here. Damien, Alex, Jim, Anthony, Laura, the whole team has been incredible. And we just are so grateful to all of you, and especially to the listeners who gave this week. Thank you so much.
Oh, honestly, to see... we're in here and we're doing our stuff a lot, and we don't get to spend a lot of time with the volunteers out there. But they've been really batting it out of the park as they always do. And there's a lot of time where there's downtime, and they wait, but there seems to be a little bit more activity this year, which is very good.
That's right. That's right.
And Lori, while our work is wrapping up here, your guys' work ramps up because of all of the onslaught of donations and product that comes into your facility.
That's right. We're going to be very, very busy, especially this holiday season, because of the generosity of folks, from all the sponsors to the individual listeners who gave. We know we're going to see record numbers of food. We heard Subaru. We heard what they donated. The other thing I just want to say that's really special about this year, you all did the fireworks event last night, which is special. So many children came and gave.
Yeah.
And this week, I don't know if you know this, there's a 9-year-old kid, Bradley, in Delaware County. He had his own camp out in his driveway.
Yes.
And he donated. So just the children have come out to support it, which is just so special.
Yeah, we had Bradley and his brother on. There were 2. I forgot the other kid's name.
Yes.
Oh, man. James and Bradley. Yeah, we had them on the air. They were fantastic. And we are, seeing that type of generosity and selflessness in kids of that age, and that self-motivation, it's part of the reason why we do this, is to maybe have that next generation coming up, see it, understand it, carry it on, and keep this whole thing going,
And really, it's really started with you. What you started decades ago, really inspiring people, tapping into the generosity of people in this region is incredible. And because of you, we know that literally hundreds of thousands of people who, but for these donations, but for this support, would go hungry. They're not because of what you guys have given. So thank you so much for what you've inspired across our region.
Thank you. It's the collective. It's everybody. It's not said, out of false modesty. It lives and dies by every single participant. And just to reiterate, this food will be feeding people from most of the entire year, correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Laurie, every year we get questions of people who want to help out outside of Camp Out for Hunger and make donations or volunteer. What's the best way to go about doing that?
Encourage them to visit our website, philabundance.org. You can come volunteer with us. You can help us sort this food and pack it. You can help us prepare meals in one of our facilities. You can help us definitely by donating, either bringing more food or donating funds. So in any way that you want, please visit us at philabundance.org. We're happy to have more folks in the Philabundance family.
And if you also want to continue to donate for, towards the success of Camp Out for Hunger, and you weren't able to make it down this week, you can still continue to go to Acme and donate through the Pin Pad program the way through Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
24th will be the last day for that. Well, thank you, Lori. We appreciate it, what you guys do, what they have done, and we'll start getting ready for next year.
Ready for next year. We're excited about next year. And Fill a Trunk will be next year, even bigger and better, and this will be again next year. We're really appreciative of all that you do. We love you. Thank you so much for your support.
It'll be our 25th next year.
Yes.
So we got to do something special.
Oh, my God. I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Excellent. Thank you, Lori Jones.
Thank you.
CEO of Philabundance. And with that, we'll take our final break. We'll come back in a second. We will wrap up the whole thing, the Camp Out for Hunger, our last day. Make sure you stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve 93.3 WMMR.
Catch the Preston and Steve Show live every
Hide it at all.
Oh, this is all happening on Instagram. I've got to follow her, Preston. I'm missing so much.
Are you ready? So
please.
Here is her inspirational message. She wrote.
Do we have music that would?
I think you should cue the. This is inspirational, so this is.
Oh, you want the
anthem. So she wrote, "Don't fight evolution because
I hear you, bro.
You will never win. Like the mountain I am standing on top of, which was once underwater, connected with Africa. What? Change is inevitable."
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
All right, and life is a climb, but the view is great.
This is my fight song. Take back my life.
You know what? I think you need a different one. Can you read that line back to me again?
Which one?
The climb one.
Okay.
This is
Life is a climb, but the view is great.
There's always gonna be another mountain. I'm always gonna wanna make it move.
What's the name of this song?
You love that song.
I do love this song.
I think that's probably why she wrote it.
Yeah.
So
she's so smart.
Hemsworth, meanwhile, has been the only one in this love square, laying relatively low. He stepped out with his brother Chris in Byron Bay, Australia, where the two picked up some frozen yogurt. So they hit up Froyo.
Hey, you want some yogurt or something? Hey, we'll get frozen yogurt.
But he did break his silence a little bit. The 29-year-old was, like I said, was hanging out with Chris, and
man, just let me eat my yogurt.
It seems Liam isn't quite ready to jump back in, and Liam told Daily Mail Australia when asked about the split, "You don't understand what it's like. I don't want to talk about it, mate."
I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
I mean, he entered it. She seemed like a safe bet, Miley Cyrus, that she would be the wife he had always wanted. But no, listen, the heart wants what the heart wants, Preston. And this heart wanted another chick.
I guess so, right? It's. I was about to say it's so funny, but not funny. It's just
ha funny.
No,
like I make you laugh.
It's interesting to watch couples in an off again, on again relationship, and you and your friends who know these people know. You know.
Yes.
It's never going to work. It's never going to work. But then one of them goes, "Let's get married."
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I'm going to be serious about it. This is it. I'm diving in. And they think that is going to be the Band-Aid, that's going to be the big,
the impression of commitment. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's have the trappings of commitment without the commitment.
And then they don't realize after it just goes back to the same old crap, and it didn't.
And there you are eating yogurt with your brother.
Yeah, exactly.
There you are eating froyo with your brother.
It's also funny to watch the reactions because he's laying low, not saying anything, not posting anything on Instagram. Meanwhile, Miley is going nuts on Instagram.
She's finger blasting somebody in Lake Como.
And they're both, she and this Caitlyn girl are both posting a ton of hot photos of themselves. So in order for them to get validation post breakup, they need to post these superficial shots of themselves. Right. Whereas Liam is just like, I'm going to get some frozen yogurt.
And not for anything. Just, I don't know, live your life how you want to live, but maybe be a little respectful of the marriage you just had. Right? I mean, just take a little bit of a breather before you're squatting on each other's faces and pictures on Instagram.
So they were married for roughly 8 months, but they'd been together on and off for more than a decade.
Yeah, a long time.
Anyhow, some question whether their elaborate ceremony in Nihi on Sumba.
This is all made up.
Is this all? Are these real
These
words,
are pretend
Nick?
places.
You're a geographer.
I know places, but this one's a mystery to me.
In Nihi on Sumba.
How do you spell? How do you spell?
Where'd you get married?
Nihi. How do you spell Nihi?
Nihi.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said Ehe. That's a town one over.
No.
It's like Shelbyville and Springfield.
What?
That's how they sound in Ehe.
Oh, Nihi Sumba. It's all.
Oh.
All right. Is it an island nation?
Yeah, it's in.
It's right next to Nelby Tai Tai.
It's in Indonesia.
Oh, dear Lord.
Nelby and Tai
Is right next to Nihi on Sumba.
Yeah. Just south of Iso Tai Tai.
Where y'all going? What?
That's the main city.
Yeah.
I'm going into where you're going. Wait.
So people are wondering if their ceremony in Nihi on Sumba in June of 2018 was legally binding or not. They might not really be married. Yeah. Okay. So that was a big story.
It sort of rocked my world. Let me ask you this: then you all worked in besides? Did you all work in regular restaurants?
Fast food, yeah.
For servers, is how commonplace is it to on the way from the?
No. Not the way, but we talked about this.
Maybe
on the way back.
Maybe up on the counter.
No, on the way out.
Yeah.
Because the way the kitchen that I worked in, you'd put up, order up, you put it up on a counter.
Like there's a whole plate of fries.
And it was still in the kitchen, so it wasn't in line of sight for the customers. So they could probably grab a fry and eat one on the way out,
It was never that for me.
You never did that?
No, but I
never.
But I sucked all the nitrous out of the whipped cream.
Really?
I watched.
Dude, my waiter just took a dump on our table.
I watched one waitress. She had like 3 or 4 different whipped cream things that just was like cream juice because it had no nitrogen. What's going on here? These are all broken.
Do you remember?
Dripping. Girl, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on here. That's messed up, man.
Casey, at a place called the Coffee. You remember the Coffee Beanery?
Yeah.
All right, so the same thing happened. I wanted whipped cream on hot chocolate.
Oh my God.
The guy's like, he's going through the cans. I said to him, what are the odds that 6 cans of whipped cream have no propellant in them?
And Steve, did you know that when you do nitrous, it's like sulfur hexafluoride?
Yeah. It makes your voice sound like this.
Did you folks like some espresso?
Just a side note, that stuff killed brain cells so fast.
Oh my God.
It was so stupid.
Dude, also, I watch people in the parking lot doing these things and walking at the same time. Rule number 1, sit down first. Because you're going to fall and smash your face into a parking block.
I gotta get to surgery. I'm a neurosurgeon.
Preston, you know that thing that you got me where you can stick your phone in the vents of your air conditioner?
Yes.
I saw somebody that has.
That's how you heat up your chicken?
No, Steve, it's even more ridiculous than that. And he listens to the show. I'm not going to out you, but he has one of these things that goes into the vent that you put in
air freshener.
No barbecue sauce or honey and mustard or something like a chicken nugget.
He has like a caddy.
Get out of here!
I swear to God.
I like that.
I go,
I like that.
Because
that's great.
It's exactly what it looked like.
It's like having a Fixins bar on your dashboard.
And I made a joke about it, like, hey, I can't believe you have a barbecue sauce holder here. He goes, yeah, I found it on, it was like, ad on Instagram. I was like, that's actually what this is.
Steve, that's like getting a limited edition, like Jeep or something. This is a Roy Rogers.
Right, Roy Rogers. Look at this. The Signal squirts horsey sauce. Yeah, the rear view, Preston. It's like you're milking a cow.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
there
we were
through the
going
TV.
that way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like that?
In 7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Is that Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one. Maybe it's there's
one
it's the one way out where we
know what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the girl who does
Fear?
Nah,
might be
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but
Yeah. 93.3 WMMR, everything that rocks. Some music from Pretty Reckless to wrap up what we do musically here on the show for the week. It is 10:57, which is about where we've been ending every single day this week at Camp Out for Hunger. And a damn good time. You know what? This is bizarre. This is the final break that we have of the whole week, and I finally feel a little bit better. I finally feel like good.
Oh, wow. Well,
this
good.
has never happened before. I'm usually dead to the world, exhausted.
Yeah.
This is the best I felt all week
Well, there you
right
go.
now.
All you have to do is have a week of utter misery to get to a great 5 minutes.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Marissa wanted to mention something before we do anything real quick.
Well, it's kind of on the piggybacking what you just said, Preston.
Okay.
Eric Simon and I were standing on the side yesterday and just discussing some plans for things. We looked at you and you're just struggling through the day, and we thought, wow, Preston really is the MVP of this show.
Thank you.
Of this Camp Out for Hunger. So we got you a little, just a tiny little thing. It's a thing about an MVP. It takes a whole team to win a game, right? A World Series. You can't guess who it's going to be, but Preston, we think.
That's all.
I mean, it's a trophy. It's a little trophy that Marissa got me. Oh, I love you guys.
And I heard you said you were ready for a beer, so I grabbed one of those Kate Flannery Rolling Rocks.
All right, I'm not going to drink it right now.
All
Don't
right,
open
we'll
it
save it
just
for
yet.
later.
Save that for a little bit. I will get to that, but I love that. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. But listen,
That's awesome.
I missed out on one of the thing that we've been talking about amongst ourselves for months, which is the food trucks and fireworks event last night. And that's a thing I'm really bummed out about. But you guys were telling me, Casey estimated there was like 1,000 people there last night.
Absolutely.
At least.
I had no idea it was that level, so I
Yeah.
can't wait to see like the video and so forth. We have a gazillion people to thank. We actually save a lot of our thank yous for Monday because it's so voluminous, and we've done a whole week long of appreciations and thank yous and all that. But I think Pierre handles a lot of that as well.
yeah.
So it's like Marissa said, it's a whole team effort, and it's the whole radio station and then some. And our radio station comprises of programming, sales, engineering, and promotions, and volunteers as well. The MM Army and so on. They
Absolutely.
work for free and interns.
Yeah.
So that's everybody in an umbrella thank you for that. And then there's all the stuff outside of that. Whether it has to be with getting our power and everything, all the hardware that needs to be here, the volunteers and all of this. There's a lot. It's a bunch, and we've tried to incrementally thank people as we went along. And if we were to do the whole list right now, it would be another. We'd be well past the workforce blocks to do that. So, but an overall thank you. But more importantly, the biggest thank you is to the people who have contributed and donated.
Absolutely, you
and been
guys.
here for it.
Yeah. It's, again, coming back from last year, Preston, which was, it was a little more sedate, but still legendary in a way. But this feels right with getting to see people and getting us back on the path. And I've been so excited and encouraged by this Camp Out for Hunger.
Yep. So now we welcome Pierre Robert to the tent. He's not doing his show here.
Good day.
But it's become a tradition for him to come down here on Friday.
Well, just to wrap things up, do you want to do letter and stuff? Or
Yeah, we can do that first. All right, let's do the letter of the day, please, Jason, if you will.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
S as in satisfy.
All right, and we will take caller number 7 back at the radio station, and I'll go ahead and tell you what you won right now.
Yeah.
Because we're just going to let that be handled off air. But $300 from the Bagster. A dumpster in a bag, perfect for all home improvement cleanups. You just pick one up today at any of your local home improvement store. Buy, fill, and gone. So that is done. Now, Pierre.
Well, what was the first year? Do you remember the
total?
Well,
or
no,
what year?
Well, the
1998.
first year and the total.
Yeah, 98 and 1 ton, and that was it.
And it was how many years with Y100 before you came to MMR?
That was 2004 was our final one at Y100.
Okay.
So that would have been 6, right? 6 Camp Out for Hungers there, yeah.
So, I mean, what's been fascinating to me is how the whole production has grown. And what you were just speaking of is the moving parts. There's so many moving parts to this thing. When you walk around backstage, I just did a little video backstage, and even in this tent, the amount of pieces that have come together prove what an amazing production. How many moving parts there are that are operated, however, by humans. And when you think about the very beginning of these two guys camping out in a beat-up RV with a couple of barrels, old oil barrels or whatever they were, that you had, you would burn fires in and hope that somebody would, bring a little food by, and people did, because you two are committed, and as are your team, Kathy and Casey and Marissa and Nick and Nick Murphy and the rest of your team. And what they prove, I think, is what you guys who come out and support them prove, is that each each person makes a difference. I don't want anyone who hears this to ever think that you don't have an impact as a human being. If you brought 1 can of food, you might have saved a life. Think about that. If a friend of mine recently said, what difference have I made in this world? And I just read him the riot act. I said, you've done this and this and this and this and this. And I said, you have made a profound impact on this world. And he just passed away. He's not with us anymore. And I wanted him to know before he left this world what a gigantic impact he had on me alone, but on this whole other universe. One of the saddest things I think that we can have in this life is when you think you don't make a difference. If you helped out, if you even thought about helping out, you've made a difference. And if you didn't do it here, maybe you'll do it in some other way in your world in some way. It doesn't have to be to a charity. It could just be helping someone do something, and in this crazy divided world, who can't agree to come together on feeding people? Everybody, like music brings everybody together, music brings everybody together, and the amount of people that come together to make this thing happen from its most humble roots to what it's grown into is just phenomenal. Then if you add in the crazy couple of years we've had with COVID and everything else, it's much better this year, and I predict next year, as you guys have said, we're going to be back to a full 100% production. I think we're finally getting there, but it's been a rough couple of years. But we're doing it. You got to stay positive. You have to have commitment. And what these two gentlemen and their amazing team have shown is that you can have that commitment. Pick a cause. If this is not it, find something that moves you. Get involved. Get out and see if, as Bill Weston says, you can't put Philly first. Think globally, but act locally. Anything you can do to lift up your world or the people in it is helping make a difference. So to those of you who have, to the giant companies, but to those 2 kids you were just talking about who had the little camp out in their driveway, to a little girl who was 4 years old who came by yesterday and had brought 100 pounds of food because she went around her neighborhood and asked these people to give some cans of food, and it came out to 100 pounds of food. That makes a difference. That saved lives. And who knows what those lives that are saved by this are going to go on to create. Maybe peace in the world.
Yeah!
I don't know. But let's go for that. And so with that in mind, yes.
Fanfare for the common man.
I like it. because each and every one of us makes the difference. And that's what it's all about. And I worship these guys. I love them so much, and their team. They do so much. So with that in mind, I just thank you all for being a part of this, whether you're with us here in the tent or not. You are with us. You're part of our family of MMR, 53 years going strong as a rock and roll radio station, live and local, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But people like this are what make it happen, or what makes it happen. And people like you who listen. So 1,000 thanks to you for doing that. And I give you, ladies and gentlemen, the most recent addition to the Radio Hall of Fame, Preston and Steve. Cheers.
Cheers, Pierre. Thank you, sir. Very, very kind. I will have to say, in my career, Preston, in your career, seeing the image of Pierre make such an impassioned speech, and Bigfoot responds so totally. I mean, he's going to hide. There you go. Two of the hairiest people.
Oh my God!
And
you know
it's
what, though?
Beautiful.
Steve, his expression didn't change at all.
Not a bit. No. I think he was truly moved. Not a bit. We
the
love
word
you,
was
Pierre.
feeds, by the way. We must have a winner by now. So
thank you. Oh, feeds. All right, and I'm sure we do have a winner, and Jason's going to handle that back at the studio. And thank you to Jason Payon for running the board all this week for us. It's a tough gig to do.
Yes,
we love you for that. I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you today by Iron Hill Brewery's top-selling IPAs and seasonal beers, now available everywhere that craft beer is sold locally. And also IBEW. Join Jackie Bam Bam for Toys for Tots at local 654's Union Hall on November 13th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Info at IBEW654.net. Next week on our program, Daniel Roebuck will be joining us, Sebastian Maniscalco, Paula Poundstone, Carrie Elways, and more. And we'll save a lot more thank yous, like I said, for next week. But I want to thank Pierre Robert for his incredible words one more time. He's a legend. We are lucky to call our friend and see every single day. We love him to death, so thank you for everything. Gang, we're signing off. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great weekend. You've done great. We love you. And we'll see you later. Bye-bye.